Welcome to another Vixa Vaughn romance audiobook. We're excited to have you join us. Whether you're into second chance romance, enemies to lovers, fake marriage, or any other trope, Vixa Vaughn offers you the chance to escape into stories that will carry you away into heart-pounding romance and gripping characters. While we want to get you the full experience, some parts of this audiobook are abridged to stay abreast of YouTube's community guidelines. If you want the full experience, you can always head to Vixa Vaughn Romance and use code VIXA40 to get the unabridged version of this audiobook for 40% off. Now sit back and enjoy the show.
Chapter 1. Elizabeth. The sewing machine hums beneath my fingertips as I guide ivory silk through the needle, watching the delicate stitching form along the bodice. Outside, fat snowflakes drift past the window, catching the afternoon light. Clearwater's main street looks like something out of a storybook, all twinkling lights and frosted storefronts. "Mama, look!" Tanner's voice cuts through my concentration. I made Santa's sleigh purple. I glance over at the small table I've set up near the register. He's sprawled on his stomach, tongue poking out the corner of his mouth as he drags a crayon across the coloring book. The sleigh is indeed purple. The reindeer appear to be green. Very creative, baby. Santa's gonna love it. He grins up at me, those blue eyes sparkling with pure confidence. My chest tightens with that familiar ache, love mixed with something more complicated. He has his father's eyes. Same shade, same intensity. I force my attention back to the dress, pulling the fabric taut. The bell above the door chimes. Cold air rushes in, carrying the scent of vanilla and cinnamon. Lord have mercy, it's freezing out there. Mama stamps her boots on the mat, balancing a covered plate in one hand. Snow dusts the shoulders of her burgundy coat. Tanner, baby, come help Grandma before she drops these cookies all over creation. Cookies. Tanner scrambles up, nearly knocking over his crayons. Careful. I lift my foot off the pedal, watching as he takes the plate with both hands. What'd you bring us? Snickerdoodles. Still warm. Mama unwraps her scarf, hanging it on the coat rack by the door. Her gray-streaked hair is slightly mussed, but she looks put together as always in that dress with the floral print. Thought you could use something sweet to get through the afternoon. You didn't have to do that. I know I didn't have to. She crosses to Tanner, lifting the foil to let him grab a cookie. But when's the last time you ate anything that wasn't coffee and stress? I've opened my mouth to protest, but she raises her eyebrows. That look that says she already knows the answer. I had toast this morning. Mama settles into the armchair I keep near the window display. What time this morning? 6, maybe 5:30. Elizabeth Marie. I've got a lot to finish. I gesture at the dress form beside my machine, where Jasmine's wedding gown waits for final adjustments. The wedding's in a month, and she wants the beading done by hand. And there's still the... Take a breath, baby. My shoulders tense. The words are gentle, but they hit like a reprimand. I know what's coming. The same conversation we've had a dozen times since Thanksgiving. I'm breathing fine. You're running yourself ragged. Mama leans back, crossing her legs. I see it in your face. You're tired. It's the busy season. Everyone wants custom pieces for holiday parties, New Year's, and then there's the wedding. I know what season it is. Her voice stays calm, patient. I also know my daughter. You're pushing too hard. I thread a new bobbin, not looking at her. My hands move on autopilot. Win, clip, insert. Someone's got to pay the bills. Bills will still be there whether you collapse from exhaustion or not. She pauses. When's the last time you and Tanner did something fun? Just the two of you? Guilt gnaws at my stomach. I glance at my son, now munching his cookie while examining his artwork, purple sleigh and all. We do stuff. Letting him color in your shop while you work doesn't count. Mama! I'm not criticizing. She stands, moving toward me with that graceful way she has, like she's gliding. I'm worried. You're carrying too much on your own. I can handle it. I know you can. You're the strongest person I know. Her hand touches my shoulder, warm and grounding. But you don't have to handle everything alone. That's what I'm here for. What Jasmine's here for. I set down the bobbin. The dress waits, half finished, pin still marking where the beading needs to go. So much left to do. This wedding has to be perfect. It will be. Jasmine's been dreaming about this since we were kids, remember? We used to plan our weddings in your sewing room, making dresses out of old bed sheets. Mama laughs, soft and knowing. I remember. You wanted 7 bridesmaids and a chocolate fountain. She wanted swans. Still does, from what I hear. Henry talked her down to doves. I smoothed my hand over the silk, feeling the cool slide of it beneath my palm. She deserves everything she wants. After all she's done for me, supporting me through, I stop. Don't finish that sentence. Through the pregnancy, through Miles leaving, through every moment I thought I'd crumble. Jasmine loves you no matter what kind of dress you make her. Mama's fingers squeeze gently, but she'd rather have a friend who's happy and healthy than a gown that cost you your sanity. It's not costing me, baby. She turns me to face her. Look at me. I do. Her brown eyes are soft, concerned, the same eyes that watched me grow up, that dried my tears when I skinned my knee at 8, that held steady when I told her I was pregnant and terrified. You're allowed to slow down, to find balance. The world won't end if you take an evening off. My throat tightens. I want to argue, to insist I'm fine, that I can manage, but the truth sits heavy in my chest. I'm tired, bone deep, soul tired. The kind that doesn't fix itself with an extra hour of sleep. I don't know how to slow down. The admission comes out quieter than I intend. Start small. Mama releases my shoulder, moving to the plate of cookies. She picks one up, brings it to me. Eat a cookie. Not because you have to, but because they're good, and you deserve good things. I take it. The scent hits first, cinnamon and sugar, warmth and comfort. My stomach reminds me that toast at 5:30 was a long time ago. The first bite melts on my tongue. Good? Really good. See? Small moments of good. She returns to the armchair. String enough of them together, and you've got a life worth living instead of just surviving. Tanner pipes up from his spot on the floor. Grandma, can we make cookies together, like the ones with the sprinkles? Absolutely. How about tomorrow after school? Yeah? He pumps his fist in the air, scattering crayons. Mama looks at me. You're invited too, if you can tear yourself away from that machine. I finish the cookie, brushing crumbs from my fingers. The tension in my shoulders hasn't disappeared, but it's loosened. Just a fraction. I'll try. That's all I ask. She stands, collecting her scarf. I'm heading to the market. You need anything? We're okay. Tanner, you be good for your mama? I'm always good. That's my boy. She kisses the top of his head, then crosses to me. Her lips brush my forehead, and for a second, I'm 8 years old again, safe in her orbit. I love you, baby. Remember that when you're running yourself into the ground. Love you too. The bell chimes as she leaves. The shop feels quieter without her presence, but not empty. Just settled. I sink back onto my stool, studying Jasmine's dress. The bodice needs another hour of work, minimum. The beading will take longer. But Mama's words echo in my head. Small moments of good. Hey, Tanner. He looks up, crayon poised midair. Yeah? What do you say we finish up here in an hour and go see the lights downtown? Maybe get hot chocolate? His face splits into the biggest grin. With marshmallows? With marshmallows. And whipped cream? Don't push your luck. But I'm smiling. Really smiling. Not the tight version I've been wearing like armor. He returns to his coloring, humming something that might be Jingle Bells or might be completely made up. The sound fills the shop, mixing with the whisper of snow against glass. I make a silent promise to myself and to him. We'll find balance. Somehow. I'll make time for us, for moments that aren't about work or bills or keeping everything from falling apart. But first, this dress. Because Jasmine and Henry deserve the best wedding Clearwater's ever seen. Because love should be celebrated, honored, stitched into every seam with care and intention. My fingers find the silk again. The machine hums back to life. Outside, the snow continues to fall.
Chapter 2. Miles. My phone buzzes for the 15th time in the last hour. I don't even look at the screen anymore. Just silence it and shove it deeper into my coat pocket. The Manhattan skyline blurs past the tinted windows of the town car. Gray sky, gray buildings, everything the color of cold. December in New York has a certain bleakness to it, all the festive trash trying to mask the fact that everyone's miserable and pretending otherwise. Another buzz, then another. Jesus Christ! I yank the phone out. 32 messages, 17 missed calls, all from Vanessa. We need to talk. You can't just ignore me. Miles, I know you're seeing these. This is so typical of you. Call me back right now. I scroll past them without reading the rest. Same stuff. Different day. Different model. She knew what this was from the start. I'd been crystal clear about that. But somehow they always convince themselves they're different, that they'll be the one to change me. Spoiler alert. They won't. I block her number. Problem solved. The driver clears his throat. We'll be at your building in 5 minutes, Mr. Beckham. Great. I stare out at the traffic, bumper to bumper on Fifth Avenue. The penthouse waits, 37 floors up, all glass and steel and empty space. I should pack. My flight to Clearwater leaves tomorrow morning. Clearwater. The name alone sends something uncomfortable through my chest. 6 years. Nearly 6 goddamn years since I've been back to that small-town bubble where everyone knows everyone's business and nothing ever changes. Except things did change. I changed. I left. My phone rings again, but it's a different tone. Henry. I answer. Hey. Miles, you still coming in tomorrow? Henry sounds excited. Too excited. He's always been like that. Earnest and genuine and all the stuff I'm not. Flight's at 8. Should land around noon your time. Perfect. Mom's losing her mind. She's been cooking for 3 days straight. I think she's convinced you've been starving in New York. I eat. Yeah, but not her pot roast. He laughs. Dad's excited too. They both are. It's been too long, man. Guilt pricks at me. Not enough to hurt, but enough to notice. I know. Work's been... I get it. You're a big shot CEO now. Building empires and all that. There's no jealousy in his voice, just pride. That's Henry. Genuinely happy for other people's success. But you're coming home for the holidays and for my wedding, so I'll take it. Home. The word sounds foreign. How's the planning going? Insane. Jasmine has spreadsheets for the spreadsheets. But it's good. Really good. His voice goes soft. I can't wait to marry her, Miles. She's everything. Something twists in my gut. I lean back against the leather seat, watching the city crawl by. You're sure about this? Marriage is... I'm sure. More sure than I've ever been about anything. That's what they all say before. Before what? Before they find the person who makes them want to be better? Henry pauses. Not everyone runs from commitment. The words land harder than they should. I don't run. Right. You just strategically relocate whenever things get real. Get off. Love you too. He's still smiling, I can hear it. Seriously, though, I'm glad you're coming. Jasmine's excited to see you. She's been asking about you. Jasmine, which means she's probably mentioned, "How's Lizzy?" The question comes out before I can stop it. Casual. Too casual. Henry hesitates. Just a beat, but I catch it. She's good. Busy with her shop. She's making Jasmine's dress, actually. It's incredible. She always was talented. Yeah. Another pause. You know she'll be at the wedding, right? Maid of honor and all. I figured. You gonna be okay with that? Why wouldn't I be? I keep my voice level. Bored, even. It was 6 years ago, Henry. Ancient history. Ancient history that you're asking about. I was being polite. Nonsense. He laughs, but it's gentler now. Look, I'm not trying to start anything. I just want my wedding to go smoothly. No drama. No tension. Can you handle that? I'm not the one who causes drama. Miles. Fine, yes. I can handle being in the same room as my ex-girlfriend for a few hours. The word tastes wrong. Ex-girlfriend. Like that's all Lizzy was. Happy? Thrilled. The car slows, pulling up to my building. Hey, you remember that summer before you left? When we all went to Miller's Lake? I remember. Sun-soaked days and Lizzy in that blue bikini, water dripping from her curls, her laugh echoing across the water. The way she fit against me at night, perfect and easy and real. Vaguely. Liar. You two were glued to each other that whole trip. Henry's voice drops. What happened, man? You never really said. What happened? I got scared. I got offered a position in New York that would change my life. I chose ambition over her because that's what I do. I choose myself. We wanted different things. Did you? Or did you just convince yourself of that? The driver opens my door. Cold air rushes in, cutting through the car's warmth. I gotta go. I'll see you tomorrow. Miles. Tomorrow, Henry. I end the call before he can push further. The doorman nods as I pass, and I take the elevator up, watching the numbers climb. 37 floors of separation from the world below. The penthouse is exactly as I left it this morning. Spotless. Impersonal. The cleaning service comes twice a week to make sure nothing ever looks lived in. Huge, spotless windows showcase the city, all those lights and lives packed together. I pour myself a scotch. Expensive. Aged 20 years. It tastes like success. My phone buzzes again. Not Vanessa, I blocked her. This is a text from my assistant. Quarterly reports ready for review. Board meeting rescheduled to January 27th after your extended leave. George from the board called. Wants to discuss expansion plans when you're in Clearwater. Of course he does. Business never stops, not even for the holidays. I down the scotch and pour another. Clearwater. Tomorrow. And Lizzy. I haven't let myself think about her in years. Not really. I've seen her name pop up in Henry's conversations, heard updates through my parents. She opened her own shop. She's doing well. She's happy. But I've kept her filed away in a part of my brain I don't access. Safer that way. Now I'm going back and she'll be there, and I'll have to face whatever this is that's churning in my chest. I walk to the window, glass in hand. The city sprawls beneath me, endless and indifferent. How many women have I dated since Lizzy? 10? 15? Models, executives, socialites. Beautiful, successful, interesting. None of them were her. None of them looked at me like I was enough just as I was, before the money and the title and the penthouse in the sky. None of them laughed at my trashy jokes or called me out when I was being a jerk or made me feel like maybe, just maybe, I could be the kind of man who stayed. Vanessa's last text flashes through my mind. This is so typical of you. She's not wrong. I leave. I run. I build walls so high nobody can climb them, then act surprised when I'm alone at the top. But Lizzy was different. She got through those walls before I even realized I'd let her in. And when I left, when I chose New York over Clearwater, over her, it damn near killed me. I just never told anyone that part. My phone buzzes. Henry again. Mom says to bring your appetite. She's making your favorites. I type back. Tell her thanks. And Miles, it's good you're coming home. Really good. Home. I down the second scotch and head to the bedroom to pack. Tomorrow I'll get on that plane. Tomorrow I'll see my family, support my brother, play the part of the successful son who made it big in the city. And tomorrow I'll see Lizzy Bowman for the first time in 6 years. The realest thing I ever had. The biggest mistake I ever made.
Chapter 3. Elizabeth. The coffee shop smells like roasted beans and peppermint. Steam rises from the espresso machine, fogging the windows where someone's drawn a snowman in the condensation. I wrap my hands around my mug, letting the warmth seep into my fingers. Across from me, Jasmine practically vibrates with excitement. She's got fabric swatches spread across the table like a rainbow exploded, comparing shades of ivory that all look identical to me. What about this one? She holds up a square. Too yellow? They're all white. Ivory. And no, they're not. She narrows her eyes at the samples. This one's got warm undertones. This one's cooler. This one's still white. She throws a wadded napkin at me. You're supposed to be the fashion expert. I am. Which is why I'm telling you they're all beautiful, and you're overthinking this. I take a sip of my latte. Besides, you already decided on the first one. 2 months ago. I know, but what if... Jazz. I reach across the table, stilling her hands. The dress is perfect. You're perfect. Henry's gonna lose his mind when he sees you walking down that aisle. Her face transforms. The anxiety melts into something softer, dreamier. You really think so? I know so. She sighs, gathering the swatches into a pile. I can't believe it's actually happening. Me and Henry. Married? Believe it. January 14th. A wedding that is going to be so disgustingly romantic that it'll make the rest of us singletons sick. Says the woman who used to plan weddings in bed sheets. That was before I knew better. I grin. Now I know romance is a scam invented by greeting card companies. Liar, you're a total romantic. You just hide it under all that cynicism. Maybe. Once. But that version of me got left behind the day Miles drove out of Clearwater without looking back. I don't say that part out loud. Jasmine leans forward, elbows on the table. So, we need to talk about the wedding. We are talking about the wedding. No, I mean the other stuff. The guest list, the seating arrangements, She pauses. The fact that Miles is coming back to town. There it is. The espresso machine hisses, loud in the sudden silence between us. I keep my face neutral, practiced. Okay. Okay, that's all you're gonna give me. What do you want me to say? I don't know. Something. Anything. She studies me with those sharp eyes that see too much. Are you ready for that? Seeing him again? Am I ready? I've had 6 years to prepare. 6 years of raising Tanner alone, building my business, stitching my life back together one seam at a time. 6 years of convincing myself I'm over Miles Beckham and his blue eyes and the way he made me feel like I was the only person in the world who mattered. Right up until I wasn't. I can handle Miles. Lizzy. I'm serious. It's been 6 years. We're both adults. We can be civil for a weekend. I drained the last of my latte. Besides, it's your wedding. This isn't about me and him. It's about you and Henry. Her shoulders relax slightly. I just want everyone to get along. No drama, no weirdness, just a beautiful celebration with the people I love. And you'll have that. I promise. I reach for her hand, squeezing. I'll be on my best behavior. Do you think Miles will do the same? I laugh, sharp and short. Hell no, but that's not my responsibility. Fair point. She fiddles with her engagement ring, spinning it around her finger. The diamond catches the light. Henry's so happy everyone's coming together. His whole family, all our friends. He keeps saying it feels right, you know? Like everything's falling into place. Guilt twists in my stomach. Henry's a good man. The best, really. He doesn't deserve tension at his wedding because his brother and I have history. It will be right. Perfect, even. Because you two are perfect together. We are, aren't we? Her smile returns, radiant. God, I sound insufferable. Completely. But I'll allow it. She starts gathering the fabric swatches, tucking them into her oversized purse. Oh, I almost forgot. Mom's asking about Tanner again. Wants to know if he'll carry the rings or if that's too much pressure for a 5-year-old. He'd love it. Kid's a natural performer. Gets it from his mama. I am not a performer. Please, you run your own business, deal with bridezillas on the daily, and you're raising that sweet boy all by yourself. If that's not performing, I don't know what is. She pauses. Speaking of Tanner, here we go. What about him? Does he know about Miles coming back? He doesn't know Miles exists. The words come out harder than I intend. And that's how it's staying. Lizzy, don't. I hold up my hand. Please, not today. We've had this conversation before. Jasmine thinks I should tell Miles about Tanner, that he has a right to know he's a father, but she wasn't there when he left. Didn't watch him pack his bags and choose New York over everything we'd built. Didn't hear him say Clearwater was too small, too limiting, too beneath him. Didn't feel her heart shatter into pieces so small she thought she'd never find them all. I'm just saying, maybe it's time. It's not. My voice stays level, firm. Miles made his choice. He wanted the big city, the corporate ladder, the life that didn't include me. Fine. He got it, but he doesn't get Tanner. Not now. Jasmine's quiet for a moment. Then, what if he sees him at the wedding? Tanner looks just like, he won't. I'll keep them apart. How? It's a wedding, not a military operation. I'll figure it out. I stand, grabbing my coat from the back of the chair. I always do. She stands too, reaching for me. Hey, I'm not trying to push. I'm worried about you. About all of you. The fight drains out of me as quickly as it came. This is Jasmine, my best friend since 3rd grade, who held my hair back during morning sickness and didn't judge when I cried through an entire season of reality TV. Who helped me move into my first apartment and babysat Tanner so I could build my business. She's not the enemy. I know, I'm sorry. I pull her into a hug. I need to protect him. That's all I know how to do. You're a good mom. I'm trying to be. We pull apart. She swipes at her eyes, laughing. Look at us. Getting all emotional in a coffee shop. Your fault. You brought up feelings. Never again. She links her arm through mine as we head toward the door. So, when can I come by for another fitting? I want to make sure the beading is exactly right. You've already had 4 fittings. And I'll have 40 more if that's what it takes. This dress is going to be legendary. It already is. Outside, the cold hits like a slap. Snow drifts down, soft and persistent. Main Street is decorated within an inch of its life, lights strung between lampposts, wreaths on every door, a massive tree in the square. Clearwater goes hard for Christmas. Where's Tanner today? Jasmine asks. Mama's got him. They're making cookies. Without you. I'm trying that whole work-life balance thing she keeps pushing. Good. You need it. She stops at her car, keys already in hand. Seriously though, Lizzy, if you need anything during the wedding, someone to run interference, a distraction, whatever, I'm here. I know. Thank you. And for what it's worth, she opens her car door. I think you're handling this better than anyone could expect. You're strong as hell. Or really good at faking it. Either way, she slides into the driver's seat. Text me later? Will do. I watch her pull away, taillights disappearing into the snow. Then I'm alone on the sidewalk, breath misting in front of me. Miles is coming back. The thought that's been circling since Jasmine first mentioned it lands fully now. No more pushing it away or pretending it doesn't matter. He's coming back, and I'll have to see him, talk to him, act like my world didn't implode when he left. Act like the little boy currently making purple Slade Santas with my mama isn't the perfect combination of both of us. I pull my coat tighter and start walking. My shop is only 2 blocks away. I've got work to do, orders to fill, a wedding dress that needs finishing. I just need to survive this winter season with my sanity intact and protect Tanner above all else. The rest will figure itself out. It has to.
Chapter 4. Miles. The blizzard hits somewhere over Pennsylvania. The flight attendant's voice crackles through the speakers, all practiced calm and zero honesty. We're experiencing some turbulence. Please return to your seats and fasten your seatbelts. Turbulence. That's one word for it. The plane drops, stomach lurching and sharp. Coffee sloshes in cups. Someone behind me gasps. I grip the armrest and stare out at nothing but white. 3 hours later, we land in Pittsburgh instead of the regional airport near Clearwater. Emergency landing, they call it. I call it a disaster. By the time I get my rental car and navigate onto the highway, it's past 2 in the afternoon, and the snow's coming down so thick I can barely see 10 feet ahead. The GPS keeps recalculating. The windshield wipers work overtime, scraping ice that reforms instantly. Welcome home. I white-knuckle it through 2 hours of hell, crawling along at 30 miles per hour while semis blow past, spraying slush across my windshield. My jaw aches from clenching. My shoulders are concrete. When I finally see the sign for Clearwater, I could kiss it. The town looks exactly the same. Main Street decked out in lights and wreaths, that ridiculous oversized tree in the square, storefronts glowing warm and inviting against the storm. It's like stepping into a goddamn snow globe, quaint and suffocating and way too cheerful for someone who spent the last 5 hours fighting through a blizzard. I pull into my parents' driveway, killing the engine with more force than necessary. My hands ache from gripping the wheel. The house is lit up like Christmas threw up on it, then came back for an encore. Every window, every gutter, every goddamn shrub wrapped in twinkling lights. There's an inflatable snowman on the lawn that's getting battered by the wind, and I count no fewer than 3 wreaths just on the front of the house. Mom's doing, no doubt. She's always gone overboard with the decorations. I sit there for a moment, engine ticking as it cools, and let out a long breath. I can see movement through the windows, shadows passing back and forth. Laughter I can't quite hear. Christ, I'm not ready for this. But sitting here won't make it easier, and I'm freezing. I grab my bag from the trunk, hunching against the wind that tries to shove me back toward the car. Snow pelts my face, stinging and cold, catching in my hair and melting down the back of my neck. My coat's not built for this. Designer wool that looks great in Manhattan boardrooms and does jack trash in an actual winter. Should have known better. Did know better. Just didn't think it'd matter. Shows what I know. The front steps are slick with ice beneath a fresh coating of snow. I nearly eat it twice before reaching the door, catching myself on the railing with my free hand. My dress shoes have 0 traction. Of course they don't. I'm raising my hand to knock when the door swings open. Miles! Mom's face lights up. Oh my God, you're freezing. Get in here! I stumble inside, snow cascading off my shoulders onto the hardwood. The warmth hits like a wall. So does the smell. Cinnamon, pine, something baking. Jesus Christ, it's brutal out there! Language. But she's already fussing over me, brushing snow from my hair, my coat. Look at you, you're soaked through, Henry. Your brother's here. Footsteps thunder down the stairs. Henry appears, grinning like an idiot. You made it! Barely. I shrug out of my coat. Mom takes it, tisking at the wet fabric. The flight got diverted. Had to drive from Pittsburgh. In this, Dad emerges from the kitchen, dish towel over his shoulder. He's got more gray at his temples, but otherwise he's the same. Solid, steady, everything I'm not. That's 3 hours in good weather. Took me 4. I drop my bag. Roads are hell. Come, sit, warm up. Mom ushers me toward the living room, where a fire crackles in the fireplace. The tree dominates one corner, covered in ornaments I recognize from childhood. I've got hot chocolate ready and cookies. I'm fine. You're frozen solid. Sit. There's no arguing with Mom. Never has been. I sink onto the couch and she disappears into the kitchen. Henry drops beside me, still grinning. You look like trash. Thanks. Rough trip? You could say that. I lean back, closing my eyes. The fire's warmth seeps into my bones slowly. Turbulence, emergency landing, white-knuckle drive through a damn blizzard. Yeah, rough. But you're here now. That's what matters. I open one eye. You're way too cheerful. I'm getting married in 6 weeks. I'm allowed to be cheerful. It's disgusting. You're just grumpy. He nudges my shoulder. Mom's hot chocolate will fix that. She made the good kind, with the real cream and everything. I don't need. Mom returns carrying a tray loaded with mugs and a plate stacked with cookies. The scent hits first. Chocolate, cinnamon, sugar. My stomach reminds me I haven't eaten since that stale croissant at the airport 6 hours ago. She hands me a mug. Drink. You'll feel better. I wrap my hands around it. The heat stings my cold fingers. Thanks. Of course, sweetheart. She settles into the armchair, her own mug cradled in her lap. We're so glad you're here. It's been too long. Guilt pricks again, sharper this time. Work's been busy. I know. We see your name in the business section sometimes. Pride fills her voice. CEO at 29. We're so proud. It's not that big a deal. The hell it isn't. Dad joins us, claiming the other armchair. You built something. Made a name for yourself. That takes guts. Or ambition. Or the inability to settle for anything less than the top, because staying in one place feels like dying. I don't say that part. Henry grabs 3 cookies, biting into one. So, how long are you staying? Through New Year's and Henry's wedding. Really? Mom's face brightens even more. That's wonderful. We'll have so much time together. I've got some work stuff. Board meetings via video. Emails. But yeah, I'm here for a bit. Work can wait. She waves a hand. This is family time. Wedding time. You need to relax, enjoy yourself. Relax. In Clearwater, where everything moves at half speed, and the biggest excitement is the annual tree lighting. Sure. Henry finishes his first cookie, reaching for another. Actually, speaking of the wedding, we need to talk about something. What? Suits. We need to get fitted. He brushes crumbs from his shirt. I had a tailor lined up, but he fell through last week. Family emergency or something. Anyway, we're down to the wire, and I need you and I fitted ASAP. So find another tailor. I did. He grins. Best one in town, actually. She's already doing Jasmine's dress, so the timing works out perfectly. Something in his tone sets off alarm bells. She? Lizzy Bowman. He says it casually. Too casual. Her shop's on Main Street. Does incredible work. She can fit us in this week. I nearly dropped the mug. Seriously? What? She's the best. And she's available. Win-win. There's gotta be someone else. Another tailor. Another town. In 6 weeks? With Christmas and New Year's in the mix? Henry shakes his head. Not happening. Besides, Lizzy's amazing. You should see what she's done with Jasmine's dress. It's like something out of a magazine. Of course it is. Lizzy always had talent. Could take scraps of fabric and turn them into something beautiful. She used to sketch designs in the margins of her notebooks during class, lost in her own world of seams and patterns. I used to watch her do it. Found it calming somehow. Her complete focus, the way her hands moved. Damn. I'll find my own tailor. Miles. Henry's smile fades. Come on. Don't be like this. Like what? Difficult. It's my wedding. I need my best man fitted properly, and Lizzy's the one who can do it. He leans forward, elbows on his knees. You said you could handle being around her. Were you lying? Mom and Dad exchange a look, the kind that says they're hearing way more than we're saying. I take a long drink of hot chocolate. It's perfect, rich and sweet, and exactly how I remember. Doesn't help the knot in my stomach. I can handle it. Then what's the problem? The problem is walking into Lizzy's shop, seeing her in her space, doing what she loves, thriving without me. The problem is standing still while she measures my shoulders, her hands close enough to touch. The problem is pretending 6 years erased what we had. The problem is I'm not sure I can fake it that well. There's no problem. Great. Henry sits back, satisfied. I'll text her tonight. Set up an appointment for tomorrow or the next day. Tomorrow? The word comes out too sharp. Why wait? Like I said, we're down to the wire. The sooner we get measured, the sooner she can work her magic. He grabs another cookie. You'll see. She's seriously talented. Built her whole business from scratch. Good for her. Yeah, it is. His tone shifts, protective. She's done really well, despite everything. Despite me. He doesn't say it, but it hangs there. Mom clears her throat. How about we talk about something else? Miles just got here. Let's not overwhelm him with wedding planning right away. Right. Sorry. Henry grins again. Just excited. We can tell. Dad stands. I'm gonna check on dinner. You staying, Miles? I've got a hotel. Nonsense. Your room's ready. Stay here. I don't want to impose. You're not imposing. You're family. Mom's tone brooks no argument. And I didn't cook enough food to feed an army just for you to eat hotel room service. I should protest more. Should insist on the distance a hotel provides. But the fire's warm, and the house smells like home, and I'm too damn tired to fight. Okay, thanks. She beams. Perfect. Dinner's in an hour. Henry, show your brother where everything is. He probably doesn't remember. I remember. Humor me. Henry hauls me upstairs, narrating the whole way. Same photos line the walls. Family portraits, school pictures, that one embarrassing shot of us at the lake when I was 12 and thought frosted tips were cool. My room looks untouched. Same blue walls, same desk, same twin bed with the plaid comforter. A time capsule. Mom keeps it like a shrine. Henry leans against the doorframe. In case you ever come back. I'm here now. For 6 weeks. Then you'll disappear again. There's no accusation in his voice. Just fact. My life's in New York. I know. Just saying. It's nice having you around. Feels complete. He straightens. Anyway, I'll let you settle. Dinner's at 6. Try not to be grumpy. Not grumpy. You're the grumpiest person I know. Get off. He laughs, heading downstairs. I drop onto the bed, staring at the ceiling. The water stain in the corner's still there. Same shape, same size. Nothing changes in Clearwater. Except Lizzy. She changed, grew, built something. Without me. My phone buzzes. Henry already texting Lizzy probably. Setting up that damn appointment. Tomorrow, or the next day. I'll walk into her shop and she'll be there. And we'll have to pretend we're strangers who share nothing but a past. Easy.
Chapter 5. Elizabeth. The swatch of champagne silk catches the afternoon light streaming through the shop window. I hold it against the ivory, squinting at the difference. Too warm. Definitely too warm. I toss it aside and reach for the next one. The bell above the door chimes. Be right with you. I don't look up, focused on comparing the next two swatches. This one's better. Cooler undertones, subtle sheen, perfect for the bridesmaid sashes. No rush. That voice. My hand freezes mid-reach. The swatch slips from my fingers, floating to the counter. I know that voice. Would know it anywhere, even after 6 years. Deep and smooth with that hint of arrogance that used to drive me crazy in all the wrong and right ways. I force myself to look up. Miles Beckham stands just inside my shop, snow dusting the shoulders of his expensive coat. His hair's darker than I remember, styled carefully like he just stepped out of a magazine spread. Those blue eyes, Tanner's eyes, lock onto mine. My stomach drops. Behind him, Henry offers an apologetic smile. Hey, Lizzy. Sorry to drop in without calling first. I texted last night but figured you might be busy this morning. I didn't check my texts. Was too focused on finishing Mrs. Patterson's alterations and organizing the new shipment of buttons that arrived yesterday. It's fine. My voice comes out steadier than I feel. Professional. Detached. What can I do for you? Suit fittings. Henry steps forward, easing past his brother. For the wedding, I know it's last minute, but our other tailor fell through and you're the best in town, so... Of course. I move behind the counter, putting solid wood between us. Between me and Miles. When do you need them by? Mid-January? Wedding's the 14th. Doable, but tight. Especially with the other orders I'm juggling. I can make it work. You're a lifesaver. Henry's relief is palpable. It's me, Miles, Dad, and 3 groomsmen. Can you fit us all? Yeah, I'll need measurements today if possible. Then I can start on the initial cuts this week. Perfect. Whatever you need. Miles hasn't said a word. Just stands there, hands shoved in his coat pockets, watching me with an expression I can't read. Assessing, remembering, regretting, doesn't matter. I pull out my measuring tape and notepad. Who's first? I can go. Henry sheds his coat, draping it over the chair near the window. Miles, you good waiting? Sure. One word, clipped and cold. Fine. 2 can play that game. I gesture for Henry to step onto the platform in front of the 3-way mirror. He complies, chattering about the wedding while I work. Shoulder width, arm length, chest. The familiar routine grounds me. This is my space, my shop, my rules. Jasmine's obsessing over every detail, Henry says. But I love it. She gets this look when she's planning, all focused and determined. It's cute. She's always been like that. I jot down his waist measurement. Remember when we did that group project in 8th grade? She color-coded the entire presentation and alphabetized the bibliography. Twice? We both laugh, easy and comfortable. The way it's always been with Henry. He's good people, genuine. Nothing like... I catch Miles's reflection in the mirror. He's watching us, jaw tight, annoyed, jealous. Not my problem. Arms out to the side. I measure Henry's sleeve length, careful to keep my focus on the task. Any specific style preferences? Classic cut? Modern slim fit? Whatever you think looks best. I trust you. Dangerous words. You haven't steered me wrong yet. I finish his measurements, recording everything in neat columns. Okay, you're done. I'll have the initial fitting ready in about 2 weeks. We'll do adjustments from there. Thanks, Lizzy. You're the best. He steps down, grabbing his coat. Then, with a glance at Miles, your turn, brother. Miles doesn't move immediately, just looks at me with those damn eyes that used to make me forget my own name. I keep my expression neutral. Whenever you're ready. He shrugs out of his coat, revealing a sweater that probably costs more than my monthly rent. Designer everything. Of course, because Miles Beckham doesn't do anything halfway. He steps onto the platform. I approach with my measuring tape, keeping my distance as much as possible, but there's no way around it. I have to get close, have to touch him. Professional. I'm a professional. Arms out. He complies without a word. I stretch the tape across his shoulders, my knuckles grazing the soft fabric of his sweater. He's broader than he used to be, more filled out. The boy I knew has been replaced by a man who looks like he spends his mornings in a gym before conquering boardrooms. So, his voice breaks the silence. Nice shop. Thanks. Been here long? 4 years. That's great. Really great. Pause. Business good? Is he seriously trying to make small talk? Like we're acquaintances catching up at a reunion instead of two people who used to plan a future that never happened? It's fine. I move to measure his arm length. 34 inches. I write it down. Just fine. Busy, especially this time of year. I crouch to measure his inseam, keeping my eyes on the tape. Not on the way his pants fit. Not on anything except the numbers. Lots of holiday parties. Weddings. Right, wedding season. Henry clears his throat from his spot by the window. How's Tanner doing? Haven't seen the little guy in a while. Everything in me goes cold. No, we're not doing this. Not here. Not now. He's fine. I stand, jotting down the inseam measurement with more force than necessary. The pencil lead snaps. I'm not talking about that right now. Oh, sorry, it's fine. I grab another pencil from the cup on the counter. Let's just focus on the measurements. Miles' gaze sharpens. Who's Tanner? Henry and I lock eyes in the mirror. His face says, damn, mine says, don't you dare. Nobody, I say at the same time Henry says, just a kid. Miles looks between us. A kid? Can we not? I measure his chest, pulling the tape tighter than strictly necessary. He doesn't flinch. I've got other clients coming in soon and I need to finish this. You brought him up. Miles turns his head toward Henry. Who is he? Drop it, Miles. Henry's tone carries a warning. I'm just asking a question. And I'm asking you to stop. I circle around to his other side, measuring his waist. 29 inches. Bastard probably does crunches in his sleep. This is my shop, my rules, and I'm not discussing my personal life with clients. Clients. He says the word like it tastes bad. That what we are now? That's what you are now. I finish the waist measurement and step back. Arms down. We're done. Lizzy, we're done. I meet his eyes in the mirror. Hold his gaze without flinching. I have your measurements. I'll have the suit ready for a fitting in 2 weeks. Henry has my number if there are any issues. Miles's jaw works. He's pissed. Good. That makes 2 of us. Who's Tanner? He asks again, softer this time, almost gentle. And that's worse somehow. The gentleness. The curiosity. Like he has any right to ask about my life after he walked away from it. I busy myself organizing the swatches on the counter, not looking at either of them. My son. Silence. I can feel their stares. Henry's apologetic. Miles is stunned. Miles starts. My son. Tanner. He's 5. I grab a pin cushion, arranging pins that don't need arranging. Is there anything else you need for the fitting? Or are we finished here? Jesus, Lizzy. We're finished. I finally look up. Miles has gone pale under his tan. Henry looks like he wants to disappear into the floorboards. I'll call when the suits are ready. Have a good day, gentlemen. It's a dismissal, clear and final. Henry moves first, grabbing his coat. Thanks again, Lizzy. We really appreciate it. No problem. Miles doesn't move, just stands there on the platform, staring at me like I've grown a second head. Miles, Henry's voice sharpens. Let's go. You have a kid. Yes, shocking revelation. Women can have children. I cross my arms. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do. How long, when... He seems to struggle for words. Miles Beckham, CEO and master of boardroom negotiations. Speechless. Would be funny if it wasn't happening in my shop, if it wasn't about Tanner. That's none of your business. I move toward the door, opening it. Cold air rushes in, carrying snow and the scent of pine from the tree lot across the street. Really, I need you both to leave. Henry practically drags Miles off the platform. They bundle into their coats, Henry murmuring apologies I half hear. Miles pauses at the door, opens his mouth, closes it. Then, Lizzy. Goodbye, Miles. I close the door before he can respond. Lock it. Flip the sign to closed, even though it's only 2 p.m. Then I lean against the wood and let out a breath that shakes my entire body. He doesn't know. He heard my son's name, heard his age, and he doesn't know. I should feel relieved, safe, protected. Instead, I just feel tired. My phone buzzes in my pocket. Probably Henry, apologizing again. I ignore it. The swatches still lay scattered across the counter. The measuring tape dangles from the platform. Miles's measurements sit in my notepad, waiting to be transferred to my system. I have 6 weeks to make it through this wedding without my world imploding. Piece of cake.
Chapter 6. Miles. Henry's car idles at the curb, engine rumbling low while heat blasts against the windshield where fat clumps of wet snow accumulate and slide down the glass. I yank the passenger door open and drop into the seat harder than necessary, the movement jarring enough to rattle the entire frame. What the hell was that? The words come out sharp, edged with something I don't want to examine too closely. Henry pulls away from the curb, deliberate and careful on the slick street. His movements are measured, controlled. That was a fitting. Nonsense. I twist toward him, needing him to look at me, to acknowledge the magnitude of what just happened. You ambushed me. I told you we were seeing Lizzy. His tone stays maddeningly even, like he's discussing the weather instead of the bomb he just dropped on my life. You didn't tell me she had a goddamn kid. The words taste bitter. A 5-year-old, Henry. When were you planning on mentioning that little detail? It's not my information to share. His hands tighten on the wheel, fingers flexing against the leather. And honestly, it's none of your business. The words land like a sucker punch to the gut, knocking the air from my lungs. None of my business? We're talking about Lizzy. Of course it's my... No. Henry cuts me off, voice harder than I've ever heard it. You don't get to do that. Do what? Act like you have any claim to her life. You left, Miles. 6 years ago. You packed your bags, drove away, and didn't look back. That's not... It is. He takes a turn too fast. The car slides slightly before the tires catch. You chose New York, the career, the penthouse, the lifestyle that didn't include Clearwater or anyone in it. Remember? You were very clear about that. My jaw clenches. She understood. We both agreed it wasn't working. Did she? Because from where I was standing, you broke her heart and convinced yourself it was mutual. The accusation stings worse than it should. Henry dash dash. I watched her, Miles, after you left. Watched her try to hold it together while her entire world fell apart. He grips the wheel so tight his knuckles go white. So no, I'm not going to sit here and let you act all wounded because she moved on and built a life without you. I'm not wounded. I'm surprised. There's a difference. Sure there is. We drive in silence for 3 blocks. The windshield wipers scrape against ice, rhythmic and grating. My mind spins, trying to process what just happened. Lizzy has a kid, a 5-year-old son named Tanner, which means she met someone, got pregnant, started a family. Without me. Obviously without me. Because I was in New York climbing the corporate ladder and pretending Clearwater didn't exist. But still, the image won't leave my head. Lizzy pregnant. Lizzy with a baby. Lizzy building the life we used to talk about in whispers under her childhood bedroom ceiling, mapping futures we were too young to understand. Who's the father? Jesus Christ, Miles. It's a reasonable question. It's intrusive as hell. Henry pulls up to a red light, turns to look at me dead on. You really want to do this? Dig into her personal life like you have some right to know? I'm asking about something that has nothing to do with you. The light turns green. He accelerates, smooth and controlled despite the clear anger radiating off him. Lizzy's business is Lizzy's business. She doesn't owe you explanations. I didn't say she did. Then why are you asking? Good question. I turn to stare out the window. Main Street passes in a blur of holiday decorations and storefronts I recognize from childhood. The hardware store where Dad used to take us for supplies. The diner where Lizzy and I had our first date, splitting a basket of fries and pretending we weren't nervous as hell. Everything looks the same, frozen in time. Except Lizzy. She changed, evolved, became someone I don't know anymore. Is he around? The father? Henry sighs, long and exhausted. You're not going to let this go, are you? I just want to know. Why? What difference does it make to your life in New York? He pulls into the driveway of our parents' house, killing the engine. Snow drifts down around us, muffling everything in white silence. You'll be here for 6 weeks max. Then you'll disappear back to your penthouse and your board meetings and whatever model you're dating this month. Lizzy's life won't affect you at all. That's not... It is. He unbuckles, twisting to face me fully. And honestly, I care about Lizzy. She's Jasmine's best friend. She's been nothing but good to this family, to me, even after you hurt her. So I'm not going to throw her under the bus by gossiping about her personal life. The words sting. Everything he's saying stings. But he's not wrong. I don't have a right to know. Don't have a claim to her life or her choices or the kid she's raising. But that doesn't stop the questions from burning through my brain. Fine. I yank the door handle. Don't tell me. Miles. It's fine. You're right. None of my business. I step out into the snow, cold biting through my expensive sweater. I'll stay out of it. I'm not trying to be a jerk. Henry climbs out too, rounding the car. I'm trying to protect someone I care about. Can you understand that? Can I? I've spent 6 years protecting myself, building walls, keeping everyone at arm's length so nothing can touch me, hurt me, make me feel anything I don't choose to feel. Protection looks different when it's about someone else. Yeah, I get it. His shoulders relax slightly. Look, if you really want to know about Tanner, ask Lizzy yourself. Have an actual conversation instead of interrogating me in a car. She made it pretty clear she doesn't want to talk to me. Can you blame her? No, I can't. We head inside. Mom's in the kitchen, humming while she stirs something on the stove. The smell hits immediately. Beef stew, rich and savory. Comfort food. How'd the fitting go? She glances over her shoulder, smiling. Fine, Henry and I say simultaneously. Her eyes narrow. That mom sense that knows when something's off. Just fine? Lizzy's great. She'll have the suits done in plenty of time. Henry grabs a roll from the basket on the counter. Where's Dad? Garage. Working on something for the wedding. She wipes her hands on her apron. Miles, you okay? You look tense. I'm fine. You sure? Because you've got that look. The one you get when you're working through a problem. I force my shoulders to relax. Just tired. Long day. She doesn't buy it. I can tell. But she lets it slide, turning back to her stew. Henry catches my eye. Shakes his head slightly. Don't. Fine. I won't bring it up. Won't mention Tanner or Lizzy or the fact that my brain's been spinning since I walked out of that shop. I head upstairs to my room. Close the door. Pull out my phone. Before I can second-guess it, I'm scrolling through social media, searching for Lizzy's name. Her shop has an account. Professional photos of dresses and suits, some candid shots of the storefront decked out for the holidays. She's tagged in a few, smiling with clients, holding up completed garments, one where she's laughing at something off camera. She looks happy. Genuinely happy. The kind that radiates from the inside out. I keep scrolling. There. A photo from 3 months ago. Lizzy crouching beside a little boy with curly hair and the biggest smile I've ever seen. He's holding up a drawing, messy and colorful and proud. The caption reads, "My favorite artist, #ProudMom, #Tanner Creations." I zoom in on the kid's face and freeze. Blue eyes. My exact shade. Staring out from the screen with curiosity and joy. The angle's not perfect. The photo's slightly blurry from movement. But those eyes. Number. I dropped the phone like it burned me. No. That's not. It can't be. 5 years old. Lizzy said he's 5. I left 6 years ago. November. Right before Thanksgiving. The math slams into me like a freight train. If she got pregnant right before I left. If she didn't know until after. If that kid is... Damn. The word comes out strangled. I pick up the phone again. Stare at the photo. At those blue eyes that mirror mine every time I look in a mirror. Henry said it's none of my business. That Lizzy's life doesn't concern me. But if that's my kid, if I have a son and nobody told me... My hands shake. I close the app. Open it again. Study every detail of that little face. The shape of his nose. The curve of his smile. The way his hair curls at the temples. He looks like Lizzy. Definitely has her complexion. Her features. But those eyes... I need to know. I need to talk to Lizzy. Get answers. Figure out if what I'm thinking is even possible. And if it is, if that kid is mine and she's kept him from me for 5 years, then everything I thought I knew about Lizzy Bowman is a lie. I grab my coat, heading for the door. Henry appears at the bottom of the stairs. Where are you going? Out. Miles. I need to clear my head. I'll be back later. Don't do anything stupid. Too late for that. I'm already halfway to the car.
Chapter 7. Elizabeth. The sewing machine's hum cuts off mid-note, leaving behind a silence that feels almost oppressive in the small shop. I glance up from where I've been carefully pinning the hem on Mrs. Patterson's dress, a gorgeous emerald green number she wants for her daughter's wedding, to find my workspace suddenly, eerily quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet that makes you notice every little sound. The creak of the building settling, the muffled whoosh of cars passing on the slushy street outside. The tick of the vintage clock on the wall. My phone buzzes against the wooden counter, vibrating insistently. Mama's name lights up the screen. Her contact photo showing her mid-laugh at Tanner's 4th birthday party. Hey! I tucked the phone between my ear and shoulder, my hands already reaching for another pin from the cushion. Can't stop working, even during a phone call. What's up? Just checking in on you, sweetheart. Tanner and I are making mac and cheese for dinner. The good kind, with 3 cheeses. Cheddar, Gruyere, and that fancy fontina you got me for Christmas, and buttery breadcrumbs on top. I can hear the smile in her voice, the warmth that's always there when she talks about feeding people she loves. My stomach grumbles loudly, rudely reminding me that I skipped lunch today. Again. 3rd time this week. Sounds amazing. There's plenty. More than plenty, actually. You know I always make too much. And I've got buttermilk biscuits in the oven right now. Hot cocoa for after, with those mini marshmallows Tanner likes. Her voice softens, taking on that maternal tone that sees right through me, no matter how much I try to hide. You sound tired, baby, worn down. Come eat with us. Take a break. I glance at the clock. Almost 6. The sky outside the window has gone dark, snow still falling in lazy spirals past the streetlights. I should stay. Finish Mrs. Patterson's hymn. Start cutting fabric for the Williams anniversary party order. Then start working on the finishing touches of Jasmine's dress. But Mama's voice, warm and insistent, pulls at something in my chest. I'll be there soon. Good. Drive safe. Roads are slick. I end the call and start tidying up, gathering pins back into the cushion, folding fabric samples into neat stacks. My hands move on autopilot while my brain replays the fitting. Miles standing on my platform. His confusion when Henry mentioned Tanner. The way those blue eyes went wide when I said my son. He doesn't know. After 6 years, he doesn't know he has a son. Part of me expected, what? Recognition? Some instinctive pull toward the truth? But no. He looked shocked, curious. Nothing more. I grabbed my coat from the hook near the back room, shrugging into it while double-checking the register. Cash sorted, receipts filed, everything in order. The front door rattles. I freeze, hand halfway to the light switch. Someone's outside. I can see a shadow through the frosted glass, broad-shouldered and tall. The knock comes harder, urgent. Lizzy, I know you're in there. Miles. Every muscle in my body tenses. I could ignore him, pretend I already left, lock up through the back and avoid this entire confrontation. But he'll just come back. Or worse, show up at Mama's. At my house. Better to deal with him now, on my terms. I unlock the door and pull it open 6 inches. Cold air rushes in, carrying snow and the scent of expensive cologne. We're closed. I need to talk to you. His hair's dusted with snow, cheeks ruddy from the cold. He's not wearing gloves. Idiot. Please. There's nothing to talk about. I start to close the door. His hand shoots out, catching it. Tanner. My blood turns to ice. What about him? Is he mine? The question hangs between us, stark and impossible in the winter air. I laugh. Can't help it. The sound comes out sharp and bitter. Are you serious right now? I saw a picture on your shop's social media. He has... Miles stops, swallows. He has my eyes, Lizzy. Lots of people have blue eyes. Not like that. Not that exact shade. He steps closer, and I see it then. The fear beneath the arrogance, the desperation. Tell me the truth. Is Tanner my son? I should lie. Should slam the door in his face and protect what I've built. But looking at him, really looking, I see past the designer coat and the Manhattan polish to the boy I used to love. The one who held me during thunderstorms and kissed me until I forgot my own name. The one who left without looking back. Anger floods through me, hot and righteous. You have some nerve. I yank the door open fully, stepping into his space. He backs up, caught off guard. You waltz back into town after 6 years and demand answers? Like you have any right to ask me anything? If he's my kid, you don't get to do that. Don't get to show up and play concerned father when you weren't here. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. You left, Miles. You chose your fancy job and your big city life over everything we had. Over me. I didn't know. Because you didn't stick around to find out. The words explode out of me. You packed your bags in November and drove away without a second glance. Didn't call, didn't write, didn't check if maybe, just maybe, leaving the way you did might have consequences. His face goes pale. Lizzy, I found out I was pregnant in January, 2 months after you left. 2 months of radio silence, while I threw up every morning and tried to figure out how the hell I was going to raise a baby alone. Tears burn behind my eyes, but I refuse to let them fall. Not for him. You want to know if Tanner's yours? Fine. Yes. He's your son. Happy now? Miles staggers back like I hit him. Jesus Christ. Don't. I point at him, hand shaking. Don't you dare act like you're the victim here. I tried to find you. Called your number. Disconnected. Emailed. Bounced back. You made yourself unreachable, Miles. You made it crystal clear you wanted nothing to do with Clearwater or anyone in it. I would have come back if I'd known, but you didn't know. And that's on you. I crossed my arms, holding myself together through sheer force of will. I raised him by myself, changed every diaper, stayed up through every fever, celebrated every milestone without you. I built a life for us while you were conquering Manhattan. So no, you don't get to show up now with questions and expect me to welcome you with open arms. Snow falls between us, thick and relentless. Miles's breath comes in visible puffs, ragged and uneven. That's not fair. Fair? The word comes out strangled. You want to talk about fair? How about explaining to a 5-year-old why he doesn't have a daddy when all his friends do? How about working double shifts while pregnant because rent doesn't pay itself? How about... I stop. Press my palm against my eyes. I will not cry in front of him. How about you keep your distance? I continue, voice dropping to something cold and controlled. Stay away from me and stay away from my son. The only reason I'm not slapping you right now is because you're Henry's brother, and I won't ruin his wedding. Our son. No. I step back into the shop's warmth. My son. You lost the right to claim him when you left. Lizzy, please. I mean it, Miles. Keep your distance. My hand finds the door handle. Go back to New York. Do your best man duties and leave us alone. I want to meet him. The audacity nearly knocks me over. Are you out of your damn mind? He's my kid. I have a right. You have no rights here. I laugh, and it sounds almost hysterical. You think you can waltz in, snap your fingers, and suddenly play daddy? In your dreams. I'm not trying to... Get out. I point toward the street. Before I change my mind about that slap. His jaw works. I can see him fighting for control, searching for the right words. But there are no right words. Nothing he can say will fix what he broke. This isn't over. Yes, it is. I start closing the door. Goodbye, Miles. Lizzy? The lock clicks into place, cutting off whatever he was about to say. I lean against the wood, listening to his footsteps crunch through snow. The car door slams. The engine starts. Taillights fade into the storm. Only then do I let myself slide to the floor, knees pulled to my chest, and let the tears come. Oh, so you think you're ready for some hockey romance, huh? Baby, you don't even know what you're about to step into.
This is not your grandma's romance collection.
No, sir. We're talking muscles on the ice, dirty talking men who can handle a stick. And I do mean every kind of stick.
8 full-length audiobooks, over 30 hours of heat, sass, and love stories that'll melt more than just the ice.
And honey, these aren't just some regular old stories. These are the kind that'll have you fanning yourself, yelling at your headphones, and staying up till 3 a.m. talking about one more chapter.
Normally, a collection like this would cost you a small fortune.
But baby, you know we don't play like that. Right now, it's already sitting at a jaw-dropping 70% off.
If you order today and use the YouTube exclusive code VIXA40, that's VIXA40.
Boom. Even bigger savings. That's right. Your romance binge just got cheaper than your last DoorDash order.
One click, endless passion.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 8. Miles. Mom's pot roast sits heavy in my stomach like a lead weight, but it's not the food making me feel sick. It's not the mashed potatoes or the perfectly seasoned vegetables. It's the secret that everyone at this goddamn table has been keeping from me. I shove green beans around my plate, pushing them from one side to the other in mindless patterns, the scrape of fork against ceramic too loud in the silent dining room. The sound grates on my already frayed nerves. You're awfully quiet tonight. Dad sets down his own fork with deliberate care, concern etched in the deep lines around his eyes. He's watching me with that look I remember from childhood, the one that says he knows something's wrong, but he's waiting for me to come clean. Long day. I stab a piece of beef with more force than necessary. Don't look up. Can't meet anyone's eyes right now. If I do, they'll see exactly what's churning through my head. The questions, the anger, the betrayal. Henry shifts in his seat across from me, and I can feel his gaze boring into the top of my head. The fitting went fine, by the way. Lizzy's amazing. She'll have everything ready in time. Of course she will. Lizzy never half-asses anything. Mom beams, that warm smile lighting up her face. I knew she would. That girl's got such talent. And so sweet, raising Tanner on her own like that. I don't know how she manages it all. Running the shop, being a mother. She's remarkable. My jaw clenches so hard it aches. The muscle ticks under my ear. Tanner. That name keeps coming up, keeps twisting something uncomfortable in my chest. Why didn't anyone tell me? The words come out rough, accusatory. I drop my fork and it clatters against my plate. The table goes silent. Even the clink of silverware stops. Tell you what, sweetheart. Mom's voice is careful. Too careful. That Lizzy has a kid. Henry groans. Miles? No. I slam my hand on the table. Dishes rattle. Don't Miles me! How the hell did no one think to mention that my ex-girlfriend has a 5-year-old son? Dad's eyebrows shoot up. Why would we? You two broke up. You left. What Lizzy does with her life isn't really our concern or yours. Nonsense. Miles Beckham, watch your language at this table. Mom's voice sharpens, but her eyes search my face. What's this really about? It's about the fact that I walked into that shop today and got blindsided. That's what it's about. You broke up with her 6 years ago. Dad leans back, crossing his arms. Packed your bags and drove to New York without looking back. Remember? The accusation stings. Everyone keeps saying that. Like I just abandoned her without a thought. I didn't break up with her to hurt her. Then why'd you do it? Henry's voice cuts through. Sharp, angry. Because from where Jasmine and I sat, you destroyed her and then disappeared. We wanted different things. You wanted different things, Henry corrects. Lizzy wanted you. She would have followed you anywhere. But you didn't give her the chance. My chest tightens. That's not... It is. He tosses his napkin on the table. You made the decision for both of you. Decided she wouldn't fit into your new life and left her to pick up the pieces. I still cared about her. The words burst out before I can stop them. I've always cared about Lizzy. Henry's laugh is bitter. Funny way of showing it, breaking someone's heart and cutting them out of your life completely. I thought it was best. For who? You? He stands, chair scraping against hardwood, because it sure as hell wasn't best for her. Henry. Mom's voice holds warning. Sit down. No, I'm done. He looks at me, and there's something close to disgust in his eyes. You can't just show up after all this time and act like you're entitled to know about Lizzy's life. You gave up that right when you left. If that kid is mine... The words hang in the air like a grenade with the pin pulled. Mom's sharp intake of breath cuts through the silence. Dad goes absolutely rigid in his chair, his knuckles white where they grip the edge of the table. Henry's face transforms in stages, anger melting into confusion, confusion morphing into something that looks like shock mixed with dawning horror. What did you just say? Dad's voice drops to something dangerous, something I haven't heard since I was 16 and wrapped his car around a telephone pole. There's no taking it back now. The words are out there, real and terrible and irrevocable. Tanner, the kid, he's 5 years old. I left 6 years ago. I force myself to meet my father's eyes. Do the math. Jesus Christ. Henry sinks back into his chair like his legs won't hold him anymore. His face has gone pale. You seriously think... I saw a picture of him. The image is burned into my brain. Those eyes, those unmistakable blue eyes staring out from a face that's all Lizzy except for that one devastating detail. He has my eyes, Henry. My exact goddamn eyes, the same shade, the same shape. Mom and Dad exchange a look. The kind married people develop after decades together, after raising kids and weathering storms and building a life. Entire conversations happening in a single glance, whole arguments settled without a word spoken. Did Lizzy tell you this? Mom asks carefully, each word measured and deliberate. Did she actually say the boy is yours? She confirmed it, tonight, outside her shop. And what did she say exactly? That he's mine. That she tried to reach me after I left, but I'd cut off all contact. The words taste like ash. That I don't get to show up now and play daddy after abandoning them. Silence stretches, suffocating. Dad speaks first. Son, I need you to think very carefully about what you're saying, about what you're planning to do. I want to meet him, my kid. I have a right. You have no rights. The words are cold, final. Coming from my father, they hit harder than anything Lizzy said. You left. You made that choice. And if what you're saying is true, Lizzy raised that boy alone for 5 years because you made yourself unreachable. I didn't know. That's not an excuse. Mom's voice cracks. Miles, I love you. You're my son. But you can't just waltz back into their lives and demand access because it's convenient for you now. He's my kid. He's Lizzy's son before anything else. Henry stands again. That's who he is. The kid she's raised and loved and protected while you were building your empire. This is messed up. I shove back from the table. You're all acting like I'm the villain here. Aren't you? Henry's question lands like a punch. I didn't know about Tanner. Because you didn't stick around to find out. His voice rises. You were too busy chasing success and proving Clearwater wasn't good enough for you. Well, guess what? You don't get to come back and cherry-pick what parts of this life you want to claim now. My hands curl into fists. That's not what I'm doing. Then what are you doing, Miles? Mom stands, moving toward me. Her hand touches my arm, gentle despite the hurt in her eyes. Because from where I'm standing, you're about to make things so much worse for everyone involved. I just want to know my son. Why? Dad's question stops me cold. Why now? What's changed? I found out he exists. Doesn't that matter? It matters. His voice softens, but it doesn't erase the last 5 years. Doesn't undo the choices you made or the pain you caused. So what am I supposed to do? Just pretend I don't have a kid? You're supposed to think about what's best for Tanner. Mom squeezes my arm. Not what makes you feel better about your guilt. The words slice through me, clean and brutal. I'm not doing this out of guilt. Then what? Henry challenges. Love? You don't even know him. Responsibility? You've had 5 years to be responsible and didn't show up once. Because I didn't know. And whose fault is that? His voice doesn't rise. Doesn't need to. The question alone is damning enough. You left us all behind, Miles. Not just Lizzy. Us too. You thought you were better than what we could provide. And now... Henry pauses, shaking his head slightly. I look around the table. At my parents, who built a life together through hard work and commitment. At Henry, who found love and fought to keep it. At the empty space where I've been sitting, eating their food, accepting their hospitality while I treat Clearwater like a layover between real life. I care about her. The admission comes out quiet, broken. I've always cared about Lizzy. Then why'd you leave? Mom asks. Because I was scared. Because I thought success meant getting as far from here as possible. Because I was 23 and stupid and convinced myself ambition was more important than love. My throat tightens. I was wrong. Yes, Dad says simply. You were. But that doesn't mean I can't fix this. Try to make it right. There's no fixing this, Miles. Henry's voice gentles slightly. You can't undo what happened. Can't rewrite history to make yourself the good guy. I'm not trying to be the good guy. I'm trying to be a father. 5 years too late. The words hang between us. True and terrible. I'm not walking away again. I meet Henry's eyes. Hold his gaze. I know I screwed up. I know I hurt her. But I'm not running this time. What are you gonna do? Storm back into her life? Demand custody? He shakes his head. That'll just hurt her more. Hurt Tanner. I don't know what I'm gonna do. The frustration boils over. But I can't just pretend I don't have a son. That Lizzy didn't go through pregnancy alone because I was too focused on myself to check in. Then talk to her, Mom says. Have an actual conversation. Listen to what she needs, what Tanner needs. She won't talk to me. She told me to stay away. Can you blame her? Dad stands, gathering plates. You broke her heart once. Now you're threatening to upend her life again. Of course she's protecting herself, protecting her son. Our son. No. Henry's voice is firm. Right now, he's her son. You haven't earned the right to claim him yet. The truth of it settles in my chest like a weight. How do I earn it? I don't know if you can. He moves toward the kitchen, pausing at the doorway. But if you're serious about trying, start by respecting Lizzy's boundaries. Stop demanding and start asking. And for God's sake, think about someone other than yourself for once. He disappears into the kitchen. The sound of running water fills the silence. Mom touches my shoulder. He's right, you know? About all of it. I know. Then what are you going to do? I sink back into my chair, bury my face in my hands. I have no idea.
Chapter 9. Elizabeth. The needle slips, pricking my fingertip. I hiss, yanking my hand back and watching a bead of blood well up on the pad of my thumb. Damn it. I stick my finger in my mouth, tasting copper, and squint at the delicate beading I've been working on for the past. I check the clock. 3 hours. The numbers blur together. Could be longer. The armchair by the bay window cradles me. Fabric samples and thread spools scattered across my lap like fallen leaves. Jasmine's wedding dress hangs on the form beside me, ivory silk catching the dim lamplight. Beautiful. It's going to be beautiful, if I can keep my hands steady enough to finish it. My head lolls against the chair's high back, just for a second. Just to rest my eyes. The knock pattern and beading sequence swim behind my eyelids. 12 seed pearls, then the bugle beads, then back to pearls. Or was it 16? I should check my notes. In a minute. Just one more minute. Suddenly my eyes flutter open to a warmth that spreads across my lap. Something soft draped over my legs. I surface slowly, consciousness returning in fragments. The bay window shows darkness outside, snow still falling past the streetlights. My neck aches from the angle I've been sleeping at. There she is. Mama's voice, gentle and knowing. I blink, focusing on her face. She's pulled the ottoman close, a steaming mug in her hands. The scent hits. Chamomile and honey, my favorite. What time is it? My voice comes out rough. Almost 9. You've been out for 2 hours. She offers the mug. Drink. You'll feel better. I take it, wrapping both hands around the ceramic. The heat seeps into my fingers, chasing away the chill I didn't realize had settled there. Where's Tanner? Upstairs. Took his bath, brushed his teeth, read 3 stories. Yes, 3. He negotiated very skillfully. And now, he's knocked out cold. Her smile is soft. Kid's got energy for days, until the second his head hits the pillow. Gets it from you. Please, he gets it from both of us. She gestures at the mess surrounding me. Speaking of which, you want to tell me what's going on? Just working. At 9 o'clock at night, in an armchair, until you literally passed out. Mama's eyebrows arch. Try again, baby. I sip the tea. Perfect temperature. Perfect sweetness. She always knows. I'm fine. Elizabeth Marie Bowman. The full name, never good. I've known you since you were born. Literally, I was there. So don't you dare sit in my house and tell me you're fine when I can see plain as day that you're not. The fight drains out of me. I'm too tired to keep up the walls. Miles knows. The words fall flat in the quiet room. About Tanner. Mama goes very still. He told you this? Showed up at the shop tonight, after the fitting, said he saw a picture, did the math. I laugh and it sounds hollow. Demanded to know if Tanner's his. And what did you say? The truth. What else could I say? I set down the mug before I drop it, my hand starting to shake. He thinks he can just waltz back in. Wants to meet him. Play daddy after 5 years of nothing. Mama sighs. Long and waited. This was bound to happen eventually. I know. The admission tastes bitter. I wanted more time. To prepare. To figure out how to handle it. There's no preparing for something like this. I could have tried. My voice cracks. Could have told Tanner something, anything, but I kept putting it off and now Miles is here and everything's a mess and I don't know what to do. Hey. She shifts closer, taking my hands in hers. Her palms are warm, calloused from years of her own sewing work. Solid, real. Listen to me. You did what you thought was best, what you needed to do to survive and protect your son. I should have told him. Maybe, maybe not. She squeezes gently. But you can't change the past. Can only figure out where to go from here. Where to go. Like there's a clear path forward instead of a minefield. He wants to meet Tanner. Of course he does. I told him no. Told him to stay away from us. I pull my hands free, wrapping my arms around myself. That's the right call, isn't it? Mama doesn't answer immediately. Just studies me with those knowing eyes that see too much. Tanner asks about his father sometimes. She says, finally. You know that. My stomach clenches. I know. Wants to know why he doesn't have a daddy like the other kids at school. Why there's no pictures of anyone but you and me in the house. I tell him his father's not around, that it's just us. That's enough. Is it? The question lands soft but pointed. Because from where I'm sitting, that boy's got questions, deserves answers. Not from Miles. The words come out sharp. Miles doesn't get to be the answer. He left, chose his life over us, over me. Did he know about Tanner when he left? No, but nothing. Mama's voice stays gentle, firm. He didn't know, Lizzy. Can't blame a man for not being there when he didn't know there was something to be there for. I tried to reach him. I know you did, baby. I was there. Watched you call that disconnected number over and over. Saw you crying over those bounced emails. She touches my knee. But maybe it's time to consider that keeping Miles away isn't protecting Tanner. It's protecting you. The accusation stings worse because it might be true. He hurt me. My throat tightens. Walked away like I meant nothing. Like we meant nothing. I remember. Was there for all of that too. Her hand squeezes. But this isn't about you and Miles anymore. It's about what's best for Tanner. What's best is keeping him away from someone who'll just leave again. I swipe at my eyes, angry at the tears that want to fall. Miles isn't a good person, Mama. He's selfish and career-obsessed and you loved him once. She cuts through my rant. Loved him enough to plan a future with him. To imagine building a life together. That was before he broke your heart. I know. Mama leans back, studying me. But people change, baby. 6 years is a long time. Maybe he's not the same boy who left. People don't change that much, don't they? Her eyebrow arches. You're not the same girl you were 6 years ago. You're stronger, more independent. Built something incredible out of nothing. She gestures around the room. You became a mother, started a business, survived what you thought would destroy you. If you can change that much, why can't he? Because that would mean everything I've told myself for 6 years is wrong. That the wall I've built around my heart, around Tanner, might not be necessary. That Miles could actually be someone worth knowing, worth trusting. I can't risk it. The words barely make it out. Can't let him close just to watch him leave again. And I definitely can't let Tanner get attached to someone who might disappear. That's fair. Those are real concerns. Mama stands, collecting the tea mug I abandoned. But ask yourself this. Is it fair to make that decision for Tanner? To decide he can't know his father because you're scared of getting hurt again? That's not, isn't it? She pauses at the doorway, silhouetted against the hall light. I'm not saying forgive Miles. Not saying trust him or let him back into your life. But maybe consider letting him know his son. Let Tanner make his own choices about who his daddy is. He's 5 years old. He can't make those kinds of choices. Then make them with him. Not for him. She heads toward the kitchen. Think about it, baby. That's all I'm asking. I sit in the quiet, surrounded by fabric and thread, in the wedding dress that represents everything I want to believe in. Love, commitment, forever. Everything Miles and I didn't get. My phone buzzes. Probably Jasmine checking in, or maybe another client with a last-minute request. I ignore it. Instead, I gather the sewing supplies, carefully folding fabric samples and organizing spools by color. My hands know the motions, find comfort in the routine. But Mama's words loop through my head. Tanner asks about his father, deserves answers. Miles has changed, might not be the same boy who left. Fair to make that decision for Tanner? I think about my son upstairs, asleep in his race car bed, dreaming whatever 5-year-olds dream. He's asked about his daddy exactly 3 times this year. Each time, I deflected, changed the subject, made excuses, protected myself by protecting him. Except, maybe I wasn't protecting him at all. My phone buzzes again and again. I check it. 6 messages, all from Miles. I can only imagine it was Henry who gave him my number. I'm sorry for showing up like that. We need to talk. Really talk. I'm not trying to take him from you. Just want a chance. Please. I know I don't deserve it. But he's my son too. The last message hits different because he's right. Despite everything, the leaving, the silence, the years of absence, Tanner is Miles's son. And I can't change that any more than I can change the past. I could ignore the messages, block his number, keep building walls, or I could consider that Mama might be right, that people can change, that Tanner deserves to make his own choices about his father, even if those choices terrify me. My fingers hover over the keyboard. I type, "Stay away from us." Delete it. Type, "One conversation, that's all you get." Delete that too. Finally, we'll talk, but on my terms, my timeline, and if you hurt my son, I'll destroy you. I hit send before I can second guess it. The response comes immediately. Thank you. I promise I won't. I don't read the rest, just gather my supplies and head upstairs to my room, leaving the tea cooling on the side table and Jasmine's dress hanging in the lamplight. Tomorrow I'll figure out what talking to Miles means, what boundaries to set, how to protect Tanner while giving him what he needs. Tonight I just need sleep. And maybe, just maybe, to consider that the story I've been telling myself about Miles Beckham isn't the whole truth. That people can change, even him, even me.
Chapter 10. Miles. The pink bakery box feels weightless in my hands, but the 2 coffee cups in the carrier might as well be lead. I stand on Lizzy's porch, snow dusting my shoulders, and try to remember how to breathe like a normal person. Behind me, my car idles at the curb, exhaust billowing white in the cold morning air. I should have shut it off, committed to being here instead of leaving myself an easy escape. Too late now. I knock. 3 sharp raps that sound too loud in the quiet neighborhood. Footsteps approach. The door swings open. Cassandra Bowman stands in the doorway. And damn, she's aged since I last saw her. Gray threads through her hair more prominently now, laugh lines deeper around her eyes. But that smile, warm and knowing and somehow still welcoming despite everything, that hasn't changed. Miles Beckham. She says my full name like she's tasting it, testing it. Been a long time. Yes, ma'am. The words come out rough. I clear my throat. I brought donuts and coffee. Thought maybe you thought you'd bribe your way in with sugar and caffeine. Her eyebrow arches, but there's no real bite to it. Something like that. She studies me for a long moment. I force myself to hold her gaze, not to fidget like some kid caught stealing cookies. Finally, she steps back. Come in before you freeze to death, and wipe your feet. I just mopped. The house smells like cinnamon and coffee and something baking. Warm, lived in. Everything my penthouse isn't. I follow her to the kitchen, setting the bakery box on the counter. The coffees go beside it. Black, 1 sugar for you. Vanilla latte for Lizzy if she still drinks those. Cassandra's expression softens slightly. She does. We stand in awkward silence. I shove my hands in my pockets, then pull them out again. Where the hell do my hands go? How have you been, Miles? She moves to the stove, stirring something in a pot. New York, treating you well? Can't complain. Works good. Built something I'm proud of. That's what we hear. CEO and everything. She glances over her shoulder. Your parents must be thrilled. They're supportive. And you're happy? The question catches me off guard. Yeah, sure. That didn't sound convincing. It's complicated. Life usually is. She turns fully, leaning against the counter, especially when you're running from it. Direct hit. I should have expected it. Cassandra never was one to dance around stuff. I'm not running anymore. No? What are you doing then? Trying to fix my mistakes. I meet her eyes, starting with the biggest one I ever made. Leaving my daughter? Yes. She's quiet, studying me with that same intensity Lizzy has. Where she got it from, probably. You hurt her, Miles. Broke her heart in ways I'm not sure ever fully healed. I know. Do you? Because watching your child cry herself to sleep for months while pregnant and alone, that does something to a mother. Her voice stays level, but there's steel underneath. Makes you want to protect that child from ever hurting like that again. I didn't know about Tanner. The words tumble out. If I'd known... You'd have what? Come back? Changed your entire life? She shakes her head. Maybe. Maybe not. But you didn't know because you made yourself impossible to find. I thought I was doing the right thing. Thought clean breaks were easier. For who? I don't have an answer for that. Footsteps on the stairs save me from responding. Light. Measured. Lizzy appears in the doorway and my breath catches. She's wearing leggings and an oversized sweater that slides off one shoulder. Her hair is pulled into a messy bun, curls escaping around her face. No makeup. Natural. Beautiful in a way that makes my chest ache. She freezes when she sees me. Morning, I manage. What are you doing here? Her voice is cold, guarded. Brought coffee and donuts. I gesture at the counter like an idiot. Thought we could talk. I said on my terms, my timeline. I know, but I figured bringing breakfast was less intrusive than showing up empty-handed. Cassandra clears her throat. I'll just give you two some space. She heads toward the living room, pausing to squeeze Lizzy's arm. Be nice, baby. I'm always nice, Lizzy mutters. Once her mother's gone, silence stretches between us. Lizzy doesn't move from the doorway, doesn't come closer. You can't just show up here, Miles. I texted. You said we'd talk. Eventually. Not at... She checks the clock. 8 in the morning on a Saturday. Is this a bad time? Every time is a bad time for this conversation. Fair point. I grab one of the coffees, holding it out. Vanilla latte. Extra shot. Light foam. She stares at it. At me. Something flickers in her eyes. Surprise, maybe? That I remembered? Slowly, she crosses the kitchen and takes it. Our fingers brush. She pulls back like I burned her. Thanks. She doesn't drink it, just holds it. The donuts are from that place on 5th. Sammy's? They still make those apple fritters you used to love. I know what they make. She sets the coffee down. What do you want, Miles? To talk. To understand. To... Mama! A small voice from upstairs, high-pitched and excited. Lizzy's entire body tenses. Stay here. She disappears before I can respond. I stand alone in the kitchen, heart hammering. That was him. Tanner. My son. Upstairs, I hear murmuring. Lizzy's voice, gentle. Then small footsteps. They're coming down. Damn, I'm not ready. Haven't figured out what to say, how to act, what... A little boy appears in the doorway, and everything else just... stops. He's small, wearing superhero pajamas with one pant leg pushed up to his knee. His hair's a mass of dark curls, sleep mussed and adorable. Warm brown skin. Lizzy's nose, her smile. My eyes. Jesus Christ, those are definitely my eyes staring back at me. Who are you? He tilts his head, curious but not scared. I crouch down, getting on his level. My throat's tight. I'm Miles, a friend of your mom's. Oh. He grins, revealing a gap where a tooth should be. I'm Tanner. I'm 5. Well, 5 3/4. That's almost 6. Almost 6, that's pretty grown up. Yep. I can tie my shoes now and write my name. Want to see? Tanner. Lizzy appears behind him, hands on his shoulders. Her expression is unreadable. Maybe later. Miles was just leaving. But he just got here, Tanner protests, And he brought donuts. I can smell them. The kid's got priorities. Your mama's right. I should go. I stand, but I can't stop looking at him. At this perfect little person who's half me, half Lizzy. But maybe I could come back sometime. If that's okay with your mom? Tanner looks up at Lizzy. Can he, Mama? Please. She's crying, trying to hide it, but I see the tears gathering in her eyes, the way her jaw trembles. We'll see, baby. Her voice is thick. Why don't you go wash up? I'll bring you a donut in a minute. Okay. He starts to run off, then spins back. It was nice meeting you, Miles. You too, buddy. He races upstairs, a whirlwind of energy and innocence, leaving Lizzy and me alone. She swipes at her eyes roughly. You can't. This isn't. He's incredible. The words come out reverent, awed. Lizzy, he's perfect. I know. I missed 5 years. 5 years of him. That's not my fault. I know it's mine. All mine. I step closer. She doesn't back away. But I'm here now, and I want to be part of his life. Part of both your lives. As what? His father who shows up when it's convenient. As whatever you'll let me be. I'm begging now. Don't even care. Please, give me a chance to know him. To be there for him. For you. She's quiet, staring at me with those beautiful eyes that used to look at me like I hung the moon. Now they just look tired. Scared. Mama! Tanner's voice carries down. Can Miles build a snowman with me? It's snowing outside and everything. Lizzy closes her eyes, takes a breath. When she opens them again, there's resignation there. And maybe, the smallest hint of hope. One snowman, she says finally. That's it. Then we talk. Really talk. About boundaries and expectations and what this actually means. Whatever you want. And if you hurt him, I won't. I swear to God, Lizzy, I won't hurt either of you. Not again. She studies me for a long moment. Then, so quietly, I almost miss it. Okay? Tanner thunders down the stairs, already bundled in a coat 3 sizes too big. Let's go, before the snow melts. It's 20 degrees out, Lizzy says. The snow's not melting. But it might! Come on, Miles! He grabs my hand, small fingers wrapping around mine with complete trust. And just like that, my world shifts on its axis. This is real. This little boy is mine. And I'll be damned if I let him down. Lizzy watches from the doorway as Tanner drags me outside, chattering about making the biggest snowman in the whole neighborhood. The snow falls soft and steady. And for the first time in 6 years, I feel like maybe, just maybe, I've finally come home.
Chapter 11. Elizabeth. I pour the coffee into Mama's mug, watching steam curl into the cold air drifting from the window I cracked open. Need the chill. Need something to ground me before I lose my damn mind watching what's happening in my front yard. Through the frost-edged glass, Miles crouches beside Tanner, helping him roll a massive ball of snow. My son's laugh carries through the glass, bright and unrestrained. He's gesturing wildly with his mitten-clad hands, probably explaining his very specific vision for this snowman's construction. Miles listens, actually listens, nodding along like Tanner's instructions are the most important thing in the world. Something twists in my chest. He's good with him. Mama appears at my elbow, her own mug steaming between her palms. It's been 20 minutes. I take a sip, burning my tongue. Anyone can be good for 20 minutes. True. She doesn't look at me, keeps her gaze on the window. But look at Tanner's face. I do. And wish I hadn't. My son is beaming, absolutely radiant with joy, as Miles lifts him up to place stones for the snowman's eyes. Tanner's giggling so hard he can barely hold the rock steady. He's happy. The words scrape my throat. When's the last time you saw him like that with a man? He's fine with Henry, with Mr. Jackson down the street. That's different. They're safe. Known. Mama sets down her mug, turning to face me fully. This is his father, Lizzy. Whether you like it or not. I know. I grip my coffee tighter. Doesn't mean I have to like it. No one's asking you to like it. Just maybe give it a chance. I want to argue. Want to list all the reasons this is dangerous, reckless, destined to end in heartbreak. But watching Tanner through that window, watching him experience something I've never been able to give him, steals the fight right out of me. Jasmine's dress hangs on the form in the corner of my living room, ivory silk catching the morning light. I grab it on impulse, needing something to do with my hands that isn't strangling my coffee mug. The beading pattern needs finishing. I settle into my chair, threading the needle with practiced efficiency. But my eyes keep drifting to the window. Miles has shed his expensive coat now, tossed over the porch railing like it's not worth a month of my shop's rent. He's in just a sweater, charcoal gray, probably cashmere, and jeans that fit him in ways that should be illegal. He's laughing at something Tanner said, head thrown back, genuine and unguarded. I've never seen him look like that, not even when we were together. The Miles I knew was always striving, always reaching for the next thing. Restless energy barely contained. But this version, the one rolling in snow with a 5-year-old, looks content. My needle slips. I curse under my breath, examining my finger for blood. You're staring. Mama's voice holds amusement. I'm supervising. That what we're calling it? He's with my son. I'm allowed to watch. You're allowed to do more than watch. She settles onto the couch, her own mug balanced on her knee. Allowed to notice things. What things? That Miles has filled out since you knew him. Got broader through the shoulders. That sweater's doing him favors. Mama! What? I'm old, not blind. Her eyes sparkle with mischief. And neither are you, based on how you've been looking at him. Heat crawls up my neck. I haven't been... Baby, you've stabbed that poor dress 3 times in the last 5 minutes because you can't stop watching that man play with his son. I set down the needle before I do more damage. It's complicated. Love usually is. I don't love him. The words come too fast, too defensive. Mama just raises her eyebrows. Outside, Miles hoists Tanner onto his shoulders so my son can place the carrot nose. Tanner shrieks with delight, holding on to Miles's hair for balance. Miles doesn't even flinch, just grips Tanner's legs steady, making sure he's safe. My throat tightens. He left me. I force the words out. Need to remember. Need to keep that wall intact. Chose New York over us. Over me. He did. Mama doesn't sugarcoat it. Broke your heart real good. I remember holding you while you cried so hard you couldn't breathe. Then why are you defending him? I'm not defending what he did. I'm suggesting that people can grow. Change. That the boy who left might not be the man who came back. I want to believe that. Want to think Miles could be different, better, someone worth trusting. But wanting and reality are different things. What if he leaves again? The question comes out small. What if Tanner gets attached and then Miles disappears back to his penthouse and his board meetings and we're left picking up the pieces? That's a risk. She doesn't lie to me. Never has. But keeping him away is a risk too. Risk that Tanner grows up resenting you for it. Risk that you spend the rest of your life wondering what could have been. I've already spent 6 years wondering that. And how's it working out? Not great, if I'm honest. The wondering never stops. Just gets quieter sometimes. Through the window, Miles is teaching Tanner how to pack snow properly. Their heads are close together, dark curls mixing with Tanner's tighter coils. From this angle, the resemblance is striking. Same profile, same intensity when they concentrate. They look alike. The admission hurts. They do. Mama stands, collecting her mug. I'm gonna start lunch. Something tells me we'll have a hungry boy soon, and maybe an unexpected guest. Mama, just think about it, baby. That's all I'm asking. She pauses at the doorway. And maybe finish that beating before you stab yourself. She disappears into the kitchen, humming something that might be a hymn. I return to Jasmine's dress, forcing my attention to the delicate work. The pattern emerges slowly. Pearl, bugle bead, pearl. Repetitive. Soothing. But my gaze keeps sliding to the window. Miles has snow in his hair now, evidence of whatever battle just occurred. He's grinning, completely unbothered by the wet cold. Tanner's building something else. Looks like a snow fort. And Miles is helping without being asked. He moves with an easy confidence I don't remember. The nervous energy has transformed into something more grounded, settled. He catches me watching. Our eyes meet through the glass. The moment stretches. Neither of us looks away. Then Tanner throws a snowball that catches Miles square in the chest, and the spell breaks. Miles gasps in mock outrage, chasing Tanner around the yard while my son shrieks with laughter. I should look away. Focus on the dress. Protect myself from whatever this is blooming in my chest. Instead, I watch Miles scoop up Tanner mid-run, spinning him around while they both laugh. Watch my son's face, pure joy, uncomplicated and bright. Watch Miles hold him close, careful and gentle. Like Tanner's the most precious thing in the world. Maybe people can change. Maybe the boy who left isn't the man who came back. Maybe I can risk finding out. The needle moves through silk and seed pearls, creating something beautiful from careful patience. Outside, Miles and Tanner build kingdoms in the snow. And somewhere between the beating and the watching, I feel the first crack in the wall I've spent 6 years constructing. Small, almost imperceptible. But there. Got 30 minutes? Then baby, you've got just enough time to fall in love. Get your heart broken, and maybe have a toe-curling moment or two.
Introducing the Lunchtime Listens Romance Audiobook Bundle.
Enemies to lovers, hot hookups, bad boys who don't knock. They kick the damn door in.
Short, spicy, addictive. Perfect for your commute, your lunch break.
And you already know, we don't do full price around here. Get 85% off 28 full-length audiobooks right now with extra steamy and extra savings.
Because lunch breaks are temporary, but book boyfriends are forever.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 12. Miles. Tanner bounds inside ahead of me, trailing snow across the hardwood in excited, sloppy footprints. His cheeks are flushed red from the cold, and his eyes are bright with the kind of excitement only a 5-year-old can muster after an hour of playing outside. He's practically vibrating with energy. Grandma, we made the biggest snowman ever, and Miles helped. His voice echoes through the house, pure joy radiating from every word. I pause in the doorway, stamping my boots on the mat. Snow melts off in clumps, forming little puddles that I'll probably feel guilty about later. The warmth of the house hits me immediately, a stark contrast to the biting cold we just left behind. Cassandra appears from the kitchen, wiping her hands on a dish towel. She's wearing one of her signature patterned dresses, this one in deep burgundy with gold accents. There's flour on her apron, and the smell of something savory, maybe pot roast, wafts from the kitchen behind her. "Did you know?" she asks, her voice warm and indulgent as she looks down at her grandson. "Bigger than the one we made last week?" "Way bigger. Like giant." Tanner spreads his arms as wide as they'll go, nearly knocking into the coat rack. And Miles says next time we can make a whole snow family. A mom snowman and a dad snowman and a kid snowman and maybe even a dog snowman. The words hang in the air for a beat too long. My eyes cut to Lizzy. She's standing near the window, arms crossed over her chest, expression completely unreadable. The light from outside casts shadows across her face, making it even harder to gauge what she's thinking. But I can feel the tension radiating off her from here. "Next time," she repeats, her voice flat and devoid of emotion. Damn. If that's okay. I pull off my gloves, shoving them in my coat pockets with more force than necessary. I didn't mean to assume. Tanner, baby, go wash up. Cassandra smoothly intervenes, placing a gentle hand on his shoulder and steering him toward the stairs. Her timing is impeccable, probably honed from years of navigating tense family moments. Lunch will be ready soon. But I wanna... Now, please. Something in her tone makes him comply. He shoots me one last grin before thundering upstairs, leaving me alone with Lizzy. Cassandra retreats to the kitchen without a word, but I catch her meaningful look at her daughter. Lizzy moves toward the dining table, pulling out a chair. Sit. I do, shedding my coat and draping it over the back. The house is warm, almost stifling after the cold outside. She sits across from me, hands folded on the table. Professional, detached. We need to set ground rules. Okay. You don't just show up whenever you want. You ask first. Check with me before making plans with Tanner. Got it. And no promises you can't keep. Kids remember everything. And if you say you'll be here and then bail, I won't bail. The words come out harder than I intend. I'm not leaving again, Lizzy. Not this time. Her jaw tightens. You say that now, but you live in New York. Your life is there. Your company, your board meetings, all of it. I can work remotely. Visit more often. Whatever it takes. Visit. She latches onto the word. So you're still planning on going back? My business is there. I can't just abandon... But you can abandon your son? That's not what I said. Isn't it? She leans forward, eyes blazing. You'll visit. Pop in when it's convenient. Play daddy for a weekend, then disappear back to your real life. What do you want from me? Frustration bleeds into my voice. You want me to drop everything, move back to Clearwater, pretend the last 6 years didn't happen? I want you to be honest about what this actually is, because I won't let Tanner get attached to someone who's treating him like a hobby. The accusation stings worse than it should. He's not a hobby. He's my son. Then act like it. Her voice drops, quieter but no less intense. Figure out what being a father actually means. What sacrifices you're willing to make, because parenting isn't something you do when it fits your schedule. I know that. Do you? Because from where I'm sitting, you showed up with coffee and donuts, played in the snow for an hour, and now you're already talking about leaving again. I have to go back eventually. The wedding's not for weeks. I can't stay. See? She stands, pacing to the window. That's exactly what I'm talking about. You're already planning your exit. I run a hand through my hair, damp from melted snow. What do you want me to say? That I'll move back permanently? Give up everything I built? She spins to face me. I want you to want that. To choose Tanner over your career the way you should have chosen me 6 years ago. The truth lands like a punch. This isn't just about Tanner. It's about us. About the choice I made and the girl I left behind. Lizzy, are you planning on returning to NYC after Henry and Jasmine's wedding? The question freezes me. Direct. Unavoidable. Yes, that's the plan. Something shudders in her expression. She and Cassandra, who's appeared in the kitchen doorway, share a look I can't decipher. Then Lizzy's face goes cold, glacial. Then we're done here. What? No, wait. I said we're done. She moves to the door, opening it. Thank you for playing with Tanner. Don't do it again. You can't just... I can and I am. You want to know my boundaries? Fine. Stay away from my son unless you're prepared to actually be present. Not visiting. Not popping in between board meetings. Present. That's not fair. Fair? Her laugh is bitter. You waltz back into town, discover you have a kid, play snowman for an hour, then announce you're leaving again. And I'm the one being unfair? Cassandra steps forward. Baby! No, Mama. Lizzy's voice cracks. I tried. I let him in. Let Tanner meet him. And he's already got one foot out the door. I'm not. But the words die. Because she's right. I am planning to leave. Haven't considered anything else. Tanner deserves better. Lizzy swipes at her eyes roughly. Deserves someone who chooses him first. And until you can do that, stay away. Lizzy, please. Let me explain. There's nothing to explain. You've made your priorities clear. She holds the door wider. Goodbye, Miles. I stand, grabbing my coat. This isn't over. Yes, it is. Cassandra touches my arm as I pass. Give her time, and think about what she said. Really think. I nod, throat too tight to speak. Outside, the snowman Tanner and I built grins crookedly, carrot nose already drooping. The fort we started sits half-finished in the yard, just like everything else I touch. I get in my car, hands shaking as I grip the wheel. Through the window, I see Lizzy collapse into Mama's arms, shoulders shaking. I did that. Made her cry. Again. The drive back to my parents' house passes in a blur. Henry's car is gone, probably off doing wedding errands with Jasmine. I let myself in, heading straight upstairs. My phone is already out, pulling up flights. The earliest one back to New York leaves tomorrow afternoon. I could be home by evening. Back to my penthouse, my routine, my life. Away from all this mess. Screw it all. My finger hovers over the book now button. Then I see it. The photo from social media, still pulled up in another tab. Tanner's blue eyes staring at me, his grin wide and trusting. Can Miles come back, Mama? Please. His voice echoes in my head. That easy trust. That uncomplicated joy at having someone new to play with. Having me. I close the booking app. Lizzy's right. I can't keep doing this, showing up when it's convenient, leaving when it gets hard. That's what I did 6 years ago, and look where it got us. But staying? Permanently? That means giving up New York, the company I built, the life I've constructed. Means choosing Clearwater, choosing them, choosing to be the man I should have been all along.
Chapter 13. Elizabeth. The dress box sits on Jasmine's kitchen counter, white and pristine. I set it down carefully, my fingers lingering on the ribbon I tied this morning. Ivory satin, triple knotted because I'm paranoid about these things. Is that it? Jasmine appears from the hallway, still in her robe, hair wrapped in a silk scarf. Her eyes light up like Christmas morning. Please tell me that's it. Open it and find out. She doesn't need to be told twice. Her fingers work the ribbon loose, lifting the lid with the kind of reverence usually reserved for religious artifacts. The gasp that escapes her is everything I needed to hear. Lizzy. She lifts the dress from its tissue paper nest, holding it up to the light streaming through her kitchen window. The beading catches. Hundreds of tiny seed pearls and bugle beads I spent weeks hand-stitching into intricate patterns along the bodice and cascading down the skirt. I can't even... You hate it. I keep my voice deadpan. Shut up. You know I don't hate it. I love it. I'm obsessed with it. I want to marry this dress. She presses it against herself, twirling. The silk flows like water. How did you make something this perfect? Lots of coffee. Very little sleep. Nearly went blind doing the beading. It was worth it. She sets the dress carefully on the counter, then launches herself at me. Her arms wrap tight around my shoulders, squeezing hard enough to crack ribs. You're a miracle worker, a genius, the best friend anyone could ask for. You're gonna wrinkle it? I don't care. But she pulls back, swiping at her eyes. Seriously, though. Thank you. This is everything I dreamed of and more. Warmth spreads through my chest, pushing back some of the heaviness that's been sitting there since a week ago. Since Miles. Since everything. You're welcome. I smooth a hand over the silk, checking for any loose threads I might have missed, finding none. Try it on later. Make sure the alterations fit right. But it should be perfect. It is perfect. She touches the beading, tracing the pattern with her fingertip. You know Henry's gonna lose his mind when he sees me in this. That's the plan. She grins, that radiant smile that's been a permanent fixture since Henry proposed. Then her expression shifts, softens, concerned. You okay? Why wouldn't I be? Because you've got that look, the one you get when you're running on fumes and pretending everything's fine. She crosses her arms. What's going on? I busy myself refolding the tissue paper. Nothing, just tired. Lots of orders. Lizzy? Jazz? Don't even try it. I've known you since we were 8. I can tell when you're lying. She pulls out a stool, patting the one beside her. Sit. Talk. Part of me wants to deflect, change the subject, keep this wall up. But this is Jasmine, and I'm exhausted from carrying everything alone. I sink onto the stool. Miles knows about Tanner. Her eyes go wide. How? Saw a picture. Did the math. Showed up at the shop demanding answers. I pick at a loose thread on my sleeve. Then showed up at Mama's last week with coffee and donuts. Wait, he came to your house? Met Tanner. Played in the snow with him for an hour. Made him the happiest I've seen him in months. My throat tightens. Then announced he's still going back to New York after the wedding. Oh, Lizzy. I kicked him out. Told him to stay away unless he's willing to actually be present. Not just visiting between board meetings. Jasmine's quiet for a moment. Then, what did he say? Nothing that matters. It's clear where his priorities are. Same as they've always been. Is it though? She tilts her head. Because Henry says Miles has been a mess since he got here. Barely sleeping. Constantly asking questions about you and Tanner. That's not... And he hasn't booked a return flight yet. Checked in with work. Told them he's taking extended leave. The information stops me cold. Extended leave? Through the New Year's and the wedding, maybe longer. She shrugs. Henry mentioned it last night. That doesn't mean anything. Could just be wedding stuff. Or it could mean he's actually trying, figuring out how to make this work. I want to believe that. Want to think Miles could choose differently this time, but hope feels dangerous. He hurt me, Jazz. Really hurt me, and I can't risk Tanner getting attached if Miles is just going to disappear again. I know. She reaches over, squeezing my hand. But what if he doesn't disappear? What if this is his chance to be the man he should have been 6 years ago? And what if it's not? What if I let him in and he breaks Tanner's heart the way he broke mine? That's a risk, but keeping him out is a risk too. Everyone keeps saying that. Mama. Now Jasmine, like the safer option, protection, distance, walls, is somehow more dangerous than letting Miles back in. I don't know what to do. The admission comes out small, broken. Every instinct says protect Tanner, but watching them together yesterday, Miles was good with him. Really good. And Tanner was so happy. Kids need their fathers, when those fathers are willing to show up. That's the question, though, isn't it? Is Miles willing, long-term, or is this just guilt and novelty wearing off once reality sets in? Jasmine's quiet, considering. Give him a chance, she says finally. Not forever. Not unlimited access. Just a chance. Let him prove whether he's serious. By doing what? Come to dinner tonight. You, Tanner, me, Henry, Miles, casual, low pressure. See how Miles handles more time with his son. How he interacts with Tanner when it's not just snowmen and fun. Every part of me wants to say no. To keep that distance. To protect what I've built. But I think about Tanner's face that day. His pure joy at having someone new. Someone male. Someone strong. Someone who looked at him like he hung the moon. To play with. I don't want to lie my way out of this. Then don't. Jasmine's voice is gentle but firm. Come. Have a bit of fun. Lord knows you need it with the wedding coming up so soon. Plus, I'm ordering Italian. You know you can't resist that carbonara from Marino's. She's not wrong. That carbonara is obscenely good. Just dinner? Just dinner. If it's awful, you never have to do it again. But at least give it a shot. I close my eyes. Take a breath. Think about Tanner asking where Miles went. Why he can't come back to play. Think about the crack in my wall. Small but growing. Think about the possibility, however terrifying, that people can change. That Miles could be different. Fine. Jasmine squeals, bouncing on her stool. Really? One dinner? That's it. And if he says one thing about leaving, I'll personally kick his buttocks. She grins. Henry will help. Despite everything, I smile. Deal. Perfect. 6 o'clock. Wear something nice, but not too nice. We're keeping it casual. I know how to dress for dinner, Jazz. Just making sure. You've been living in work clothes lately. Fair point. I stand, gathering the empty dress box. I should go. Got 3 alterations and a consultation this afternoon. Before you do, she catches my arm. Miles really likes Tanner. Henry says he hasn't stopped talking about him. About you. That doesn't mean... It means something. Maybe not everything, but something. She squeezes. Just keep an open mind tonight, for Tanner's sake, if nothing else. For Tanner's sake, that's what this is about. Not me. Not my hurt feelings or broken heart. My son. Who deserves a father if that father is willing to show up? Okay. I pull her into a quick hug. Thanks. For the dress compliments and the pushy friendship. That's what I'm here for. She walks me to the door. 6 o'clock. Don't be late. Wouldn't dream of it. Outside, snow has started falling again. Light flurries that catch in my hair as I load the empty box into my car. Dinner tonight, with Miles. I should feel anxious, terrified, ready to bolt. Instead, I feel curious. Maybe Mama and Jasmine are right. Maybe this is worth exploring. Maybe Miles has changed enough to be worth the risk. Or maybe I'm setting myself up for heartbreak round 2. Only one way to find out. I pull out of Jasmine's driveway, windshield wipers clearing snow in steady rhythm. 6 o'clock. Fine.
Chapter 14. Miles. The restaurant Henry picked is one of those upscale casual places that tries too hard. Exposed brick, Edison bulbs hanging from the ceiling, chalkboard menus with artisanal everything. But it's warm, and the smell of garlic and fresh bread hits the moment we walk in. Henry claps me on the shoulder. Relax. You look like you're heading to an execution. Feels like it. It's just dinner. Jasmine appears beside him, unwinding her scarf. Low pressure. We eat, we talk, we go home. Right. Low pressure. Except my hands are sweating and my heart's hammering like I'm about to pitch to the toughest board I've ever faced. We grab a table near the back, round, big enough for 5. The server drops off menus and water. I don't look at mine. Can't focus on food when I'm watching the door like a goddamn hawk. 7 minutes past 6. They'll be here. Henry nudges my arm. Breathe. I breathe. Doesn't help. Then the door opens and all the air leaves my lungs anyway. Lizzy steps inside, snowflakes melting in her hair. She's wearing jeans and a deep green sweater that brings out the warmth in her skin. Simple. Stunning. Behind her, Tanner bounces on his toes, eyes wide as he takes in the restaurant. Miles! He spots me immediately, grin splitting his face. We're here! Something in my chest cracks wide open. Hey, buddy. I stand as they approach. Tanner barrels into me without hesitation, wrapping his arms around my waist. The trust in that gesture, the easy affection, damn near kills me. Over his head, Lizzy's eyes meet mine. Guarded, wary, but she's here. That's something. Thanks for coming. The words are for Tanner, but I'm looking at her. We wouldn't miss it. Jasmine swoops in, pulling Lizzy into a hug before steering her to the seat across from me. Tanner claims the chair beside mine, already reaching for the crayons the server left. I'm gonna draw you a picture, he announces, selecting a blue crayon with intense concentration. Can't wait to see it. Lizzy shrugs out of her coat, folding it carefully over the back of her chair. Her movements are precise, controlled, like she's bracing for impact. So, Henry jumps in, ever the peacemaker. How's everyone doing? Lizzy, the dress is incredible. Jasmine won't stop talking about it. It's perfect. Jasmine reaches across the table, squeezing Lizzy's hand. You're a miracle worker. Just did my job. But there's a hint of pride in her voice. Softness I haven't heard directed at anyone but Tanner. The server appears, taking drink orders. Tanner requests chocolate milk with the seriousness of a CEO ordering scotch. Lizzy orders water. I catch the way she scans the menu without really seeing it, fingers tapping against the laminated edge. She's nervous. Good. So am I. Miles helped me build a snow fort, Tanner pipes up, showing Henry his drawing. It's mostly scribbles, but I can make out stick figures and what might be a snowman. And we made the biggest snowman ever. Right, Miles? Right. Definitely the biggest. Grandma took pictures. He beams up at Lizzy. Can we show them? Maybe later, baby. But, Tanner. Her voice gentles but holds firm. Let's order first, okay? He subsides, returning to his drawing with renewed focus. Conversation flows easier than it should. Henry and Jasmine carry most of it, talking about wedding details and seating charts. Lizzy contributes when prompted, her responses clipped, but not cold. And I just watch her. The way she cuts Tanner's bread into perfect squares without being asked. How she listens when he interrupts with some story about school, giving him her full attention even mid-sentence with Jasmine. The small smile that tugs at her lips when he makes a joke only she understands. She's an incredible mother. Patient. Present. Everything I should have been. So, Miles. Jasmine turns her attention to me, eyes sparkling with mischief. Henry says you're sticking around even past the wedding? Lizzy's fork pauses halfway to her mouth. Yeah. Extended leave from work. Figured I should be here for the wedding prep. Help where I can. That's generous of you. Jasmine's tone is innocent, but I catch the knowing look she shoots Lizzy. Must be a big change from Manhattan. It is. But I glance at Tanner, who's now explaining his drawing to Henry in elaborate detail. Some things are worth changing for. Lizzy sets down her fork, carefully. Too carefully. Must be hard, she says, voice neutral. Being away from your company that long. They'll survive without me. Will they? The question lands pointed. Or will you get restless? Start missing the board meetings and power lunches? Lizzy. Henry's warning is gentle. I'm just asking. But her eyes challenge me. Testing. Fair enough. I won't lie and say I don't miss some of it. The work. The challenge. I lean forward, holding her gaze. But I'm not leaving. Not until I figure out how to make this. I gesture between us. Work. This? She raises an eyebrow. What is this exactly? Being Tanner's father. Being part of his life. Your life, if you'll let me. The table goes quiet. Even Tanner stopped drawing, sensing the shift in atmosphere. Lizzy's jaw works. I can see her building walls in real time, brick by brick. Then Tanner tugs on my sleeve. Miles, look. I drew you. I drag my attention to the paper. The stick figure he's labeled Miles has wild hair and a huge smile, standing next to two other figures, Mama and me. That's us, he explains. A family. The word hangs in the air. Lizzy's face does something complicated. Pain mixed with longing, mixed with fear. That's beautiful, buddy. My voice comes out rough. Can I keep it? Really? Really, I'll put it somewhere special. His grin could power the entire restaurant. Jasmine clears her throat. Who wants dessert? I'm thinking we share the tiramisu, and maybe the chocolate lava cake. The moment breaks. Conversation resumes. Tanner launches into a story about his teacher and a mishap with glitter. But under the table, I feel it. The smallest shift. Lizzy's not smiling exactly, but the walls aren't quite as high. And when Tanner laughs at something Henry says, reaching for both our hands without thinking, his small fingers wrapping around mine and hers simultaneously, she doesn't pull away. We sit like that, connected through our son, while dessert arrives and snow falls past the windows, and the world shrinks to just this table, this moment, this fragile beginning of something that might have a chance.
Chapter 15. Elizabeth. The dinner dishes are cleared away by the efficient waitstaff. Dessert plates scraped clean of every last trace of molten chocolate and vanilla bean ice cream. Tanner's practically vibrating in his seat, like he's got springs instead of bones, completely hopped up on the sugar rush from that chocolate lava cake, and the pure thrill of staying out way past his usual bedtime. His eyes are bright, his smile wide, and he keeps bouncing between telling Miles about his favorite dinosaurs and asking when we can come back. Jasmine and Henry make their exit early. Something about needing to finalize wedding details, though the knowing look my best friend shoots me suggests otherwise. Much to my extreme displeasure, they abandon me to navigate the rest of this evening solo. But I have to give Miles credit where it's due. He does a surprisingly good job at not making things awkward, once it's just the three of us. He keeps the conversation flowing, asks Tanner questions about school, and doesn't push boundaries I'm not ready to cross. Can we do this again? Tanner looks between me and Miles with those impossibly hopeful eyes that make it absolutely impossible to say no to anything he asks. His little face is so earnest, so full of excitement at the prospect of another dinner together. Please? Maybe next week. We'll see, baby. I dig through my purse for my wallet, fingers searching past lip gloss and receipts and the million other things that accumulate in there. But before I can even locate it, Miles has already handed his credit card to the hovering server. I got it. You don't have to? I want to. His voice is firm, final. There's no room for negotiation in that tone, no wiggle room for debate. Part of me wants to argue, to push back against this. Assert my hard-won independence. Prove that I don't need his money or his grand gestures. That I've been doing just fine on my own for 5 years. But Tanner's yawning now, leaning against my arm with the boneless exhaustion of a kid who's had too much excitement. And honestly, I'm too tired to fight. Thank you. Miles nods, something warm flickering in those blue eyes. We bundle up, coats, scarves, Tanner's mittens that he immediately tries to lose. Outside, the snow's coming down heavier now, fat flakes that catch in the streetlights. I'll walk you to your car. Miles falls into step beside us. We're fine. Humor me. Jasmine and Henry wave from Henry's car as it pulls away from the curb, both of them wearing those knowing smiles that make me want to strangle my best friend. Actually, I'm making a mental note to text Jasmine exactly how I feel about her matchmaking schemes the second I get home. This whole setup has her fingerprints all over it. My car is parked 2 blocks down, which seemed perfectly reasonable when we first arrived. Now, with the snow falling harder and the wind picking up, those 2 blocks feel like a marathon. Tanner drags his feet between us, leaving a zigzag trail in the fresh powder as he shuffles along. Each step is slower than the last, his earlier energy completely depleted. Up you go, baby. I unlock the back door, cold metal stinging my fingers even through my gloves. I help Tanner into his booster seat, his small body practically dead weight with exhaustion. He's already half asleep, eyes drooping as I buckle him in with practiced efficiency. His head lolls to the side the moment the straps are secure. When I straighten up and close the door as quietly as possible, Miles is standing closer than I expected. Much closer. Close enough that I catch the scent of his cologne. Something woodsy and expensive and masculine that absolutely shouldn't affect me the way it does. But it does. My stomach does this stupid little flip that I refuse to acknowledge. Thank you. He shoves his hands deep into his pockets, shoulders hunched slightly against the cold. Snow catches on his jacket, melting into dark spots on the fabric. For coming tonight. For giving me a chance. It was just dinner. I wrap my arms around myself, trying to ward off the cold and create some distance between us, physical and emotional. It was more than that. His gaze holds mine, intense and unwavering despite the snow falling between us. You could have said no, could have kept me away, could have told me to go to hell and never look back, but you didn't. I did it for Tanner. I know. He steps closer. Snow dusts his shoulders, catches in his dark hair. But you're here, and that means something. My heart kicks against my ribs. Traitor. Miles, I know I messed up. 6 years ago and again last week. I know I have no right to ask for anything from you. His voice drops, rough and honest, in a way that cuts through my defenses. But I'm asking anyway. Give me a real chance. Let me prove I'm not the same guy who left. I should say no. Should protect myself, protect Tanner, protect everything we've built without him. But standing here in the snow, looking at the man who gave me my son and broke my heart. One step at a time, I hear myself say. No promises. No rushing. We figure this out as we go. Hope flares in his eyes. Yeah? Yeah. I turn toward the driver's door. But if you hurt him... I won't. I swear to God, Lizzy. I won't hurt either of you. Not again. I want to believe him. Want it so badly it aches. Good night, Miles. Good night. I'm halfway into the car when his hand catches my arm. Gentle. Questioning. I turn back. And then his mouth is on mine. The kiss catches me completely off guard. Soft and tentative at first, then bolder, more insistent. He tastes like chocolate and coffee and something darker. Something that reminds me of late nights 6 years ago when the world was just the two of us tangled in borrowed sheets. His hand cups my jaw, fingers threading into my hair at the nape of my neck. Thumb brushing along the curve of my cheek with a tenderness that makes my knees threaten to give out entirely. I should pull away. Should remember all the nights I cried myself to sleep. All the times Tanner asked about his daddy, and I had to make excuses. Should slap him like I threatened in the shop, like he probably deserves. Instead, my fingers curl into the front of his coat, bunching the expensive fabric in my fists and pulling him closer. Closer. Until there's no space left between us. Until I can feel the solid warmth of him through all our winter layers. I know. We were just getting to the good part, but it looks like this scene is officially too spicy for this platform's comfort.
We have to follow their guidelines to keep these free audiobooks coming. But the full, unfiltered version is waiting for you at BWWM.
You'll find every unabridged chapter, every steamy detail, and an entire library of romances ready for you to dive into.
And if you use VIXA40, you'll get 40% off any digital product, even bundles that are already on sale.
Don't let the moment slip away.
Head to VixaVaughnRomance.com and keep the heat going.
Sorry, but he doesn't sound sorry. I've been wanting to do that since I saw you in your shop. My brain scrambled, thoughts scattered like the snowflakes swirling around us. I should be mad, should push him away and remind him we're taking things slow. Instead, I'm just stunned. Mama? Tanner's sleepy voice drifts from the car. Why are you kissing Miles? Reality crashes back. I step back, putting space between us. My lips feel swollen, my face hot despite the cold. We weren't, but there's no finishing that sentence. Miles runs a hand through his hair, looking as shell-shocked as I feel. Good night. I practically dive into the driver's seat, slamming the door before he can respond. Through the rearview mirror, I watch him stand there in the snow, hand raised in a small wave as I pull away. Mama! Tanner's voice is small, confused. Why'd you kiss Miles? Good question. I don't know, baby, but that's a lie. I know exactly why I kissed him back, because despite everything, the hurt, the anger, the 6 years of building walls, some part of me still wants Miles Beckham. Still loves him, maybe. And that terrifies me more than anything. The drive home passes in a blur. I carry Tanner inside, his head heavy on my shoulder. Mama's already asleep upstairs, the house quiet except for the furnace kicking on. I tuck Tanner into bed, smoothing his curls back from his forehead. Night, Mama. His eyes are already closing. Night, baby. I like Miles. The words are mumbled, barely audible. He's nice and funny, and he's got my eyes. My throat tightens. Yeah, he does. Is he gonna be my daddy? The question stops my heart. I don't know. Maybe? Would you want that? He's already asleep, soft snores filling the room. I sink onto the edge of his bed, watching him breathe. This perfect little person I've protected with everything I have. My phone buzzes. Miles. I shouldn't have kissed you. But I'm not sorry I did. Then another. Sleep well, Lizzy. I stare at the messages. At the man who's upending my carefully constructed life. The man who kissed me like I was oxygen and he'd been drowning. The man who might actually be worth the risk. I don't respond. Just set the phone aside and head to my own room. But lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, I touch my lips. They still tingle from his kiss. And deep inside, beneath all the fear and hurt, something warm unfurls. Hope. Dangerous, terrifying hope.
Chapter 16. Miles. Dad's garage smells like motor oil and old leather, the space organized with the same methodical precision he applies to everything in his life. Tools hang on pegboards in neat rows, each one outlined so he knows exactly where it belongs. The workbench runs the length of one wall, surface scarred from years of projects. His old Mustang sits under a tarp in the corner, waiting for the restoration they keep saying they'll finish. I hand Henry the wrench he asked for, watching him tighten something under the hood of Jasmine's car. Some minor repair that probably could have waited, but gives us an excuse to be out here, away from Mom's knowing looks and the chaos of wedding planning happening inside. Oil change is overdue. He grunts, leveraging his weight against the wrench. Jasmine keeps saying she'll take it in, then forgets. Want help? Nah, almost done. He wipes his hands on a rag, straightening. But you can grab me a beer from the mini fridge. I retrieve two, twisting the caps off before handing him one. We drink in silence, the comfortable kind that comes from growing up together. Shared history that doesn't need constant conversation. But I can feel the weight of what he's not saying, the questions hovering between us. Go ahead. I lean against the workbench. Ask. Ask what? Whatever you're dying to know. You've got that look. He takes a long pull from his beer. How'd dinner go? Good. Really good, actually. I can't stop the smile. Tanner's incredible, smart, funny. Asked about 1,000,000 questions. He's a great kid. Lizzy's done an amazing job with him. She has. The admission comes easy. True. She's an amazing mother. Henry studies me over the rim of his bottle. And what? Come on, Miles. I know you. There's more you're not saying. I drain half my beer, buying time. The cold burns going down. I kissed her. The wrench Henry's holding clatters to the concrete floor. You what? Last night, after dinner, walked her to her car and... I run a hand through my hair. I kissed her. Jesus Christ, Miles. He bends to retrieve the wrench, shaking his head. What the hell were you thinking? I wasn't. That's the problem. I set down the beer, pacing the small space. She was standing there in the snow, and Tanner was already asleep in the car, and she looked so goddamn beautiful I couldn't help myself. Did she slap you? No. Push you away? No. The memory floods back, her fingers fisting in my coat, pulling me closer instead of pushing away. The small sound she made when I deepened the kiss. She kissed me back. Henry goes very still. She did? Yeah. I stopped pacing, meeting his eyes. Really kissed me back. Until Tanner woke up and asked why his mama was kissing me. He takes another long pull from his bottle, his eyes never leaving my face as he processes what I've told him. The silence stretches between us, broken only by the hum of the fluorescent lights overhead and the distant sound of wind rattling the garage door. Finally, he speaks. What did she say after? Nothing. I pick up my beer again, needing something to do with my hands. Absolutely nothing. Just got in her car, started the engine, and drove away like I hadn't just turned her entire world upside down. Left you standing there in the parking lot? Like a complete idiot. In the snow. Watching her taillights disappear down Main Street while I tried to figure out what the hell just happened. The memory stings more than I want to admit. Henry shakes his head slowly, a mixture of disbelief and understanding crossing his features. Can you blame her? You just laid that on her after she spent 6 years building walls to protect herself from exactly this kind of thing. From you. I know. The admission tastes bitter. It was stupid and impulsive, and I had no right to do it. Shouldn't have done it. But you're not sorry you did. It's not a question. It's a statement, because my brother knows me too well to expect anything else. No. I meet his gaze head-on, refusing to look away from the truth of it. I'm not sorry. I should be. Should regret crossing that line, breaking the fragile peace we'd managed to establish. But I don't. Henry sets his bottle down on the workbench, then leans back against the Mustang, arms crossed over his chest. His posture is casual, but his expression is serious. Searching. You really want this, don't you? Her and Tanner. The whole package. The family thing. Yes. Even if it means giving up New York, the company, everything you built? The question I've been avoiding slams into me. I don't know. Honesty feels safer than pretty lies. That's the truth. I don't know how to make it all work. Then you need to figure it out. His voice stays level but carries weight. Because Lizzy's not going to settle for half measures. She deserves someone who chooses her completely. Who puts her and Tanner first, no question. I want to be that person. Wanting and doing are different things. I know that. Frustration bleeds into my voice. But I can't just snap my fingers and make the last 6 years disappear. Can't abandon the business I spent every waking hour building. Why not? The challenge is direct, unflinching. You abandoned Lizzy easy enough. The words land like a physical blow. That's not fair, isn't it? Henry sets down his beer, facing me fully. You chose ambition over love once. What makes this time different? Because now I know what I lost. Know what I'm risking if I make the wrong choice again. And what choice are you making? I open my mouth, close it. The answer should be simple, obvious. But it's not. You kissed Lizzy last night, he says slowly. Made a move. Crossed a line. What happens now? I apologize. Explain that I got caught up in the moment. Do you want to apologize? No. The admission feels dangerous. I want to do it again. Want to kiss her until she stops looking at me like I'm going to disappear. Want to prove I'm not the same guy who left. Then prove it. Henry picks up the wrench, turning back to the car. But don't do it with words or grand gestures. Do it by staying, by showing up every day, by putting in the actual work of being a father and a partner. I'm trying. Try harder. He ducks back under the hood. Lizzy's been doing this alone for 5 years. Tanner's entire life. She doesn't need pretty promises. She needs someone who won't bail when things get hard. The truth of it settles in my chest like a weight. How do I do that? Balance the company and being here? You don't. His voice is muffled by the engine. Can't serve two masters, Miles. Eventually you'll have to choose. What if I choose wrong? Then you deal with the consequences. He straightens, meeting my eyes again. But choosing nothing, staying in limbo, 1 foot in each world, that's worse. That's how you lose everything. I drain the rest of my beer, the bitter taste matching my mood. When'd you get so wise? Always been this wise. You just weren't listening. Fair point. He closes the hood with a solid, decisive thunk that echoes through the garage. The sound feels final somehow, like the end of something. He wipes his hands clean on the greasy rag, his movements methodical and unhurried. For what it's worth, I think you should stay. Move back permanently. Build something here in Clearwater. Just like that? I stare at him. Give up everything in New York? The company, the clients, the entire life I've spent years building? Why not? He tosses the rag onto the cluttered workbench where it lands among scattered tools and oil-stained manuals. You built it once, didn't you? You can build something else, something better, something that actually matters. The simplicity of his logic is almost insulting. Question is whether you're brave enough to try, he continues, crossing his arms over his chest. Whether you've got the guts to start over. Brave. Is that what it takes? Courage to walk away from success, from the corner office and the impressive client list and the life I fought so damn hard to create? Or is staying in New York actually the coward's choice? The safe bet that lets me hide behind professional accomplishments, avoiding the messy reality of genuine vulnerability and emotional risk. I need to talk to her. The decision crystallizes in my mind, sharp and clear. Really talk this time. About what I want. What she wants. What this could actually be if we're both willing to try. Yeah, you do. Henry heads for the garage door, pausing with his hand on the opener. But Miles? Don't have that conversation unless you're ready to hear her answer, and ready to deal with it if she tells you it's too late. You think she will? Tell me it's too late? I think she's scared, protecting herself and Tanner the only way she knows how. He hits the button. The door rumbles upward, letting in cold air and fading afternoon light. But I also think part of her still loves you. Still wants to believe you can be the man she needs. How do you know? Because she kissed you back. He grins. And Jasmine told me Lizzy spent all morning analyzing that kiss instead of working. That's not the behavior of someone who's moved on. Hope flares sharp and bright in my chest. So what do I do? You show up. Keep showing up. Prove you're not going anywhere. He claps me on the shoulder. And for God's sake, figure out the New York situation before you make any more promises you can't keep. Inside the house, I can hear Mom and Jasmine laughing about something, Wedding planning, probably. Henry's world, full of love and commitment and building a future with someone who's all in. What I want, what I threw away 6 years ago, what I might get a second chance at, if I'm willing to risk everything for it. My phone buzzes. Email notification from my CFO, another from my assistant about scheduling conflicts, the New York life pulling at me even from here. I silence it. Thanks, Henry. For what? Being honest, kicking my butt when I need it. That's what brothers do. He heads inside. Coming? In a minute. I stand in the garage, surrounded by the smell of motor oil and possibility. 2 paths stretch ahead. New York and everything I built. Or Clearwater and everything I lost. Henry's right. Can't serve 2 masters. Eventually I'll have to choose. The question is whether I'm brave enough to choose right this time.
Chapter 17. Elizabeth. The shop hums with the familiar rhythm of creation, fabric rustling, scissors snipping, the occasional hiss of the steam iron in the back room. I've got Henry's suit jacket spread across the work table, making final adjustments to the shoulder seams. The charcoal wool catches the afternoon light streaming through the front windows, and I smooth my palm over it, checking for any imperfections in the cut. Can't find any. Good. One less thing to worry about. The bell above the door chimes. I don't look up, too focused on pinning the sleeve. Be right with you. Take your time. That voice. My hands freeze mid-pin. The fabric slips from my fingers, pooling on the table. I force myself to look. Miles stands just inside the doorway, snowflakes melting on his shoulders. He's wearing that same expensive coat, hair slightly mussed like he ran his hands through it on the drive over. Those blue eyes lock onto mine with an intensity that makes my stomach flip. We're closed. The words come out sharper than intended. Door was unlocked. I forgot to lock it. Lucky me. He steps closer, hands shoved in his pockets, not aggressive, just present, taking up space in my carefully ordered world. I grab the jacket, busying myself with unnecessary smoothing. What do you want, Miles? To take you out. The pen I'm holding clatters to the floor. What? Dinner? A date? He pulls his hands free, gesturing like the answer's obvious. You and me. Somewhere nice. Somewhere we can actually talk without... Are you insane? I bend to retrieve the pen, needing the distance. I have work, mountains of it. The wedding's soon, and I still have... When's the last time you took a night off? I straighten, meeting his eyes. That's none of your business. Humor me. 2 months ago, maybe 3. I return to the jacket, fingers moving on autopilot through familiar motions. And before you say anything, I don't need a lecture about work-life balance. I get enough of that from Mama. I'm not here to lecture. He moves closer, stopping on the other side of the work table. The wood between us feels both like a barrier and completely insufficient. I'm here to ask you on a date. Why? Because I kissed you last night and you kissed me back, and I'd like to explore what that means. Heat floods my face. Tanner was in the car. That was amazing. His voice drops, rough and honest, the single word carrying weight that makes my stomach flip. That was amazing, Lizzy, and you felt it too. Don't pretend you didn't. I set down the jacket before I damage it, my fingers trembling slightly as I smooth the fabric one last time. The navy wool deserves better than to be caught in the crossfire of whatever this is between us. It was a mistake. Was it? He shifts his weight, the movement drawing my attention despite my best efforts to keep my eyes on the work in front of me. Yes, I force the word out, with more conviction than I feel. We got caught up in the moment. The dinner was nice. Tanner was happy, and we both got nostalgic for something that doesn't exist anymore. That's all it was. What if it could exist again? He leans forward, bracing his palms flat on the scarred wood of the work table. The position brings him closer, close enough that I can see the flecks of darker blue in his eyes, the slight stubble shadowing his jaw. What if we could build something new, something better than what we had before? My throat tightens, constricting around words I can't quite form. The hope in his voice is dangerous, tempting in ways I can't afford. Miles? One date, Lizzy. That's all I'm asking for. His gaze holds mine, steady and unflinching. You pick the place, you pick the time. Hell, you can pick what I wear if it makes you feel more in control of the situation. This isn't about control. Then what's it about? It's about protecting myself, protecting Tanner. The admission comes out raw. It's about not letting you close enough to destroy us again when you decide Clearwater's too small and New York's calling. He flinches like I slapped him. Good. Maybe he should feel that. I'm not leaving. You said that before. Right before you packed your bags and drove away without looking back. I was 23 and stupid and terrified of staying in one place. His hands curl into fists on the table. I'm not that person anymore. Aren't you? I cross my arms, needing the barrier. You've been here, what, 2 weeks? And you're already talking about extended leave like it's temporary, like you're just visiting before returning to your real life. I'm trying to figure out how to make both work, the company and being here, being a father to Tanner. You can't have both, Miles. You can't split yourself between two worlds and expect either one to work. I move away from the table, putting more distance between us. Eventually you'll have to choose. And we both know which one you'll pick. Do we? He rounds the table, following. Because I'm standing here right now, asking you out, trying to build something. That's not the action of someone planning to leave. It's the action of someone who wants to have their cake and eat it too. Maybe. He stops an arm's length away, close enough that I catch his scent. Something woodsy and clean that shouldn't affect me but does. Or maybe it's the action of someone who's finally waking up to what matters. And what matters, Miles? I tilt my head, challenging. Really, what actually matters to you? You. The word comes out simple, direct. And Tanner. Building a relationship with my son. Figuring out if he gestures between us, can be something again. We can't go back to what we were. I don't want to go back. I want to move forward. See where this leads. It leads to heartbreak. My voice cracks despite my best efforts. For me and for Tanner. Because you'll leave, Miles. It's what you do. The company will need you, or you'll get restless, or Clearwater will start feeling too small, and you'll find a reason to go. You're so sure about that. I'm sure about patterns, about history repeating itself. Then let me prove you wrong. He reaches out, fingers brushing my arm, gentle, tentative. One date, let me show you I'm serious about this, about being in Tanner's life and, he swallows, and maybe being in yours too. I should say no. Should protect what I've built, keep those walls high and impenetrable. But as I'm looking at him right now, I see something different than 6 years ago. The arrogance is still there, but tempered. The ambition remains, but it's not consuming him the way it used to. There's a steadiness now that wasn't there before. Or maybe I'm just seeing what I want to see. I have so much work. The protest sounds weak even to my ears. When don't you? His mouth quirks. Come on, Lizzy, take one night off. Let me feed you something that isn't coffee and stress. We'll talk, really talk. About Tanner, about us, about what we both want moving forward. What about what I want? Did you even think to ask? What do you want? The question stops me cold. What do I want? To keep Tanner safe, to build my business, to prove I don't need anyone. But underneath all that, in the parts I don't examine too closely, I want to believe Miles has changed, want to think this could work, want to stop being so goddamn tired all the time from carrying everything alone. I want, the words stick in my throat, I want you to be honest about your intentions, about what you're actually willing to sacrifice to be here. Then let's talk about it. Over dinner. Somewhere you feel comfortable. I bite my lip, weighing options. Every instinct screams danger, but there's something in his eyes that makes me pause. Something that I recognize from years ago, in the eyes of the boy I fell deeply in love with. One dinner. The words come out before I can stop them. But I mean it, Miles. One. And if you spend the whole time making empty promises, or talking about how you'll make it work, without any actual plan, we're done. Relief floods his features. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I haven't agreed to anything except a conversation. That's more than I had 5 minutes ago. His smile transforms his face, makes him look younger. When? Not tonight. I really do have work. I gesture at the suits waiting. Tomorrow. 6 o'clock. I'll text you the place. Anywhere you want. And Miles? I meet his eyes, letting him see the seriousness in mine. This isn't about romance or nostalgia. This is about figuring out if you can actually be the father Tanner needs, the partner I might need. Understand? I understand. Good. I return to the work table, picking up Henry's jacket with hands that aren't quite steady. Now get out. I have actual work to do. He heads for the door, pausing with his hand on the handle. For what it's worth, I meant what I said last night about not being sorry I kissed you. Miles. See you tomorrow, Lizzy. The bell chimes as he leaves. Through the window, I watch him walk to his car, that confident stride that used to make my heart race. Still does, apparently. I sink onto my stool, jacket forgotten. What the hell am I doing? My phone buzzes. Mama. Jasmine said that Miles had plans to ask you out. Has he done it yet? Are you going to say yes? My eyes narrow as I text back. How does everyone know everything in this town? Small town, baby. So? Tomorrow night, 6 o'clock. Just talking. Just talking. Whatever you say. It is just talking. Sure, I'll watch Tanner. You wear something nice. Mama. Something that makes you feel good. Not for him. For you. I set down the phone, staring at the suits waiting to be finished. One dinner. Just talking. Figuring out if Miles can actually be what he claims. Nothing more. My fingers drift to my lips, remembering last night's kiss. Nothing more. Right.
Danger, desire, secrets that could kill.
Ooh, baby, you already know I'm staying for this ride.
8 full-length audiobooks. Stories tangled with mystery, betrayal, and the kind of passion you can't outrun.
Oh, these heroes? They'll pin you to the wall 1 second and save your life the next. Talk about multitasking.
Assassins, billionaires, men with dangerous pasts, and women strong enough to match them, secret for secret.
Right now, you're snatching this up at a wild 70% off.
8 stories, endless passion, a love worth dying for.
Click the link and buckle up, honey. 'Cause this ain't just romance.
The Romantic Suspense Audiobook Bundle. Love, has never been this dangerous.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 18. Miles. The restaurant sits on the edge of town, tucked between the hardware store and what used to be the old bookshop, but now sells artisanal candles or some stuff. The neon sign flickers, half the letters burned out, but the name's still readable. Theo's Greek Kitchen. I pull up to Lizzy's house at exactly 6, wipers working overtime against the fat snowflakes that keep coming. Warm light glows from inside. Cassandra's car in the driveway. Safe. Settled. Everything I'm not. Before I can second-guess myself, I'm out of the car and on the porch. The doorbell echoes inside. Footsteps. Then the door swings open. Lizzy stands there and my brain short-circuits. She's wearing a dress. Deep burgundy that hugs her curves and falls just above her knees. Her hair's down. Curls loose around her shoulders instead of pulled back in that practical bun she wears at the shop. Minimal makeup, but her lips are glossed and her eyes are lined, and Christ, she's stunning. You're staring. But there's no bite to it. Maybe even a hint of satisfaction. You're beautiful. The words come out rough, honest. Her eyes widen slightly, something flickering across her face before she schools it back to neutral. Thank you. She grabs her coat from the hook inside. Let me say goodbye to Tanner. I wait on the porch while she disappears into the house. Voices drift out. Hers soft. Tanner's excited. Cassandra's warm with approval. Then she's back, coat buttoned, purse over her shoulder. Ready? Yeah. I offer my arm. She hesitates for half a second before taking it. We navigate the icy walkway together, her hand light on my elbow. I open the passenger door, waiting while she settles in before closing it. The drive takes 10 minutes. Snow falls steady, muffling the world in white silence. Theos? She breaks the quiet as I pull into the parking lot. We used to come here. I know. That place has been around forever. Best spanakopita in 3 counties. I kill the engine. Unless you'd rather go somewhere else? No. Her voice softens. Here's good. Inside, the restaurant hasn't changed. Same checkered tablecloths, same Greek murals painted on the walls, same smell of garlic and lemon and oregano that hits the moment you walk in. Theo himself appears from the kitchen, hair grayer but smile just as wide. Miles Beckham, as I live and breathe. He pulls me into a hug that nearly cracks ribs. And Lizzy Bowman. Lord, it's been years. Hey, Theo. She accepts his embrace with genuine warmth. How's Maria? Driving me crazy with wedding plans for our daughter. You know how it is. He grabs menus, leading us to a corner booth. But enough about my troubles. You two, together again? This makes an old man happy. We're just having dinner, Lizzy says quickly. Sure, just dinner. But his knowing smile says he doesn't believe it. I'll send over some saganaki to start. On the house. He disappears before either of us can protest. Lizzy slides into the booth, shrugging out of her coat. I take the seat across from her, suddenly aware of how small this table is. How close we are. He seems good, I say, because someone needs to fill the silence. He is. Maria, too. Their daughter got engaged last spring. I'm helping with the dress. Of course you are. She fidgets with the menu even though we both know what's on it by heart. Used to come here every Friday night when we were together. Same booth, same order every time. So. She sets down the menu, meeting my eyes. You wanted to talk? Let's talk. Direct. That's my Lizzy. Except she's not mine. Not anymore. Not yet, maybe. I've been thinking about what you said, about making a choice between New York and here. And? You're right. Can't split myself between two worlds and expect either to work. Something flashes in her eyes. Resignation, maybe. Like she's bracing for the blow. So you're going back? No. The word comes out firm. Final. I'm staying. She goes very still. What? I'm moving back to Clearwater. Permanently. Miles, let me finish. I lean forward, needing her to hear this. Really hear it. I've been on calls with my CFO all week. We're restructuring. I'm stepping back from day-to-day operations, promoting my VP to CEO. I'll stay on the board, consult remotely, but the company doesn't need me there. You built that business from nothing, and now it's strong enough to run without me micromanaging every decision. I reach across the table, stopping just short of touching her hand. Tanner needs a father, a real one, not someone who visits between board meetings. Her throat works. What about what you need? I need this. Need to be here. Need to know my son. Need you. The last part stays unspoken, but it hangs between us anyway. Theo appears with the Saganaki, flaming and dramatic. We wait while he makes a show of extinguishing it, grinning at our reactions like we're tourists instead of locals who've seen this routine 100 times. When he's gone, Lizzy picks up her fork. Doesn't eat. Just holds it. This is a big decision, Miles. Life-changing. I know. What if you regret it? What if Clearwater starts feeling too small and you resent being here? Then I'll deal with it. But I won't resent Tanner. Won't regret knowing him. I finally close the distance, my fingers brushing hers. Or trying to know you again. She doesn't pull away. That's something. I'm scared. The admission comes out quiet, vulnerable. Scared you'll change your mind. Scared Tanner will get attached and you'll realize this isn't what you want. I'm scared too. Might as well match her honesty. Scared I've messed this up beyond repair. Scared you'll never trust me again. Scared I'll fail at being a father. But you're doing it anyway. Yeah. I turn my hand over, palm up, an offering. Because some things are worth being scared for. Her eyes drop to my hand. Then slowly she slides hers into it. Our fingers intertwine. The fit is different than it used to be. We're older, changed, but it's still right. Still perfect. One step at a time, she says. No rushing. We figure out the Tanner thing first. Co-parenting. Building trust. Whatever you need. And the US thing. She swallows. We should take that slow. Really slow. I can't just jump back into where we were. I don't want where we were. I want to build something new. Something better. A small smile tugs at her lips. The first genuine one I've seen directed at me since I got back. Okay. Yeah? Yeah. She squeezes my hand. But Miles, if you hurt him, I won't. I swear to God, Lizzy, I won't hurt either of you. Not again. The server appears, breaking the moment. We order. Her the lamb, me the moussaka, both of us the Greek salad to share because old habits die hard. When we're alone again, she hasn't let go of my hand. Tell me about New York, she says. What you'll miss. So I do. I talk about the skyline at sunset, how it turns the glass towers into something almost beautiful when the light hits just right. The energy of the city, that constant hum of ambition that never sleeps. The deals I closed and the empire I built brick by brick, late night after late night. But somewhere in the telling, I realize how hollow it all sounds. How empty those accomplishments feel compared to the weight of Lizzy's hand in mine. The penthouse views and corner offices don't mean anything when I'm sitting here with her. She tells me about the shop, the clients who drive her crazy with their last-minute alterations and impossible demands, the ones who make her day by trusting her vision completely, who come back again and again because nobody else gets it right. She talks about Tanner's school and his current obsession with dinosaurs, how he asks questions that have no good answers, like why the T-Rex had such short arms and whether they were sad about it. We talk through dinner, our plates emptying as the conversation flows. Through dessert, sharing bites of honey-soaked filo. Through coffee that's too strong and baklava that's too sweet but perfect anyway. Time blurs. The restaurant empties around us, other diners coming and going while we stay rooted in our corner booth. Eventually, Theo starts giving us gentle looks that say it's closing time, though he's too polite to rush us. Outside, the snow stopped falling. The world's gone quiet, blanketed in fresh powder that catches the streetlight and reflects it back in soft gold. Everything looks clean, new. I walk her to the car, our breath misting between us. "Thank you," she says at the passenger door. "For dinner, for listening, for—" She trails off. "For staying?" I step closer, close enough to see the flecks of gold in her brown eyes. "I meant what I said, Lizzy. I'm not going anywhere." "I want to believe that." "Then do." My hand finds her waist, gentle but sure. "Let yourself believe it." She looks up at me and the tension shifts, changes into something heavier, more dangerous. "Miles." I kiss her. This time it's slower than our other kiss, more deliberate. My lips move against hers with patience I didn't know I had, tasting the coffee on her tongue and the sweetness of honey from the baklava. Her hands fist in my coat, pulling me closer like she can't quite help herself. I deepen the kiss, one hand sliding into her hair, while the other presses against the small of her back, anchoring her to me. When we break apart, we're both breathing hard. Her eyes are dark, pupils blown wide. "You keep doing that. You keep letting me." I rest my forehead against hers. "Tell me to stop if you don't want this." That's the problem. Her laugh is shaky. "I do want this. Want you. Even though I shouldn't." "Why shouldn't you?" "Because it's complicated and messy and there's Tanner to think about and—" I kiss her again, cutting off the spiral. This one's briefer, sweeter. "Let it be complicated," I say against her lips. "We'll figure it out together." Together. She tests the word. I like the sound of that. Good. I open the car door. "Come on, let's get you home before Cassandra sends out a search party."
Chapter 19. Elizabeth. Miles's car idles in my driveway, headlights cutting through the dark. The house is quiet, no lights on except the porch lamp I left burning. Looks like everyone's asleep. I unbuckle my seatbelt, suddenly aware of how small this space feels, how close he is. Yeah, his voice is rough, lower than usual. I should get out. Say goodnight. Keep this slow and safe like I promised. Instead, I turn to face him. The dome lights off, but the street lamp catches his features. The strong line of his jaw, the way he's looking at me like I'm something precious, something worth the risk. "Miles." He kisses me again. Different than before. Hungrier. His hand cups my face, thumb stroking my cheekbone while his mouth moves against mine with an urgency that steals my breath. I make a sound, half gasp, half moan, and his tongue sweeps past my lips, tasting, claiming, like he's been starving for this. Maybe he has. God knows I have. 6 years of pretending I didn't miss this. Didn't miss him. All of it crumbles with every stroke of his tongue, every brush of his fingers through my hair. When we break apart, I'm dizzy, breathless. "Come inside." The words tumble out before I can stop them. His eyes go dark. "Lizzy, just for a bit. We can talk more. Have coffee." Lies. We both know they're lies. "Coffee?" His mouth quirks. "Right. Unless you don't want to." "I want to." His hand slides to my nape, fingers threading through my curls. "But are you sure? We said slow. We also said complicated." I lean in, pressing a kiss to the corner of his mouth. And I'm tired of overthinking everything. Damn. He breathes out hard. "Okay. Yeah, coffee." We make it as far as the front door before I'm kissing him again. My back hits the wood, his body pressing into mine as his mouth devours me. His hands grip my waist, holding me steady while I fumble for my keys. quiet. I manage between kisses. Mama's upstairs. Tanner's asleep. Then we'd better be very quiet. His lips trail down my neck, teeth grazing the sensitive spot below my ear that he somehow still remembers. I bite back a moan, finally getting the damn door open. We stumble inside like teenagers sneaking around. I toe off my heels, wincing at the small thud when one hits the hardwood. Miles catches the other before it falls, setting it down with exaggerated care. The house is dark, except for the nightlight in the hallway. Silent except for our breathing and the creak of floorboards as we navigate toward my bedroom. My heart hammers. This is insane, reckless, everything I swore I wouldn't do. But when Miles's hand finds mine in the darkness, fingers interlacing, it feels right, inevitable. We reach my bedroom. I ease the door shut behind us, the click of the latch obscenely loud in the quiet. Then we're on each other. His mouth crashes into mine, tongue sweeping past my lips with a hunger that makes my knees weak. I grip his coat, shoving it off his shoulders. It hits the floor with a muffled thump. We should talk. His hands slide down my sides, mapping curves through the fabric of my dress. Figure out what this means. Later. I pull his shirt from his waistband, fingers finding warm skin beneath. We'll talk later. He groans against my mouth, walking me backward until my legs hit the bed. What happened to Slow? His lips trail down my throat, teeth scraping. Taking our time? Shut up. I fist my hands in his hair, dragging his mouth back to mine. He laughs. Low and rough, and the sound vibrates through me. Then he's pushing me down onto the mattress, following me, his weight settling between my thighs in a way that feels like coming home. I arch up into him, feeling the hard length of him through his jeans. He rocks against me, the friction making me gasp. Lizzy. My name sounds like a prayer, a curse. We really doing this? Yes. I yank his shirt up, needing to feel more of him. Unless you've changed your mind. Hell no. He sits back long enough to strip off his shirt, tossing it aside. I stare. Can't help it. He's broader than he used to be, muscles more defined. A few scars I don't recognize marking his ribs and shoulder. Evidence of the life he lived without me. Your turn. His hands find the zipper at my back, easing it down with maddening slowness. This dress has been driving me crazy all night. Good. I lift my hips, letting him pull it off. Cool air hits my skin, raising goosebumps. Sorry to stop you right there, but this chapter is about to cross this platform's very strict, absolutely not line.
We'd love to give you every detail, every gasp, every messy, passionate second. But this platform won't let us.
What they can't block is the full, ad-free, unabridged audiobook over at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Use VIXA40 at checkout for 40% off any digital product, even the already discounted bundles full of delicious chemistry.
If you want the kiss, the touch, the moment,
you'll find it waiting for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
So, his fingers trail up my spine. Still want to take it slow? I laugh, quiet and slightly hysterical. We're terrible at slow. The worst. He presses a kiss to my temple. But I'm not complaining. Me neither. I trace patterns on his chest, fingertips following old scars and new ones. This doesn't change anything, though. We still need to figure out the Tanner situation. Co-parenting, boundaries. I know. And we definitely can't do this when he's around. Or let him think we're back together until we know what this is. Agreed. His hand cups my face, tilting it up. But Lizzy, I meant what I said. I'm staying. I'm all in. For Tanner and for you. I want to believe him. God, I want to. Prove it. I press a kiss to his palm. Not with words, with actions. Show me you're staying. I will. His thumb brushes my lower lip. Every day, however long it takes. Outside, the clock chimes midnight. A new day starting. Maybe a new beginning, too.
Chapter 20. Miles. I should leave. That's what a decent guy would do. Get dressed, kiss her goodnight, slip out before Cassandra wakes up and finds me here. But Lizzy's curled against my chest, her breathing evening out into something deeper, softer. Her hand rests over my heart, fingers splayed across my ribs like she's anchoring herself to me. And I'm not a decent guy. Never have been. You awake? Her voice is quiet, drowsy. Yeah. You should probably go. But her fingers curl tighter into my skin. Before Mama finds you here. Probably. I press a kiss to her hair. Don't move. 5 more minutes. She laughs, the sound muffled against my chest. That's what you said 20 minutes ago. Did I? I trail my hand down her spine, feeling her shiver. Must have lost track of time. Miles. Lizzy. She tilts her head back, meeting my eyes. In the dim light from the street lamp filtering through the curtains, I can just make out her features. The curve of her lips, the warmth in her gaze. This is crazy. She traces a pattern on my chest, circling a scar I got from a biking accident in Manhattan. We just said we'd take it slow. We did. I catch her hand, bringing it to my mouth. Kiss her knuckles one by one. Clearly we're bad at following our own rules. Clearly. But she's smiling. What are we doing? Right now? Lying in bed. Talking. Pretending I'm gonna leave in 5 minutes. I mean this. She gestures between us. Us. What is this? The question I've been avoiding. The one that requires an actual answer instead of pretty words and promises. I don't know. Honesty feels safer than anything. But I know I want it. Want you. Want to figure out how to make this work. Even with Tanner in the picture? With all the complicated stuff that comes with being a parent? Especially with Tanner in the picture. I shift, rolling us so I'm propped on my elbow looking down at her. He's part of you. Part of us. I'm not running from that. She searches my face, looking for cracks in the facade. Reasons not to trust me. I let her look. Got nothing to hide anymore. I want to believe you. Her hand comes up, cupping my jaw. But I'm scared. Me too. Of what? Messing this up. Being a trash father. Proving every doubt you have about me right. I turn my head, pressing a kiss to her palm. But I'm more scared of walking away, of losing this chance. We had a chance before. You left. I did. No point denying it. I was 23 and stupid, and convinced success meant getting as far from Clearwater as possible. Thought staying meant giving up everything I wanted to be. And now I know everything I want is right here. I lean down, brushing my lips against hers. Soft. Sweet. In this bed. In this town. Building a life with you and Tanner. She kisses me back, slow and deep. When we break apart, her eyes are bright. You really mean that? Every word. Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version.
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixAvaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount. She sounds wrecked, satisfied. Now you really need to go. 5 more minutes. Miles. Just 5. I pull her against me, tucking her into my side. Let me hold you for 5 more minutes. She sighs but settles in, her head on my chest and her leg thrown over mine. We lie there in the dark, listening to each other breathe. I never forgot you. The words slip out before I can stop them. All those years in New York, all the women I stop. Damn. She goes very still. Women? Doesn't matter. I tighten my arm around her. None of them were you. How many? Her voice is carefully neutral. Too neutral. Lizzy, I'm just curious. But there's an edge now, sharp and dangerous. You must have had a lot. Hotshot executive in Manhattan. I'm sure they were lining up. It's not relevant. Humor me. I close my eyes. This conversation is a minefield, and I'm about to step on every bomb. I don't know. Didn't keep count. Most were just... I search for the right word. Can't find one that doesn't sound like a jerk. Temporary. Temporary. She repeats it like she's testing the flavor. One-night stands? Some. Others lasted a few weeks. Couple months, maybe. I roll toward her, needing her to see my face. But none of them meant anything. None of them were... Me? She raises an eyebrow. That's supposed to make me feel better? That you slept with dozens of women but thought about me while you did it? I didn't... Damn. I run a hand through my hair. That came out wrong. Did it? She sits up, pulling the sheet with her. Because it sounds like you spent 6 years screwing your way through Manhattan while I was here raising our son alone. I wasn't... Christ, Lizzy, it wasn't like that. Then what was it like? She turns to face me fully, eyes bright with hurt and anger. Explain it to me. Make me understand how you can say those women didn't matter while I was changing diapers and working double shifts and telling Tanner his daddy was too busy to visit. The words hit like physical blows. You're right. I sit up too, needing to meet her eye to eye. I was a selfish bastard. I ran because I was scared and stupid and convinced I knew what I wanted. And yeah, I tried to fill the hole with work and women and whatever else could distract me from the fact that I'd made the biggest mistake of my life. Which was leaving you. I reach for her hand. She doesn't pull away. Walking away from what we had. From what we could have built together. You can't just erase 6 years with pretty words, Miles. I know. I'm not trying to. I bring her hand to my chest, pressing it over my heart. But I'm here now. Choosing you. Choosing Tanner. Choosing this life over everything else. For how long? The question is quiet, raw. Until the thrill wears off? Until Clearwater feels too small again? Forever. The word comes out fierce. Certain. However long you'll have me. She studies me, walls still up, but maybe not quite as high. I can't compete with those women, with the life you had in New York. You don't have to compete. There's no competition. I cup her face, thumb brushing her cheek. You won. You already won. You had my heart 6 years ago, and you've got it now. Everything in between was just... noise. Noise that involved a lot of sex with other people. Yeah. No point lying. It did. And I'm not going to apologize for trying to move on when I thought we were done. But Lizzy... I lean in, resting my forehead against hers. None of them were you. None of them made me feel what you make me feel. None of them were worth staying for. And I am. Hell yes you are. I kiss her, hard and fast. You and Tanner, you're worth everything. The fight drains out of her. She sags forward and I catch her, pulling her back against my chest. This is so stupid. Her voice is muffled. I shouldn't let you stay. Shouldn't let you back in like this. Probably not. I press a kiss to her hair. But I'm glad you did. Me too. She yawns, the sound adorable and exhausted. Even though you're gonna get us both in trouble when Mama finds you here. Worth it. She laughs softly, already drifting. Her body relaxes against mine, breathing evening out. I should leave. Really should. But she's warm and soft and perfect in my arms, and I can't bring myself to move. Just 5 more minutes, I tell myself. Then I'll go. 5 minutes turns to 10, then 20. Lizzy's fast asleep now, curled into my side like she belongs there. Like this is where she's always supposed to be. Maybe it is. I trace lazy patterns on her shoulder, committing this moment to memory. The weight of her against me. The sound of her breathing. The way her hand rests over my heart like she's holding it safe. I love you. The words slip out, quiet enough that she can't hear. Always did, even when I was too stupid to admit it. She doesn't stir, just keeps sleeping, peaceful and beautiful. I close my eyes, letting myself drift. Just for a minute,
Chapter 21. Elizabeth. I lay in the darkness with the weight of Miles's arm across my waist. For a minute, just one perfect, stolen minute, I let myself enjoy it. The solid warmth of him behind me, the steady rhythm of his breathing against my neck, the way his body curves around mine, like we were designed to fit together exactly this way. Then reality crashes in. His phone buzzes on the nightstand. Once, twice, 3 times in rapid succession. I should ignore it, go back to sleep, pretend I didn't hear. But that comment from earlier won't stop looping through my head. None of them meant anything. Most were temporary. I didn't keep count. How many women? Dozens? More? The phone buzzes again. Before I can talk myself out of it, I'm reaching for it. The screen lights up, notifications stacking on top of each other on the locked screen. Madison. Hey, stranger. In town for the holidays. Drinks? Sienna. Miss you. Call me when you get a chance. Ashley. Been thinking about that night in Soho. My stomach turns to ice. The more I scroll, the more messages I see. Different names. Same underlying message. Women reaching out. Women who clearly know him. Who have his number saved. Who think they have a right to his time and attention. Women he slept with. The phone buzzes again. Natalie. You disappeared. Everything okay? I set it down like it burned me. Can't breathe. Can't think. The walls of my bedroom press in, suffocating. How many? The question screams through my head. How many women has he been with since he left me? While I was pregnant, exhausted, alone? While I was up at 3 a.m. with a crying baby, wondering where the hell he was and why he didn't care enough to come back? While I was building a life for our son, he was apparently building a roster of women who still think they matter to him. The anger hits like a tidal wave. I shove at his shoulder, hard. Get up! He stirs, mumbling something incoherent. Miles. I shove harder. Wake up, now. His eyes blink open, confusion giving way to concern when he sees my face. What's wrong? You need to leave. What? He props himself up on one elbow, hair mussed and eyes still half closed. Lizzy, what? Get. Out. The words come out sharp, cold. Get your clothes and get out of my house. He's fully awake now, sitting up. The sheet pulls at his waist. What happened? What did I... Your phone's been going off. I wrap my arms around myself, needing the barrier. Lots of messages. From lots of women. Understanding dawns across his features. Then something like panic. Lizzy, those don't mean anything. I haven't talked to any of them since I got here. Haven't even looked at those messages. But they're still reaching out, still think they have access to you. My voice shakes despite my best efforts to keep it steady. Still expect you to respond. I'm not going to respond. He reaches for me. I flinch back. His hand drops. Christ. Lizzy, please, let me explain. Explain what? That you screwed your way through half of New York? The words taste bitter. That while I was here alone, pregnant with your child, you were building yourself a nice little collection of women who clearly aren't done with you? They are done. We are done. Whatever I had with any of them ended before I came back. He swings his legs out of bed, reaching for his jeans. I told you, none of them meant anything. That's supposed to make me feel better? I grab my robe from the hook, wrapping it around myself, creating armor. That you treated them like they were disposable? Like I was disposable? You were never disposable. He yanks on his jeans, not bothering with the zipper. You were the one I couldn't forget. The one I kept comparing everyone else to. Stop. I hold up a hand. Just stop. I don't want to hear about how you thought about me while you were with other women. That's not romantic. That's sick. That's not what I... He runs both hands through his hair, frustration and something like desperation creeping into his voice. You're twisting my words? Am I? I move to the window, putting distance between us. Or am I finally seeing things clearly? You spent 6 years building a life that had nothing to do with me or Tanner. A life full of work, and women, and whatever the hell else you needed to fill the void. And now you want to come back here and pretend none of that matters? It doesn't matter. Not compared to this. To you and Tanner. But it happened, Miles. I spin to face him. All of it happened, and those women are still texting you, still hoping, still thinking they have a shot. They don't. He's fully dressed now, shirt untucked and rumpled. I'll block every single one of them right now if that's what you need. That's not the point. Then what is the point? His voice rises slightly before he catches himself, remembering Mama and Tanner sleeping. Tell me what you need. I'll do it. I need you to not have been with dozens of other women. The admission cracks something open in my chest. I need you to have spent the last 6 years pining for me the way I pined for you. I need this to be simple and clean and not so goddamn complicated. Life's not simple. People aren't clean. He takes a step toward me. I take one back. I can't undo the past. Can't erase the choices I made. But I'm choosing you now. Choosing us. Doesn't that count for something? I don't know. Tears burn behind my eyes. I refuse to let them fall. Maybe it should. Maybe I'm being unreasonable and jealous and petty. But looking at those messages, seeing all those names, I swallow hard. It makes me feel like I'm just another one. Just the current favorite who'll get rotated out when someone shinier comes along. You're not. He closes the distance in 2 strides, hands framing my face before I can pull away. Listen to me. You are not just another woman. You never were. You're the woman. The only one who's ever mattered. The only one I've ever loved. The L word stops me cold. Don't. I try to step back. His hands hold firm, not forcing, just anchoring. Don't say that. Why not? It's true. I love you, Lizzy. Loved you 6 years ago. Love you now. Probably loved you even when I was running from it. His eyes search mine, desperate and honest in equal measure. Those other women? They were distractions, ways to avoid dealing with the fact that I messed up the best thing that ever happened to me. You don't get to say that. My voice breaks. You don't get to walk back in here, after 6 years of radio silence, and tell me you love me, like that makes everything okay. I know it doesn't make it okay. No, I don't deserve a second chance. His thumbs brush my cheekbones, the touch achingly gentle. But I'm asking for one anyway, begging for one. This is exactly what I was afraid of. I finally pull away, wrapping my arms around myself again. That you'd say all the right things, make all the right promises, and I'd be stupid enough to believe them. It's not stupid to give someone a second chance. It is when they've already proven they'll leave. I move to the bedroom door, opening it. An exit. An invitation to use it. I think you should go. Lizzy, please. The word comes out small, broken. Just go. I can't do this right now. He stands there for a long moment, jaw working like he's trying to find the right words to change my mind. There aren't any. Finally, he starts grabbing his clothes from the floor and putting them on. I avert my gaze, not wanting to look at him as he does this. Finally, with everything back on him, he heads for the door. But before opening it, he pauses. This isn't over. Yes, it is. I force the words out. This was a mistake. We got caught up in nostalgia and chemistry and all the things that felt good in the moment. But it doesn't change reality, doesn't change the fact that you're going to leave again. I'm not. You will. I cut him off, needing him to hear this, to understand. Maybe not tomorrow, maybe not next month. But eventually, New York's going to call, or some opportunity will come up, or you'll just get bored with small-town life, and you'll leave, just like you did before. That's not fair. Life's not fair, Miles. You taught me that when you drove away without looking back. I grip the door handle, knuckles going white. Now please, go, before you wake up Tanner and he has to watch you leave too. That lands. I see it in the way his face crumbles, wall slamming down to protect himself. Fine. He steps into the hallway. But I meant what I said. I'm not giving up on this. On us. There is no us. The lie tastes like ash. There's co-parenting. That's it. That's all there can be. He opens his mouth, closes it, shakes his head like he's arguing with himself. Then he's gone, footsteps heavy. The front door opens, closes with a soft click. Afterwards, I close my bedroom door, slide down it to the floor, and let the tears come. What the hell did I just do?
Chapter 22. Miles. The whiskey burns going down, but not enough to drown out the mess replaying in my head on an endless loop. I sit in Dad's basement, Henry's old hangout spot that still smells like stale beer and teenage rebellion, nursing my third drink and staring at the wall like it holds answers. It doesn't. Just wood paneling from the 80s and a dartboard with Henry's face taped to it from some birthday prank years ago. Henry sprawls in the ancient recliner across from me, beer in hand, watching me destroy myself in slow motion. You gonna talk about it? He takes a pull from his bottle. Or just sit there brooding like some tragic hero? Get off. Eloquent. But there's no bite to it, just concern wrapped in sarcasm. Jasmine said Lizzy's been a mess all week. Won't talk about what happened. Just buries herself in work and snaps at anyone who asks. Good. At least I'm not suffering alone. Except that's a trash thought. I don't want her suffering. Want her happy and whole and definitely not crying over me. I screwed up. The admission tastes worse than the whiskey. She saw the messages on my phone, from women in New York. Henry winces. Oh, damn. Yeah. I drain the rest of my glass, reaching for the bottle. All of them texting at once like some cosmic joke. Madison, Sienna, Ashley. I wave my hand vaguely. The whole goddamn roster checking in. You responded to any of them? Hell no. The idea alone makes me nauseous. Haven't touched my phone except to silence the notifications, but the damage was done. Lizzy saw them. Saw how many there were. How many were there? I shoot him a look. Right. Stupid question. He sets down his beer, leaning forward. What'd she say? That I spent 6 years getting my way through Manhattan while she raised our kid alone. I pour another 3 fingers, maybe 4. That those women still think they have access to me. That I'm gonna leave again when Clearwater gets boring. Are you? The question hits like a sucker punch. What kind of question is that? A fair one. Henry doesn't flinch. You told her you're staying. Told her you're choosing this life, but... Miles? Actions speak louder than words. And your actions for the past 6 years have been running. Building a life that had nothing to do with her or Tanner. I know that. I slammed the glass down harder than intended. You think I don't know that? That I haven't spent every goddamn day since I got back trying to prove I'm different now? Different how? By sleeping with her and then having your phone blow up with messages from other women? He raises an eyebrow. Yeah, that's really proving you've changed. I didn't mean for that to happen. Doesn't matter what you meant. Matters what happened. And what happened is Lizzy got a front row seat to your past. All those women you used to forget about her. I didn't... I stop. Because he's right. That's exactly what I did. Damn. Yeah. Damn. Henry grabs his beer again, taking a long drink. Look, I get it. You were hurt. Scared. Dealing with leaving her the only way you knew how. But those women aren't ghosts, man. They're real people who thought they mattered to you. And now they're texting you, reminding Lizzy that she's competing with a whole history she wasn't part of. She's not competing with anyone. You know that. I know that. But does she? He leans back, studying me. Because from where she's sitting, you spent 6 years building a life without her. A successful life full of work and women and everything she wasn't. And now you want her to believe she's suddenly worth more than all of that combined? The words land like physical blows. Each one true. Each one deserved. I love her. My voice comes out rough, raw. I've always loved her, even when I was too stupid to admit it. Have you told her that? Yes. She told me not to say it. I laughed, the sound bitter. Said I don't get to waltz back in and use the L word like it erases 6 years. She's not wrong. I know she's not wrong. The frustration explodes out of me. But what the hell else am I supposed to do? I can't change the past. Can't undo the choices I made. All I can do is show up now, be here, prove I'm not going anywhere. Then do that. Henry sets down his beer, meeting my eyes. Stop trying to fix everything with words and grand gestures. Just show up, every day, even when she's pushing you away. Especially when she's pushing you away. She kicked me out of her house at 2 a.m. Yeah, because she's scared. He runs a hand through his hair. Think about it from her perspective. She let you in, really let you in, and the first thing that happens is a reminder that you had a whole life without her. A life full of temporary women who meant nothing but still had pieces of you she didn't. None of them had pieces of me. The truth sits heavy in my chest. They had time. They had sex. But they didn't have anything that mattered. Does Lizzy know that? I told her. Did she believe you? Silence stretches between us. The answer obvious in its absence. No, she didn't believe me. Can't blame her for that. What do I do? The question comes out defeated. How do I prove I'm serious when she won't talk to me? Won't see me? Barely responds to texts about Tanner? You give her space. Henry leans forward again, elbows on knees. Let her breathe. Let her process. But you don't disappear. You stay in town. You show up for Tanner. You prove that even when things get hard, even when she's pissed and hurt, you're still here. That could take months. Could take years. He shrugs. Question is whether you're willing to wait. Whether you've got the patience to let her come to you instead of forcing it. I drain my glass, considering. Everything in me wants to storm over there right now. Demand she listen. Make her see that I'm not the same guy who left. But that's exactly what the old Miles would do. Push, force, demand. The new Miles, the one who's trying to be better, needs to respect her boundaries. even when it kills me. Your wedding's coming up. I changed the subject, needing the distance from my own crap. You ready for that? His face transforms, softens in a way I've never seen. Yeah, can't wait actually. Jasmine's incredible. Drives me crazy sometimes, but in the best way. You're lucky. I am. He studies me. You could be too, if you're willing to fight for it. I am willing. The conviction surprises me with its strength. I'll do whatever it takes, however long it takes. Even if it means getting your stuff sorted with those New York women, cutting ties completely. Already done. I pull out my phone, opening the messages. Watch. One by one, I block them. Madison, Sienna, Ashley, Natalie. Every single woman who's reached out in the past week. Every connection to that life. Henry watches, eyebrows raised. You're serious? Dead serious. I finished the last one, tossing the phone onto the couch. They're not what I want, never were. Just took me 6 years to figure that out. And what do you want? Lizzy, Tanner, a life here in Clearwater. The answer comes easy now. Clear. Everything I walked away from because I was too scared to stay. You're really moving back? Permanently? Already set it in motion. CFO's handling the transition. I'll consult remotely, but day-to-day operations are going to the VP. I meet his eyes. I'm done running, Henry. Done choosing work over the people who matter. He nods slowly, something like pride crossing his features. Good. That's good. Now I just need to convince Lizzy I mean it. Like I said, give her space. Let her see you're sticking around even when she's not making it easy. Show up for Tanner. Be present for my wedding prep. God knows I need help wrangling Jasmine's ideas. He grins. Prove through action, not words. And if she never comes around, never believes me? The question hangs heavy, terrifying. Then you keep showing up anyway. Henry's voice is firm. Because Tanner deserves a father who doesn't bail when things get hard. And maybe eventually Lizzy will see that you're for real, that you've changed. And if she doesn't, then at least you'll know you tried everything, that you showed up, that you became the man you should have been 6 years ago. He stands, grabbing his coat. But Miles, I don't think it'll come to that. I've seen the way she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching. She still loves you. Just needs to trust you won't destroy her again. No pressure. Welcome to real relationships. He claps me on the shoulder. They're messy and complicated and require actual work, but they're worth it. Lizzy's worth it. I know. Then act like it. He heads for the stairs. Maybe lay off the whiskey. Our rehearsal dinner is soon, and Jasmine will kill you if you show up hungover. The door closes behind him. I sit in the basement alone, staring at my phone, at the blocked numbers, at the life I'm leaving behind. No regrets, not anymore.
Chapter 23. Elizabeth. The needle slips, stabbing my finger for the 3rd time this morning. Damn it. I stick the bleeding digit in my mouth, glaring at the navy fabric spread across my work table, like it personally offended me. Can't focus. Can't think. Can't do anything except replay that night on an endless loop. Miles's hands on my skin, his mouth on mine, those messages lighting up his phone like fireworks announcing my stupidity. I grab my 2nd coffee of the day. It's gone cold. Tastes like regret. The bell above the door chimes, bringing a gust of winter air and snow. We're closed, I call without looking up. Since when do you close at 10 in the morning? Mama's voice. Of course. I keep my eyes on the stitching, willing her to take the hint. Since I have too much work to deal with customers. Her footsteps approach, deliberate and unhurried. Tanner, baby, why don't you color at that table over there? Mama left you some new crayons. My head snaps up. Tanner's unwinding his scarf, cheeks pink from the cold, eyes bright with excitement at the promised crayons. "Hey, baby." I force a smile. "You have fun with Grandma?" "We made a snowman." He bounds over, throwing his arms around my waist. "A really big one, bigger than you." "Wow, that is big." I smooth his curls back, pressing a kiss to his forehead. "Why don't you draw me a picture of it?" "Okay." He races to the table Mama indicated, already pulling crayons from the box with single-minded focus. Mama settles onto the stool across from me, arms crossed. Waiting. I return to my stitching. "I have a lot of work." "So you said." "The wedding's knocking on our doors. Henry's suit needs final adjustments. Jasmine wants alterations on 3 bridesmaid dresses. Mrs. Chen needs her holiday outfit by Friday. Elizabeth." The use of my full name stops me cold. I set down the needle, meeting her eyes. "What?" "Talk to me." "About what?" "I'm fine, just busy." "You're not fine. You've been a mess all week, snapping at customers, redoing perfectly good seams, drinking coffee like it's keeping you alive." Her gaze sharpens. "And you haven't mentioned Miles once." My stomach clenches. There's nothing to mention. "Jasmine said he asked you out, that you went to dinner, that things seem to be going well." She leans forward. "What happened?" "Nothing happened. We had dinner, we talked. That's it. Baby, I've known you for 28 years. I know when you're lying." The concern in her voice cracks something in my chest. I blink hard, refusing to let tears form. "I slept with him." The words tumble out before I can stop them. And then his phone wouldn't stop buzzing with messages from other women, and I realized I'm just another name on his roster. Mama's quiet for a long moment. When she speaks, her voice is gentle. "Did he say that?" "He didn't have to." The evidence was right there. Madison, Sienna, Ashley. I spit the names like they taste bad. Women reaching out, expecting responses. Women who clearly think they still matter to him. And what did Miles say about those messages? That they didn't mean anything. That none of those women meant anything. I laugh, the sound bitter. Like that's supposed to make me feel better. Like knowing he treated them all as disposable somehow proves I'm special. Maybe you are special. Mama, hear me out. She reaches across the table, covering my hand with hers. "I'm not saying what he did was right. 6 years in New York, building a life without you and Tanner. That was wrong, selfish. All those women were wrong too. Then why are you defending him?" "I'm not defending him. I'm asking you to see the whole picture instead of just the parts that hurt." Her thumb rubs circles on my knuckles. "People make mistakes, baby. Big ones. Especially when they're young and scared and running from things they don't know how to handle. So I'm supposed to just forgive him? Pretend those 6 years didn't happen? No. You're supposed to decide if his future matters more than his past." I pull my hand away, wrapping my arms around myself. What if there is no future? What if this is just him trying to ease his guilt before he leaves again? Is that what you think he's doing? I don't know what to think anymore. The admission cracks my voice. When I'm with him, it feels real. Like maybe we actually have a chance. But then reality hits. And I remember that he left once. That he built an entire life that had nothing to do with me or Tanner. And I can't. My throat closes. Can't finish. Mama stands, coming around the table to wrap her arms around me. I resist for half a second before collapsing into her embrace, the tears I've been holding back finally breaking free. "I'm so tired," I whisper against her shoulder. Tired of being strong. Tired of protecting myself. Tired of wondering if I'm making the right choices. "I know, baby." She strokes my hair like she did when I was little. "But you can't run from this forever, not with Jasmine's wedding coming up. You're gonna have to face him." "I know. I pull back, swiping at my eyes. I just don't know what to say, how to be around him without either falling apart or falling back into his arms. Maybe you don't need to have all the answers right now. She cups my face, her touch warm and grounding. Maybe you just need to get through the wedding, see how he shows up, see if his actions match his words. And if they don't, then you know for sure, and you can move on with a clear conscience. Her eyes search mine. But Lizzy, what if they do match? What if he really has changed? Are you going to let your hurt and fear cost you a chance at something real? The question sits heavy between us. From his table, Tanner calls out, "Mama, look, I drew you and me and Miles." My heart stutters. I turn to see him holding up a crayon drawing. 3 stick figures holding hands, all smiling. That's beautiful, baby. It's our family. He beams with pride. Can we show Miles? The innocence in his question destroys me. Maybe later. I force the words past the lump in my throat. Keep coloring for now. He returns to his masterpiece, oblivious to the bomb he just dropped. Mama watches me carefully. He's already attached. I know. And you're terrified Miles is gonna break his heart. Wouldn't you be? I grab a tissue, blowing my nose with zero grace. Tanner's already asking when Miles can come over again, when we can all build another snowman together. He's building this fantasy in his head of us being a family, and what happens when Miles leaves. When Tanner realizes his dad chose work over him, again? What makes you so sure he'll leave? Because that's what Miles does. He runs when things get hard, when commitment gets real. I toss the tissue in the trash. I can't let Tanner experience that kind of rejection. Can't let him wonder if he's not enough to make his father stay. So you're gonna push Miles away instead. Deprive Tanner of a relationship with his father to protect him from potential hurt? The accusation stings. That's not fair. Life's not fair, baby, but neither is making decisions for Tanner based on your fears instead of his needs. She moves back to her stool, settling in like she's got all day. That boy deserves to know his father. Good, bad, imperfect. He deserves the chance to build that relationship. What if Miles hurts him? What if he doesn't? She raises an eyebrow. What if you're so busy protecting Tanner from possible pain that you rob him of possible joy? I have no answer for that. Miles blocked all those women. Mama's voice gentles. Jasmine told me. He sat with Henry and went through his phone, blocking every single one, cutting ties completely. My breath catches. When? Few days ago, apparently. She watches my face. He's also finalizing his move back to Clearwater. Promoted someone else to run his company. He's staying, Lizzy, for real this time. The information spins through my head, rearranging everything I thought I knew. He could still leave. He could. Mama stands, gathering her purse. Or you could give him a chance to prove he won't. Your choice. But baby, don't let your past dictate Tanner's future. That's not fair to either of them. She presses a kiss to my forehead, then heads for Tanner. Come on, sweetheart, let's get you some lunch. But I'm not done with my picture. You can finish it later. Bring it with you. He carefully gathers his crayons and paper, waving at me. Bye, Mama. Bye, baby. Be good for Grandma. The bell chimes as they leave, and I'm alone again with my thoughts and half-finished work. I stare at my phone, finger hovering over Miles's name in my contacts. Mama's words echo. It's the future that matters most. Is that true? Can I really look past 6 years of absence and mistakes? Past all those other women and the life he built without us? Can I trust that this time is different? My phone buzzes. Miles. I know you need space. I'm giving it to you. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll be at the rehearsal dinner Friday. Hope that's okay. Short. Respectful. Not pushing, not demanding, just showing up. I type and delete 3 different responses before settling on. Okay, not forgiveness, not absolution, just acknowledgement. It's a start. Maybe.
Chapter 24. Miles. The rehearsal dinner venue glows with soft amber light, every surface draped in winter white and evergreen. Fairy lights wrap the exposed beams overhead, casting everything in a romantic haze that makes the whole space feel like something out of a magazine spread. Jasmine and Henry wanted intimate. Got it. 20 people max, all family and close friends gathered in this renovated barn on the edge of town. The kind of place that charges a fortune to look rustic. I adjust my tie for the 5th time, scanning the room. No sign of Lizzy yet. Stop fidgeting. Henry appears at my elbow, looking relaxed in a navy suit that fits him perfectly. Lizzy's work, obviously. You're making everyone nervous. I'm fine. You're sweating. He grabs 2 glasses of champagne from a passing server, handing me one. And you've checked the door 6 times in the last 2 minutes. Who's counting? Jasmine. She's got a running bet with her mom about whether you'll bolt before Lizzy arrives. I drain half the champagne in one swallow. Not bolting. Good, because she just walked in. My head snaps toward the entrance. There. Lizzy stands in the doorway, unwinding a burgundy scarf from around her neck. She's wearing a dress, a deep emerald piece that hugs her curves and makes her skin glow against the winter backdrop. Hair down in loose curls, minimal makeup except for lips painted a soft pink. Stunning doesn't cover it. Our eyes meet across the room. Something flickers in her expression, surprise maybe, or recognition, before she looks away, turning her attention to Cassandra beside her. And with them, Tanner. Breathe, Henry mutters. You look like you're about to pass out. Get off. Love you too, brother. He claps me on the shoulder. Give her space. Let her come to you. Right. Space. I can do space. Except all I want is to cross the room and pull her into my arms. Tell her I blocked every single one of those women, that I meant what I said about staying, that she's the only one who matters. But Henry's right. Pushing will only drive her further away. So I stay put, nursing my champagne and pretending I'm not hyper-aware of every move she makes. Jasmine sweeps over, radiant in a cream-colored dress. Miles, you made it. Wouldn't miss it. I kiss her cheek. You look beautiful. I know. She grins, completely unbothered by modesty. Henry's a lucky man. The luckiest, my brother confirms, sliding an arm around her waist. They fit together so easily. No hesitation, no walls, just pure, uncomplicated love. What I want with Lizzy. What I'm terrified I've already destroyed beyond repair. Lizzy's here, Jasmine says, watching me carefully. In case you hadn't noticed. I noticed. She's been a wreck all week, barely sleeping, working herself into the ground. Her tone sharpens slightly. You wouldn't know anything about that, would you? Jasmine. Henry's voice carries a warning. Not tonight. I'm just saying. We know what you're saying. I meet her eyes. And you're right. This is my fault. But I'm trying to fix it. Are you? She crosses her arms. Because from where I'm standing, it looks like you're hiding over here instead of talking to her. I'm giving her space. Space is code for cowardice. Jazz. Henry squeezes her waist gently. Come on. She studies me for another beat before her expression softens. Look, I love you both. You know that. And I want you to work this out. But Miles, words aren't gonna cut it anymore. You need to show her you mean it. Really show her. I'm trying. Try harder. She presses a kiss to Henry's cheek. I need to greet the rest of the guests. Play nice, you two. She glides away, leaving me alone with Henry again. She's scary when she wants to be, I mutter. That's why I'm marrying her. He grins. Come on, let's make the rounds. Act normal. Normal. Right. We circulate through the room, greeting Henry's college buddies and Jasmine's relatives. I smile and nod and make small talk about the weather and the wedding plans, all while tracking Lizzy's movements in my peripheral vision. She's talking with Cassandra and a few other women near the appetizer table, all while keeping her hands on Tanner's shoulders, laughing at something someone said. The sound carries across the room, cutting straight through me. God, I've missed that laugh. You're staring again, Henry says under his breath. Can't help it. Well, stop. You're being obvious. The dinner bell chimes, some quaint touch Jasmine insisted on. We all move toward the long communal table set up in the center of the room. I find my place card. Miles Beckham. Right next to... Damn. Elizabeth Bowman. Henry catches my eye across the table, looking far too pleased with himself. Bastard probably arranged this. Lizzy approaches, sees her name, and stops cold. Jasmine's idea of a joke, I say quietly. We can switch if you want. She hesitates, gripping the back of her chair. For a second, I think she'll demand a different seat. Instead, she sits. It's fine. You sure? It's one dinner, Miles. I can handle sitting next to you for a couple hours. Ouch, but deserved. I settle into my seat, hyper-aware of the inches between us. The way her perfume, something floral with vanilla, drifts over. The subtle tension in her shoulders that says she's anything but comfortable. Servers appear with the first course, some kind of winter salad with pomegranate and goat cheese that I barely taste. How's Tanner? The question slips out before I can stop it. She stiffens slightly. Fine. Good. That's... good. Smooth, Miles. Real smooth. Did he finish the drawing he was working on? The one with the snowman? Her eyes snap to mine. Surprised I know about it. He did. Hung it on the fridge. Can I see it sometime? Maybe when I pick him up this weekend? You still want to do that? After... She trails off, not finishing. After you kicked me out of your house at 2 a.m.? I keep my voice low, conscious of the other guests. Yeah, Lizzy. I still want to spend time with my son. Still want to be his father. That hasn't changed. And what about the rest of it? What rest? Us. This. She gestures vaguely between us. Where do we stand? The question I've been waiting for. Dreading. Wherever you want us to stand. I set down my fork, turning to face her fully. I meant what I said. About staying. About choosing this life. About loving you. She flinches at the L word. Miles. I know you don't want to hear it. No, you don't believe me yet. But it's the truth. I risk reaching under the table, my hand finding hers. She doesn't pull away. Progress. Those women, the messages you saw, I blocked every single one. Cut ties completely. Jasmine mentioned that. I'm not interested in them. Never was, really. They were just... I search for the right word. Can't find one that doesn't make me sound like a jerk. Distractions from the fact that I messed up the best thing that ever happened to me. Pretty distractions. Empty ones. My thumb strokes across her knuckles. None of them were you. None of them made me feel what you make me feel. Which is what? Her voice is barely above a whisper. Like I'm home. Like I finally found the thing I've been searching for in all the wrong places. I lean closer, needing her to hear this. Really hear it. You and Tanner. That's what matters. That's what I want to build a life around. Her eyes glisten with unshed tears. You can't just say things like that and expect everything to be okay. I know. That's why I'm staying. Why I'm here tonight even though you haven't answered any of my texts except that one-word response. I squeeze her hand gently. Actions matter more than words. I get that now. So I'm showing up. Every day. Proving I mean it. For how long? However long it takes. The answer comes easy, certain. Months, years, forever, if that's what you need. She's quiet for a long moment, studying our joined hands beneath the table. I'm scared, she finally admits. Me too. What if this doesn't work? What if we try and it falls apart and Tanner gets caught in the middle? Then we deal with it. Together. I lift her hand, pressing a kiss to her knuckles. But Lizzy, I'd rather try and fail than spend the rest of my life wondering what could have been. A tear escapes, trailing down her cheek. She swipes at it quickly. I need time. Take all the time you need. I mean it, Miles. I can't just jump back into this. Can't pretend those 6 years didn't happen, or that I'm not terrified you'll leave again. I won't. You don't know that. Her voice cracks slightly. You can't promise that. Life happens. Opportunities come up. Things change. Some things don't change. I cup her face, thumb brushing away another tear. Like the way I feel about you. The way I'll always feel about you. She closes her eyes, leaning into my touch for just a second before pulling away. Please, just give me time to think about all this. Okay. I let her go, even though every instinct screams to hold on. But I'm not going anywhere. I'll be here when you're ready. And if I'm never ready? The question hangs between us, terrifying and real. Then I'll still be here. For Tanner. Being the father he deserves. I force the words out past the tightness in my chest. But I'm hoping, really hoping that you'll give us another chance. She doesn't respond, just picks up her fork, returning attention to her barely touched salad. The rest of dinner passes in a blur of forced conversation and stolen glances. Henry gives a toast that has everyone laughing. Jasmine follows with one that has half the room in tears. Through it all, I'm aware of Lizzy beside me. The way she laughs at the right moments. The subtle tension that never quite leaves her shoulders. The fact that she doesn't pull away when our arms brush, reaching for water glasses. Small things. But they feel like everything. After dinner, people drift toward the bar or cluster in conversation groups. Soft music plays from hidden speakers. A few couples sway on the makeshift dance floor. Henry finds me nursing a whiskey at the bar. How'd it go? She needs time. That's not a no. It's not a yes either. But it's not a no. He signals the bartender for a beer. That's something, Miles. Work with it. I am, giving her all the space she needs. I drain my glass, even though it's killing me. Welcome to relationships. He claps me on the shoulder. They're messy, complicated, require actual patience and sacrifice. When'd you get so wise? Always been this wise. You just weren't listening. Fair point. Across the room, Lizzy's talking with Jasmine. Both of them glance our way. Jasmine says something that makes Lizzy laugh, shaking her head. She still loves you, Henry says quietly. I can see it. The way she looks at you when she thinks no one's watching. Loving me and trusting me are different things. Then earn her trust. Show up. Be consistent. Prove you're not the same guy who left. I'm trying. I know you are. He takes a long pull from his beer. And for what it's worth, I think you've got a real shot. Just don't mess it up again. No pressure. You got this. He heads back toward Jasmine, leaving me alone with my thoughts and empty glass. I watch Lizzy across the room, memorizing the way the light catches in her hair, the curve of her smile when someone says something funny, the grace in every movement. This woman, this impossible, beautiful, infuriating woman who holds my heart and doesn't even realize it. I meant what I said. I'll wait however long it takes, because she's worth it. They're both worth it.
Chapter 25. Elizabeth. The church is full. Every pew packed with faces I've known my whole life. All dressed in their winter best, and smiling like they've never seen anything more romantic than Jasmine walking down this aisle in the dress I spent so long perfecting. I sit in the third row with Mama on one side and Tanner on the other, his little legs swinging because his feet don't quite touch the floor yet. He's in his navy suit, the one I tailored to match Henry's groomsman, and he keeps tugging at his collar like it's strangling him. Stop that. I reach over, stilling his hands. You look handsome. It's scratchy. It's wool. That's how wool feels. I smooth down his lapel, pressing a kiss to his forehead. Be good. The ceremony's about to start. He settles, leaning against Mama's arm. She wraps her hand around his, squeezing gently. The organist starts playing, and everyone rises. Jasmine appears at the back of the church, and my breath catches. The dress. God, the dress. Ivory silk with delicate lace sleeves I hand-stitched over countless late nights. The bodice fits her like a dream, nipping in at the waist before flowing into a full skirt that pulls behind her in a short train. Simple, classic, perfect. She looks like she stepped out of some fairy tale, face glowing with happiness as she walks toward Henry. And Henry. He's standing at the altar in the charcoal suit I finished last week, and the look on his face destroys me. Pure joy. Wonder. Like he can't believe his luck that this woman chose him. My eyes burn. I blink hard, willing the tears back. Beside me, Mama passes me a tissue without looking. She knows. The ceremony begins. Words about love and commitment and choosing each other every day wash over me. The pastor talks about patience and sacrifice and building something lasting. I try to focus, really do. But my gaze keeps drifting to the groomsmen lined up beside Henry, to Miles. He's in navy, same as the others, but somehow he makes it look different. Better? His hair's styled back, showing off the strong line of his jaw. Those blue eyes fixed on his brother with an expression I can't quite read. As if sensing my attention, he glances over. Our eyes meet. Something passes between us. Recognition, longing, the weight of everything we said at the rehearsal dinner and everything we didn't. I force myself to look away, returning my attention to Jasmine and Henry as they exchange vows. I promise to love you, Henry says, voice steady and sure. In good times and bad, when things are easy and when they're hard, I promise to show up every day. To choose you over and over again. The words land like stones in my chest. Show up. Choose her. The exact things Miles keeps saying he'll do. Jasmine's turn. Her voice shakes slightly, overcome with emotion. I promise to trust you. To believe in us even when I'm scared. To build a life with you that's messy and real and completely ours. Trust. Belief. The exact things I'm struggling to give Miles. I now pronounce you husband and wife. The pastor beams. You may kiss your bride. Henry doesn't wait. He pulls Jasmine into his arms, kissing her like they're the only two people in the world. The church erupts in applause and cheers. Beside me, Tanner claps wildly. They kissed. They did, baby. I wipe at my eyes. Not even bothering to hide the tears anymore. They're married now. Like a family? Exactly like a family. He goes quiet for a moment, his little mind clearly turning over the question, processing what it all means. Then, in that direct way only children can manage, he asks, "Can we be a family too? You and me and Miles?" The question hits me square in the chest, stealing the breath from my lungs. My heart stutters, then stops completely. Mama's hand finds mine immediately, her fingers wrapping around my palm and squeezing tight. The pressure grounds me, keeps me from floating away into the panic threatening to rise. Maybe, I manage to whisper, the word barely making it past the lump in my throat. Someday, baby. Tanner considers this, then nods slowly, seemingly satisfied with my non-answer. I hope so. He leans his weight against me, small and warm and absolutely perfect in every way. His voice drops to something softer, more vulnerable. I really like having a dad. Oh, God. The tears I'd been holding back break through every defense I'd carefully constructed. They come faster now, hot and completely unstoppable, streaming down my cheeks without permission. Mama wraps her arm around both of us, pulling us close and holding us together like she's done so many times before. Her embrace is steady and sure as Jasmine and Henry make their way back down the aisle. Husband and wife now, their faces absolutely glowing with happiness and promise. They deserve this. Deserve every bit of the joy and certainty and beautiful future stretching out ahead of them like an open road. And watching them, feeling Tanner's warmth against my side and Mama's strength at my back, I realized something. I want to deserve it too. The reception hall sits next door, connected by a covered walkway that's already dusted with fresh snow. Mama takes Tanner's hand as we file out with everyone else. I'm going to get him settled at our table, she says, reading my face with that maternal superpower. Take your time. Thanks, Mama. She kisses my cheek. Be brave, baby. Then she's gone, swept up in the crowd heading toward warmth and champagne and wedding cake. I linger in the cold, watching snowflakes fall in the glow of the pathway lights. The air bites at my exposed skin, but I need the shock of it. Need to feel something besides this overwhelming confusion. You'll freeze out here. Miles's voice, low and close. I turn. He's standing a few feet away, jacket unbuttoned, hands in his pockets. Snow dusts his shoulders, catches in his hair. Just needed air. Mind if I join you? Or would you rather be alone? The fact that he's asking instead of assuming makes something crack in my chest. You can stay. He moves closer, stopping an arm's length away. Close enough to talk without shouting over the wind. Far enough to give me space. We stand in silence, watching snow fall. Beautiful ceremony, he finally says. It was. I wrap my arms around myself, the cold seeping through my coat. Jasmine looked perfect. You made her dress, didn't you? Yeah. It showed. Everything about today showed your touch. His gaze drops to me, warming. You're incredibly talented, Lizzy. The compliment catches me off guard. Thank you. More silence. Not uncomfortable exactly, but weighted with things unsaid. Tanner asked if we could be a family. The words slip out before I can stop them. During the ceremony, wanted to know if we could be like Jasmine and Henry. Miles goes very still. What'd you tell him? Maybe, someday. I meet his eyes. Was that wrong? No. His voice comes out rough. That was honest. That was perfect. I don't know how to do this. The admission cracks something open. How to trust you again. How to believe this is real and not just temporary. I know. Those messages, seeing all those names, it reminded me that you built an entire life without us. That for 6 years, we didn't matter enough for you to come back. You mattered? He takes a step closer. You always mattered. I was just too scared to admit it. Scared of what? Of failing. Of being trapped. Of becoming someone I didn't want to be. He runs a hand through his hair, scattering snowflakes. I thought success meant escape. Thought staying in Clearwater meant giving up my dreams. And now I know my dreams were trash. A smile quirks his mouth. Real dreams aren't about corner offices and client lists. They're about Sunday mornings with my kid. About watching you work magic with fabric and thread. About building something that actually matters. The words wrap around my heart, squeezing. You can't just say things like that. Why not? It's true. He closes the final distance between us, hands coming up to frame my face. I love you, Lizzy. I've loved you since we were kids. Loved you when I left. Love you now. And I'll keep loving you whether you take me back or not. Miles, I know you need time, need proof, need me to show up and be consistent and earn back every ounce of trust I destroyed. His thumbs brush my cheekbones, gentle and sure. I'm willing to do that. For however long it takes. Snow falls around us, muffling the world, creating a bubble where only we exist. What if I can't do it? My voice breaks. What if I'm too broken, too scared? Then we'll figure it out together. He leans in, resting his forehead against mine. But Lizzy, you're not broken. You're strong. You're incredible. You built a whole life for our son while I was out chasing ghosts. I don't feel strong. You don't have to feel it to be it. A sob escapes, then another. 6 years of holding it together, of being strong, of pretending I was fine alone, all crumbling under the weight of his words. He pulls me against his chest, arms wrapping around me, solid, safe. I've got you, he murmurs into my hair. I'm not letting go. Not this time. I cling to him, fingers fisting in his jacket. Let myself break in his arms the way I've needed to for years. When the tears finally slow, I pull back enough to look at him. His own eyes are bright, suspiciously wet. I can't promise I won't be scared, I say. Can't promise this'll be easy. I'm not asking for easy, I'm asking for a chance. One more chance. I reach up, cupping his jaw, feeling the scratch of stubble against my palm. But Miles, if you leave again, I won't. The certainty in his voice slices through every single doubt, every fear, every wall I've built. I swear to God, Lizzy, I'm staying. I'm all in. No more running, no more excuses. His thumb brushes my cheek, wiping away the last trace of tears. He leans down and I meet him halfway, rising on my toes. The kiss is soft at first, tentative. Nothing like the desperate, hungry ones we shared before, the ones fueled by anger and hurt and years of longing. This is different. This is a question and an answer all at once. A promise sealed with the gentle press of his lips against mine. I can taste the snow on his mouth, feel the warmth of his breath mixing with mine. When we finally part, we're both breathing hard, both smiling like idiots standing in the snow. We should get inside, I say, my voice slightly breathless. Before Mama sends a search party, you know she's probably watching from a window right now. Yeah, but he doesn't let go of me. His hands remain on my waist, anchoring me to him. One more thing. What? I can't imagine my life without you either. His smile transforms his entire face, softening all those sharp edges, making him look younger, making him look like the boy I fell for all those years ago. Just needed you to know that, needed you to hear me say it. My heart swells, overflows. Come on. I take his hand, interlacing our fingers. Let's go celebrate your brother's wedding. We walk into the reception hall hand in hand, snow melting in our hair, smiles on our faces. Inside, warmth and music and laughter surround us. Mama catches my eye from across the room, sees our joined hands, and her face lights up with approval. Tanner spots us and comes running. Miles, Mama, can we dance? All three of us. Miles looks down at him, something soft and vulnerable in his expression. Yeah, like a family. I meet Miles's eyes over our son's head, see the hope and love and promise there. Yeah, baby. I squeeze both their hands. Like a family. We head to the dance floor as a slow song starts, and Miles lifts Tanner into his arms before pulling me close with his free hand. We sway together, the three of us, Imperfect and messy and absolutely perfect. This is what matters. Not the past, not the mistakes, not the years lost. Just this moment, this chance, this family we're choosing to build together. Fake love? Baby, ain't nothing fake about what you're about to feel.
9 full-length audiobooks, dozens of hours of passion, drama, and the kind of chemistry you can't fake.
Oh, these couples swear it's just for show. Fake fiancés, pretend dates, contracts and schemes. But baby, when the sparks start flying, somebody's catching feelings.
Enemies turned lovers, friends turned more.
And listen here, this ain't no skimpy sample pack. You're getting the whole buffet. And right now, it's already sitting pretty at 70% off.
Take a look at VixAvaughnRomance.com.
Hot fomance. I fake do. This diva don't do I do easily. Only serve it up if you deserve me. Playeress. A fake southern fiancé. Fake lover. Faux love. Wife for hire.
The Fake Love Romance Audiobook Bundle. It's time to play pretend and never look back.
Vixa Vaughn Romance.
Chapter 26. Miles. The reception goes on forever in the best way. Dinner's served, speeches are made, and I can't take my eyes off Lizzy. She sits beside me, her hand resting on the table where I can reach it. Every so often, I do, just brushing my fingers against hers, reminding both of us this is real. Henry and Jasmine cut the cake to massive applause. They feed each other with surprising restraint, no smashing it into faces like some couples do. Just gentle bites and soft kisses that make the room collectively sigh. They're good together, Lizzy says quietly. They are. I turn to her, needing her to see this. Reminds me of us, before I messed everything up. We were never that easy. No, we were better. I catch her hand properly now, threading our fingers together. We had fire, passion, the kind of connection that scared the hell out of me. She studies our joined hands. Does it still scare you? Terrifies me. Honesty feels safer than pretty lies. But not enough to run. Not anymore. The DJ announces the first dance. Henry sweeps Jasmine onto the floor, and they move together like they've been doing this for years. Natural. Right. After a few bars, the DJ invites other couples to join. I stand, offering Lizzy my hand. Dance with me? She hesitates for half a second before placing her palm in mine. Just one. Just one, I agree, knowing it's a lie. I lead her to the floor, pulling her into my arms. She fits against me perfectly, like she always has. Her hand rests on my shoulder. Mine settles at her waist. We sway to the music, barely moving, just existing in this moment. I meant what I said outside. My voice is low enough that only she can hear. I love you. Always have. Miles. I know you're not ready to say it back. That's okay. I press a kiss to her temple. I'll wait, however long it takes. She tilts her head back, meeting my eyes. What if I'm never ready? Then I'll love you anyway. Simple. True. Some things don't need to be reciprocated to be real. A tear escapes, trailing down her cheek. I brush it away with my thumb. Don't cry. Not tonight. I pull her closer, eliminating the space between us. Tonight's for celebrating, for joy, for new beginnings. Is that what this is? A new beginning? I hope so. I rest my forehead against hers. But even if it's not, even if you decide you can't trust me again, I'm still here. Still showing up for Tanner. Still trying to be the man you both deserve. You keep saying that, because I mean it. I lean back enough to see her face. Actions over words, right? Watch me prove it. The song shifts into something faster. We don't break apart. Around us, other couples adjust their rhythm. We keep swaying, lost in our own world. Mama! Miles! Tanner's voice cuts through. We turn to find him barreling toward us, Cassandra trailing behind with an apologetic smile. Can I dance too? He crashes into us, wrapping his arms around both our legs. I lift him up, settling him between us. What do you think, Mama? Room for one more? Lizzy's smile transforms her face. Always room for you, baby. We dance like that, the three of us. Tanner giggles as I spin us in slow circles. Lizzy laughs, the sound cutting straight through every defense I've got left. This is what I want. What I've been searching for in all the wrong places. Not success or recognition or the corner office. Just this, my family, together. Eventually, the song ends. Tanner squirms, wanting down to chase after some other kids running around the edges of the dance floor. Be careful, Lizzy calls after him. He'll be fine. I pull her back into my arms as another slow song starts. Dance with me properly now, without our audience. She lets me lead her deeper into the crowd of swaying couples. My hand spans her lower back, pressing her close. This feels dangerous, she murmurs against my shoulder. Dancing? Being this close to you. Letting myself want this. She pulls back enough to meet my eyes. What if it doesn't work? What if it does? I counter. What if we're actually good together when we're not running from each other? You were the one who ran. I know, and I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I spin us gently, but I'm here now, present, committed, ready to fight for this. How long? The question is soft, vulnerable. How long will you fight before you give up? Forever. The answer comes without hesitation. I'll fight for you forever, Lizzy. For us. For the family we could build. She searches my face, looking for cracks. Finding none. I want to believe you. Then do. I cup her face with one hand, thumb stroking her cheekbone. Take a leap of faith. Trust that I've learned from my mistakes. That I've grown up. People don't change that much. Some do. When they have the right motivation. I lean in, lips brushing her ear. You and Tanner are all the motivation I need. She shudders against me, her body responding even as her mind resists. The song ends too soon. Before I can pull her into another, Henry and Jasmine find us. There you are. Jasmine's face is radiant with happiness and champagne. We're about to do the bouquet toss. Lizzy, you have to participate. I don't think... No arguments. Jasmine grabs her hand, dragging her toward a cluster of single women gathering near the stage. It's tradition. I watch them go, fighting the urge to follow. Henry claps me on the shoulder. Looks like things are going better. We danced, talked. I shove my hands in my pockets. She's still scared. Can you blame her? No, but it's killing me. I turn to face him fully. I want to fix this, make it right. But she needs time I'm not sure I have the patience for. Then find the patience. His voice is firm. You owe her that much. On the stage, Jasmine turns her back to the crowd of women. She counts down, 3, 2, 1, and launches the bouquet over her shoulder. It sails through the air in a perfect arc, straight into Lizzy's hands. She catches it on reflex, looking shocked. Around her, the other women groan good-naturedly. Jasmine spins around, sees who caught it, and her smile could power the entire town. I knew it! Lizzy holds the flowers like they might bite her. Her eyes find mine across the room. I can't help the grin that takes over my face. She shakes her head, fighting her own smile. But it breaks through anyway, transforming her features. That's a good sign, Henry says beside me. Yeah. Hope flares bright in my chest. Yeah, it is. The DJ announces the garter toss next. Henry heads to the stage to participate in that particular tradition. I stay where I am, watching Lizzy navigate back through the crowd. Cassandra intercepts her, saying something that makes Lizzy laugh and swat her with the bouquet. Then she's standing in front of me, flowers still in hand. "That was rigged," she says. "Probably." I take the bouquet from her, setting it on a nearby table. But I'm not complaining. "Miles..." I cut her off with a kiss, not deep or demanding, just soft, sweet, a promise of what could be. When I pull back, she's looking at me with wonder and fear in equal measure. "I love you," I say again, needing her to hear it, believe it. "And I'm going to keep saying it until you believe me." "And what if I never believe you?" "Then I'll prove it instead." I brush a curl behind her ear. "Every single day. For the rest of my life, if you'll let me." Across the room, Cassandra has Tanner. They're watching us with matching expressions of hope. "He asked me earlier if we could be a family," Lizzy says quietly. Watching them, seeing how happy they are, I realize something. "What?" "I want that. Want us to be a family." She takes a shaky breath. "But I'm terrified of wanting it, of letting myself hope." "Then let me be brave enough for both of us." I pull her close, wrapping my arms around her. "Let me carry the hope until you're ready to believe in it too." She melts into me, her head resting against my chest. I feel the moment she stops fighting. The exact second her walls crack just enough to let me back in. We stand like that, holding each other while the party continues around us. Eventually, Cassandra brings Tanner over. "Someone wants to say goodnight." Tanner's fighting sleep, his eyes heavy. But when he sees us standing together, he perks up. "Miles, you're my dad." My throat closes. I drop to one knee, bringing myself to his level. "Yeah, buddy, I'm your dad." The words come out thick with emotion. "And I love you. So much. I'm sorry I wasn't here before, but I'm here now. And I'm not going anywhere. I promise." His little face scrunches up, processing. Then he launches himself at me, wrapping his arms around my neck. "You're the best dad ever," he whispers against my shoulder. I close my eyes, holding him tight. "I'm gonna try to be. Gonna try my best." When I look up, Lizzy's crying, full-on tears streaming down her face. Still holding Tanner, I stand. He's getting heavy, but I don't care. I lean in, pressing a kiss to Tanner's head, then one to Lizzy's forehead. "My family," I murmur. "Both of you. Forever." Lizzy reaches out, her hand finding mine, squeezing tight. "One more chance," she whispers. "Don't waste it." "I won't." The promise settles deep in my bones. "I swear, Lizzy, I won't." Cassandra takes Tanner, who's finally succumbing to sleep. "I'll get him home. You two stay. Enjoy the party." After they leave, Lizzy and I stand together in the middle of the reception hall. Music plays. People dance. Life continues around us. But in this moment, all that exists is us. Her hand in mine. The promise of tomorrow in her eyes. The chance I never thought I'd get. "Thank you," I say quietly. "For what?" "For not giving up on me, even when I gave you every reason to. I haven't forgiven you yet, but there's no heat in it. This is probation. You're on probation." "I'll take it." I pull her back onto the dance floor. "I'll take whatever you're willing to give." We dance until our feet hurt, until the reception winds down and guests start filtering out. Finally, standing in the parking lot as snow falls around us, I walk her to her car. "This was a good night," she says. "The best." I open her door, waiting while she slides in. "Can I see you tomorrow? Take Tanner to the park like we planned?" "Yeah." She starts the engine, heat blasting. "Come by around 10. We'll make breakfast." "Breakfast?" The word feels significant. Domestic. Real. "I'd like that." "Me too." She reaches out, her hand cupping my jaw. "Good night, Miles. Good night, Lizzy. I lean in, stealing one more kiss. Drive safe. She pulls away, taillights disappearing into the snow. I stand in the parking lot, watching until I can't see her anymore. Then I pull out my phone, sending her a text. I meant everything I said tonight. I love you. Both of you. Always have. Always will. Her response comes a minute later. I know. Then, after a pause, see you tomorrow. I smile at the screen, hope burning bright in my chest. Tomorrow, and the day after, and every day she'll let me show up. That's all I need. A chance to prove I'm staying. A chance to build the family we were always meant to be.
Chapter 27. Elizabeth. The morning light filters through the curtains, soft and gray with the promise of more snow. I'm still floating in that hazy space between sleep and waking, my mind tangled in dreams I can't quite remember when I hear it. The window is sliding open. The sound is unmistakable, wood scraping against wood, followed by the rush of cold air invading my warm sanctuary. My eyes snap wide, heart hammering against my ribs like it's trying to escape my chest. A shadow moves in the dimness, backlit by the pale winter morning. Broad shoulders. Familiar silhouette that makes my breath catch for entirely different reasons than fear. Miles! I shoot upright, clutching the sheets to my chest even though I'm fully clothed in my pajamas. Are you insane? What the hell are you doing? He's halfway through the window, one leg already inside, winter roses clutched in one gloved hand. Snow dusts his dark hair and shoulders of his expensive jacket. That crooked grin, the one that's gotten him out of trouble since we were teenagers, spreads across his face as he drops to the floor with surprising grace for a man his size. Yeah? He crosses the room in 3 strides, those long legs eating up the distance between us. His eyes are locked on mine, intent and dark, with something that makes my stomach flip. Crazy for you. Before I can protest, before I can remember all the reasons this is a terrible idea, his mouth is on mine. The kiss steals every coherent thought. His lips are cold from the winter air, but they warm quickly against mine. The roses drop to the floor as his hands frame my face, tilting my head to deepen the kiss. I should push him away, should remind him we're taking things slow. Instead, I kiss him back, my hands fist in his jacket, pulling him closer. He tastes like mint and coffee and Miles. That combination I'd convinced myself I'd forgotten, but clearly never did. He breaks away long enough to shrug out of his jacket, letting it fall. Then his mouth finds mine again, hungrier this time. You're insane, I breathe between kisses, climbing through my window like some thief. Had to see you. His hands slide down my sides, discovering I'm only wearing a tank top and sleep shorts. He groans against my mouth. Damn, Lizzy. Heat floods through me at the rough, commanding sound of his voice. At the possessive way his fingers dig into my waist, like he's anchoring himself to me, like he needs to hold on or risk floating away. Mama and Tanner are still sleeping, I manage to whisper, even as my body betrays me by pressing closer to his. Then we'll be quiet. He backs me toward the bed with slow, deliberate steps. His movements are controlled, calculated, like a predator closing in on prey. When the backs of my knees hit the mattress, his mouth curves into that dangerous smile. Can we be quiet, baby?
Well, that escalated fast. And unfortunately, it escalated right past what this platform allows.
To keep giving you free audiobooks, we've got to cut things off here before they flag us into next week.
But the full, heart-racing, naughty version?
That's ready for you at VixAvaughnRomance.com, along with an entire collection of unabridged romance audiobooks and ebooks.
Use VIXA40 to get 40% off your digital purchase, even on those already discounted bundles.
If you want every heated whisper, every tangled moment, every "oh my God, they're really doing this,"
you know where to find it. So don't wait. Go to VixaVaughnRomance.com and feel the heat at a discount.
I should tell him to leave. Should push him toward the window and insist he climb back out before dawn fully breaks. Should definitely worry about Mama waking up and finding him here in my bed. Instead, I let myself curl into his heat, fitting myself against him like we never stopped doing this. My head finds the familiar hollow of his chest, right over his heart. The steady thump beneath my ear is oddly comforting. I'll have to explain to Mama why you showed up all of a sudden. I trace lazy, abstract patterns across his ribs with my fingertips, feeling the rise and fall of his breathing. She's going to have questions. Lots of them. He shrugs beneath me, the movement jostling my head slightly. I can hear the smile in his voice when he speaks. Tell her it's a winter miracle. I swat at his chest with my free hand, fighting the smile tugging at my own lips. You're impossible. You love it. He presses a kiss to my hair. Admit it. I'm not admitting anything, but my smile gives me away. We lie there in the growing light, listening to each other breathe. Outside, snow keeps falling, the world quiet and still. I meant what I said last night, he murmurs, about loving you, about staying. I know. I tilt my head back to meet his eyes. I'm starting to believe you. Yeah? Yeah. I press a kiss to his jaw. But Miles, next time, use the door. His laugh rumbles through his chest, warming me from the inside out. Where's the fun in that?
Chapter 28. Miles. Cassandra's pancakes rival any restaurants, maybe better. I cut into the stack, golden and fluffy, with butter melting between each layer and syrup pooling at the edges. Eggs scrambled with cheese sit on the side, bacon crispy enough to snap. Coffee, strong and black, steams in the mug warming my palm. This is incredible, I say around a mouthful. Thank you. Cassandra waves me off from her spot at the stove, but her smile says she's pleased. Been making these since Lizzy was little. Had to feed you properly at least once. Beside me, Tanner attacks his own plate with the single-minded focus only a 5-year-old can manage. Syrup drips down his chin. Lizzy reaches over with a napkin, wiping it away with practiced ease. Our knees touch under the table. She doesn't pull away. Progress. Can we go to the park after? Tanner looks up, eyes bright with hope. Build another snowman? A really big one? That sounds perfect, buddy. I ruffle his curls. We'll make the biggest snowman Clearwater's ever seen. With a scarf and hat and everything. Everything, I confirm. Lizzy sets down her fork and I catch the tension creeping back into her shoulders. I should probably work today. Mrs. Chen's dress still needs... No. The word comes out firmer than intended. I soften my tone. You worked yourself to the bone for Henry and Jasmine's wedding. Time to rest. Cassandra turns from the stove, spatula in hand, a knowing look in her eyes. He's right, baby. You've been running yourself ragged for weeks now. Take a day off. Lord knows you've earned it. She points the spatula at Lizzy for emphasis. Spend it with your family. The word hangs in the air between us. Heavy, loaded, significant. Family. Not just Tanner. Not just her and her mom. All of us together, the way it should have been from the start. Lizzy looks between us, her expression shifting through several emotions I can't quite read. Her jaw sets in that stubborn way I remember from years ago. She's clearly gearing up to argue, to list all the reasons why she needs to work, why she can't afford to take time off, why responsibility comes before everything else. Her mouth opens, closes, opens again. No words come out. I reach for her hand under the table, threading my fingers through hers. The contact sends warmth shooting up my arm. I bring her hand to my lips slowly, deliberately, giving her time to pull away if she wants. She doesn't. I press a kiss to her knuckles, letting it linger, Her skin is soft, warm. I can feel her pulse jump beneath my mouth, the rapid flutter betraying what her guarded expression won't. "Please," I say quietly, keeping her hand against my lips. My eyes never leave hers. "Just one day, that's all. For Tanner." I pause. "For us." Her eyes search mine, dark and deep and still wary. Those walls she's built so carefully are still standing, but I can see the cracks forming. See the way she wants to believe this is real, that I'm not going anywhere this time. Finally, she nods. "One day," she says, her voice barely above a whisper. Relief floods through me. That's all I'm asking. Cassandra returns to the table with more pancakes, sliding fresh ones onto Tanner's plate despite his protests that he's full. "You two look good together." I squeeze her hand. "We do, don't we? Don't get cocky." But there's no bite to it. "Wouldn't dream of it." Tanner kicks his legs under the table, syrup-sticky fingers reaching for his orange juice. "Are you gonna stay forever now? Like Uncle Henry and Aunt Jasmine?" The question stops all conversation. Cassandra pauses mid-pour with the coffee pot. Lizzy goes very still beside me, both of them waiting for my answer. I turn to Tanner, needing him to see the truth in my face. "Yeah, buddy. I'm staying. For good this time. Promise?" Christ. The word hits different coming from a 5-year-old who's already been let down once. "I promise." I hold out my pinky. "Pinky swear." His face lights up as he hooks his small finger with mine. "Pinky swears the most important promise." "The most important," I agree, my throat tight. Lizzy's hand trembles in mine. When I glance over, her eyes are suspiciously bright. "More coffee?" Cassandra's voice is thick with emotion she's trying to hide. "Please." She fills my mug, then Lizzy's, before settling back in her chair with her own. "You know what? I think I'll take Tanner to visit his friend Marcus after breakfast. Give you two some time." "Mama." No arguments. Cassandra's smile is knowing. "You've been working too hard. Spend the morning with Miles. We'll meet you at the park around noon." Tanner bounces in his seat. "Marcus got new dinosaurs. Can I show Mama and Daddy when we get back?" "Of course you can, baby." Lizzy reaches over, smoothing his curls. "Be good for Grandma." "I'm always good." "Most of the time," Cassandra corrects with a grin. We finish breakfast in comfortable chaos. Tanner chattering about dinosaurs and snowmen, Cassandra sharing stories about Lizzy's childhood that make her groan and hide her face, me soaking it all in like I'm starving for exactly this. Normal, domestic, real. Everything I didn't know I was missing. After breakfast, Cassandra bundles Tanner into his winter gear. Coat, scarf, mittens, the whole production. He races to the door, then back to us. "Bye, Mama. Bye, Miles." He throws his arms around both our legs in a double hug that nearly knocks us over. "Bye, baby. Have fun." I crouch down, meeting him at eye level. "See you at the park, yeah? We'll build that snowman." "The biggest one ever." "The biggest," I confirm. Then they're gone, the door closing behind them with a soft click. Lizzy and I stand in the suddenly quiet kitchen. Snow falls outside the window. The coffee pot gurgles its last drops. "So," she moves to clear the table, stacking plates with practiced efficiency. "Alone at last. Need help?" "I think I can handle dishes." She sends me a smile. "You've done a lot this morning already." "Oh, really? Like what? Remind me." "You idiot," she says with a laugh. I move behind her, arms sliding around her waist, pull her back against my chest. "A well-meaning idiot who loves you." She goes still in my arms. "Miles." "I know. You're not ready to say it back. That's okay." I press a kiss to the curve of her neck, just below her ear. "Just needed you to hear it again, in case you forgot in the last hour." "I didn't forget." "Good." I rest my chin on her shoulder, watching her hands disappear into sudsy water. "What are you thinking?" "That this is dangerous. Washing dishes? being this happy. She sets a plate in the drying rack with careful precision. Letting myself want this. Want you. Want us to be a family. Why is that dangerous? Because wanting things gives them power to hurt you when they're taken away. The words land like stones in my chest. I turn her in my arms, not caring that her hands drip soap onto the floor between us. Cup her face, needing her to see the truth written all over mine. I'm not taking this away. Not taking myself away. My thumbs brush her cheekbones. You've got to stop waiting for me to leave, Lizzy. I'm here. I'm staying. No matter how many times you need to hear it. Actions over words. Remember? Then watch. I lean in, resting my forehead against hers. Watch me show up every day. Watch me build a life here. Watch me love you and Tanner with everything I've got. A tear escapes, trailing down her cheek. I catch it with my thumb. I want to believe you. Then do. Take a leap of faith. What if I fall? Then I'll catch you. Simple. True. Every single time. She searches my face for a long moment, looking for cracks, finding none. Finally, she rises on her toes, presses her lips to mine in a kiss that tastes like syrup and coffee, and something that feels an awful lot like hope. When we break apart, we're both breathing harder. The dishes! Screw the dishes! I lift her onto the counter, stepping between her thighs. We've got 2 hours before we meet them at the park. 2 hours? Her legs wrap around my waist, pulling me closer. What could we possibly do for 2 whole hours? The innocence in her voice is completely fake. I love it. I've got some ideas. Yeah? Lots of them. I kiss down her neck, teeth scraping gently. Starting with getting you out of these clothes. She laughs, the sound cutting straight through every defense I've got left. You're insatiable. For you? Absolutely. Her hands fist in my shirt, dragging my mouth back to hers. We kiss until we're both dizzy. Until the coffee goes cold and the dishes sit forgotten. Until the only thing that matters is this moment. This woman. This chance I never thought I'd get. When we finally make it to the park 2 hours later, hair mussed, clothes rumpled, matching grins on our faces, Cassandra takes one look and shakes her head. You two are about as subtle as a brick. Tanner doesn't notice. He's too busy racing toward us, Marcus trailing behind. Dad! You're here! Can we build the snowman now? Absolutely. I catch him as he launches himself at me, swinging him up onto my shoulders. The biggest one Clearwater's ever seen. Lizzy's hand finds mine as we walk toward the fresh snow. Cassandra watches us with approval written all over her face. And in that moment, with Tanner on my shoulders and Lizzy beside me and snow falling soft around us, I know. This is what I've been searching for. Not success, not recognition, not the corner office or the Manhattan penthouse. Just this, my family, together, finally home.
Chapter 29. Elizabeth. The cold bites at my cheeks, but I don't care. Not with Miles's hand warm in mine, and Tanner's laughter ringing across the park. We settle onto the bench beside Mama while Tanner and Marcus dive into the fresh powder, already debating the best location for their architectural masterpiece. Right there. Tanner points to a flat stretch near the playground. We need lots of space. Miles drops his arm across the back of the bench behind me. Not quite touching, but close enough that I feel the heat of him through my coat. I lean my head on his shoulder before I can overthink it. He goes still. Then his arm comes down, wrapping around me and pulling me closer against his side. Mama's watching us with that knowing smile Mother's perfect over decades. The one that says she knew this was coming long before we did. You two look good together, she says for the second time today. We do, don't we? Miles presses a kiss to my temple, casual and easy, like he's been doing it for years instead of days. My heart squeezes. The words bubbling up inside me refuse to stay buried any longer. I love you. The admission slips out soft and sure. So much, Miles. I love you so much it terrifies me. His entire body stiffens. He shifts, turning to look down at me with eyes gone dark and intense. Say it again. His voice comes out rough, raw with emotion. I love you. Easier this time, lighter. Like speaking the truth out loud lifts a weight I've been carrying for 6 years. I've been trying not to, trying to protect myself, but I can't fight it anymore. Christ, Lizzy. He cups my face with both hands, thumbs brushing my cheekbones. I've waited so long to hear you say that. Then his mouth is on mine. The kiss is deep and thorough, claiming me in front of the whole damn park, in front of Mama and the kids and anyone else who happens to be watching. I don't care. Let them look. Let them see that this complicated, messy, beautiful thing between us is real. When we finally break apart, we're both breathing hard, both grinning like idiots. So, his forehead rests against mine. When's the wedding? I freeze. What? You heard me. He pulls back just enough to meet my eyes, and the certainty there steals my breath. When's our wedding? Miles. Don't panic. But he's smiling. I'm not proposing. Not yet. Not properly, but Lizzy. His thumb traces my lower lip. I'm gonna marry you. Soon as you'll have me. That's a promise. My throat closes. Can't speak past the emotion flooding through me. Mama chuckles from her end of the bench. Well, it's about time you two figured it out. Mama. What? I've known since you were teenagers that you'd end up together eventually. She stands, brushing snow from her coat. Just took you the long way around. Miles's hand finds mine again, threading our fingers together. Worth the wait. Was it? I search his face. 6 years is a long time. Every second was worth it to get here, to this moment. He brings my hand to his lips, pressing a kiss to my knuckles. To you, finally saying you love me back. I never stopped loving you. The truth sits heavy between us. Even when I wanted to, when I tried to, you've always been it for me. Same, baby, you've always been it. Across the park, Tanner's voice cuts through. Mama, Dad, look. We turn to see him and Marcus rolling what looks like a boulder of snow, both boys straining with effort. That's huge, I call back. It's gonna be the biggest. Tanner beams with pride. Miles stands, tugging me up with him. Come on, let's help them before they hurt themselves. We walk across the fresh snow, hand in hand. Mama follows, phone already out. What are you doing? I ask. Documenting this moment. She aims the camera at us. First snow day as a real family. The word makes my chest tight in the best way. Family. Not just me and Tanner anymore. Not just surviving, but thriving. Together. Complete. Miles releases my hand to grab a handful of snow, packing it tight. All right, buddy. Let's make this the most epic snowman Clearwater's ever seen. Epic? Tanner echoes, already copying Miles's technique. I watch them work together, the easy way they move around each other. Miles showing Tanner how to pack the snow tighter. Tanner chattering nonstop about dinosaurs and snowmen and everything in between. This is what I wanted. What I've needed without knowing how to ask for it. A partner. Someone to share the load. Someone who looks at our son with the same fierce love I feel every single day. Mama sidles up beside me, still filming. You okay? Better than okay. I swipe at my eyes. I'm happy, Mama. Really, truly happy. Good. She wraps an arm around my waist, pulling me close. You deserve it, baby. Both of you do. Miles glances over, catching me watching him, He winks, then turns back to Tanner with exaggerated seriousness. Now for the middle section. This is the tricky part. I can do it, Tanner insists. I know you can, but I'll help anyway. Teamwork, remember? Teamwork! Tanner throws his arms around Miles's waist in a spontaneous hug. Miles freezes. Then his face transforms, softening into something so tender it breaks my heart wide open. He crouches down, pulling Tanner into a proper embrace. I love you, buddy. So much. You know that, right? Love you too, Dad. The title sits right on Tanner's tongue, natural, easy, like it's always been there waiting to be spoken. Mama's filming it all, tears streaming down her face. I'm crying too. Can't help it. This moment, this perfect snow-dusted moment is everything I never dared to hope for. Miles stands, lifting Tanner onto his shoulders. All right. From up here you can direct operations. Tell me where to put the next snowball. Higher. Make it super tall. Higher it is. They work together while Marcus helps, the three of them building layers of snow into something vaguely snowman-shaped. It's lopsided, definitely not winning any prizes. But it's perfect. Absolutely perfect. Miles catches my eye again, mouths 3 words that make my heart soar. I love you. I mouth them back. Then, because I can't resist, I scoop up a handful of snow, pack it tight, take aim. The snowball hits Miles square in the back. He spins, eyes wide with mock outrage. Did you just... Maybe. I'm already preparing another one, grinning like a fool. Oh, it's on now. He sets Tanner down carefully. Buddy, your mama just declared war. Get her! Tanner squeals with delight. Miles advances, scooping up snow as he walks. You're gonna regret that, Bowman. Bring it, Beckham. He launches a snowball. I dodge, laughing, and fire back. It hits his shoulder. He stumbles dramatically, clutching his arm like I wounded him. I'm hit. Man down. Tanner races over, throwing his own tiny snowball that lands nowhere near me. I'll protect you, Dad. My heart. My entire heart. Oh, no, you don't. I scoop him up, spinning us both around. You're supposed to be on my team. But Dad needs help. He's laughing too hard to form proper words. Miles tackles us both gently, all 3 of us tumbling into the snow in a tangle of limbs and laughter. We lie there, breathless and freezing and completely happy. Tanner between us, still giggling. Miles's arm stretched across both of us. Snow falls soft around us, the world quiet except for our breathing and distant sounds of other families playing. Best day ever, Tanner announces. Best day ever. I agree, meeting Miles's eyes over our son's head. He reaches across, his gloved hand finding mine, squeezing. No words needed, everything important already said. Mama's voice cuts through. All right, you 3. Up before you catch pneumonia? Come on. We stand, brushing snow from our clothes. Tanner races back to Marcus and the half-finished snowman. Miles pulls me close, his arms wrapping around me from behind, chin resting on my shoulder. Thank you, he murmurs against my ear. For what? This. All of it. Giving me another chance. Letting me be part of this. His arms tighten. Loving me despite everything. Not despite. I turn in his arms, needing him to see my face. Because of everything, all of it. The good, the bad, the messy parts. That's what makes us real. Real? He tests the word. Yeah, we're real. Finally. Finally, he echoes. Then he kisses me again, slow and sweet and full of promise. When we break apart, Mama's recording. Phone aimed right at us. Mama! What? Your grandchildren will want to see this someday. She grins. The moment you two finally got their heads out of their... Cassandra. Miles cuts her off with a laugh. What? I was going to say snow. Sure you were. We spend the next hour finishing the snowman. Marcus finding rocks for eyes, Tanner insisting on using his own scarf, Miles boosting both boys up to place the hat. It's crooked, lopsided, absolutely ridiculous, perfect. As the sun starts dipping lower, painting the snow pink and gold, we trudge back toward the cars. Tanner's exhausted, practically sleepwalking between Miles and me. We're each holding one of his hands, swinging him gently with each step. Can Daddy come home with us? Tanner asks through a yawn. I look at Miles. He looks at me. If your mama says it's okay, he says carefully. It's okay. The words come easier than expected. More than okay. His smile could light the entire town. At the car, Mama buckles Tanner into his seat. He's asleep before we even leave the parking lot. Miles follows us back to the house in his car. I watch his headlights in my rearview mirror, steady and constant. Not leaving, not running, just there, present, real. When we pull up, he's out of his car before I can kill the engine, opening my door like some old-fashioned gentleman. Thank you. I take his offered hand. My pleasure. Together we carry a sleeping Tanner inside. Mama takes him, heading upstairs for his nap. Miles and I stand in the living room, alone again. So, he shoves his hands in his pockets. This is where I should probably leave. Give you space to process everything. Or, I step closer. You could stay. Watch a movie. Have dinner. Stop acting like you're a guest. I don't want to overstay. I kiss him, cutting off the protests. When I pull back, he's smiling. Stay, I whisper. Please, I want you here. Then I'm here. Simple, sure. Wherever you want me, that's where I'll be. Good. I take his hand, leading him to the couch, because I'm done pushing you away, done being scared. Yeah? Yeah. I curl into his side as we settle, his arm coming around me automatically. You're stuck with me now, Beckham. Hope you're ready for that. Been ready for 6 years, Bowman. He presses a kiss to my hair. Been waiting for you to catch up. Well, I'm caught up now. Good. Good. We sit in comfortable silence, watching snow fall outside the window. His heartbeat steady under my ear, my hand resting over his, fingers intertwined. This quiet, domestic, perfectly imperfect moment, this is what love looks like. Not grand gestures or dramatic declarations, just showing up, being present, choosing each other, again and again. And for the first time in 6 years, I let myself believe.
Chapter 30. Miles. The living room's too damn small. That's the first thing I realize as I survey the chaos. Henry sprawls across the couch, beer in hand, watching the game like he owns the place. Jasmine's curled up beside him, feet tucked under her, scrolling through something on her phone with that focused intensity she brings to everything. And Lizzy. Lizzy sits in the armchair by the window, Tanner asleep in her lap despite the noise from the TV. She's stroking his curls absently, her eyes soft in a way that makes my chest tight. Cassandra emerges from the kitchen carrying a tray loaded with desserts, cookies, brownies, some kind of pie that smells like heaven. I told you I'd bring food, she says, setting it on the coffee table. You boys eat like you're still teenagers. We appreciate it, Cassandra. Henry grabs a cookie before she's even pulled her hands away. Miles can't cook worth a damn anyway. I can cook. Ordering takeout doesn't count, Lizzy says without looking up from Tanner. Ouch! But I'm smiling as I settle onto the arm of her chair, my hand finding her shoulder. That's cold, baby. Truth hurts. Jasmine looks up from her phone, a mischievous gleam in her eyes. So when are you two getting married? The question drops like a bomb into casual conversation. Lizzy stiffens under my hand. Henry chokes on his cookie. Cassandra freezes halfway to sitting down, eyebrows climbing toward her hairline. I just grin. Soon as she'll have me, I say, meeting Jasmine's knowing smile with one of my own. Miles, Lizzy starts. What? It's true. I slide off the arm and crouch beside her chair, needing to see her face properly. I told you I'm gonna marry you. Meant it then. Mean it now. We've been together for like 2 weeks, she hisses, conscious of our audience. Technically, we've been together since we were teenagers. I reach up, tucking a curl behind her ear. Just took us 6 years and a lot of crap to figure our stuff out. Language, Cassandra warns, nodding toward sleeping Tanner. Sorry, but I'm not. Can't be sorry when I'm looking at the woman I love, imagining our future spreading out ahead of us like an open road. Lizzy's eyes search mine, looking for cracks, finding none. You're serious. Dead serious. I take her hand, the one not supporting Tanner. I want it all, Lizzy. The wedding. The house big enough for all of us. Maybe more kids if you're willing. Her breath catches. More kids? Yeah. The image forms clear in my mind. Tanner with siblings, all of them running around causing chaos. Lizzy laughing as she tries to wrangle them. 2, 3, however many you want. I want to build a family with you. A real one. The kind that lasts. Jesus, Miles. Her voice comes out thick. You can't just say things like that. Why not? It's what I want. What I've wanted since the moment I saw you again. I squeeze her hand. But we'll go at your pace. No pressure. Just know that's where I'm headed. Where I want us to go together. Jasmine makes a noise that sounds suspiciously like a squeal. Oh my God. This is happening. This is really happening. Nothing's happening yet, Lizzy says, but her smile gives her away. We're taking things slow. Slow. I lean in, brushing my lips against her temple. Right, because climbing through your window at dawn was real slow. Miles! She swats at me, eyes widening in a way that has nothing to do with embarrassment and everything to do with the memories of that morning. Henry groans. I don't need to hear about my brother's sex life, thanks. Then stop asking when we're getting married, I fire back. Jasmine asked, not me. You were thinking it. Maybe. He grins, unapologetic. But seriously, you two should just do it. Elope, Vegas, make it official. We're not eloping, Lizzy says firmly. If, and that's a big if, we get married, I want the whole thing. Dress, flowers, family, everything. Everything, I echo, loving the way she's already planning it in her head despite her protests. Whatever you want, baby. I'll give you the moon if you ask for it. I don't want the moon. Her hand finds my face, cupping my jaw. I just want you. Present. Here. Building this life with us. You've got me. I turn my head, pressing a kiss to her palm. Forever. No takebacks. Cassandra dabs at her eyes with a napkin. You two are gonna make me cry. Join the club, Jasmine says, her own eyes suspiciously bright. I've been crying. I look at Lizzy, imagining it all now. Mrs. Beckham. Or maybe she'd want to hyphenate. Bowman Beckham. I don't care which as long as it ties us together officially, legally, permanently. What are you thinking? She asks, reading my face. That I can't wait to marry you. Simple. True. That I want to buy us a house big enough for the family we're going to build. That I want to wake up next to you every morning for the rest of my life. Miles. But I also know you're not giving up your tailoring shop. I grin at her startled expression. That's non-negotiable, right? Your business, your independence, your dream. She blinks. You'd be okay with that? Be okay with it? I laugh, the sound rough with emotion. Baby, I'd never want you to give it up. Your talent, your passion, the way you light up when you're working, that's part of what I love about you. I want to support that. Help it grow if you'll let me. Help it grow how? Expansion, better equipment, maybe hire some help so you're not working yourself to death. I run my thumb across her knuckles. You've built something incredible on your own. Imagine what you could do with support, with a partner. Her eyes fill. You really mean that? Every word. I press my forehead to hers, conscious of Tanner sleeping between us but needing the contact. I don't want to change you, Lizzy. Just want to build a life with you. Support your dreams while we make new ones together. Okay. The word comes out small. Sure. Okay. Okay. Louder this time, clearer. Let's do it. All of it. The house, the wedding, the future. She pulls back enough to meet my eyes. But Miles, we're doing this right. No rushing. No shortcuts. We build it together, step by step. Step by step, I agree, joy flooding through me. Starting with finding that bigger house. And the wedding planning, Jasmine chimes in. Which I'm helping with. Non-negotiable. Wouldn't dream of excluding you, Lizzy says with a laugh. Tanner stirs, blinking awake. He looks around at all of us, still half asleep. What did I miss? Your parents are getting married, Henry announces. Eventually, when they stop being stubborn about it. Really? Tanner's face lights up. We're gonna be a real family? We already are a real family, buddy. I ruffle his curls. But yeah, someday soon, your mama and I are gonna make it official. He launches himself at me, nearly knocking me backward. Best day ever. I catch him, pulling Lizzy into the embrace too. The three of us tangled together in that too-small chair, laughing and crying and completely happy. Cassandra snaps photos with her phone. This is going in the album. Everything goes in the album with you, Lizzy says, but she's smiling. Memories matter, baby, especially the good ones. Jasmine wipes at her eyes. We should toast. To new beginnings. Henry raises his beer. To Miles finally pulling his head out of his butt. To Lizzy giving him another chance, Jasmine adds. To family, Cassandra says, her voice thick with emotion. I look at Lizzy, seeing my whole future reflected in her eyes. To us. To forever. To forever, she echoes, touching her water glass to mine. We drink to new beginnings and second chances and the messy, beautiful, perfectly imperfect family we're building together. Later, after everyone's gone home and Tanner's tucked into bed, Lizzy and I stand in the kitchen. She's washing dishes. I'm drying. Domestic and simple and exactly right. You really want more kids? She asks quietly. If you do, no pressure if you don't. I set down a plate, turning to face her. I just want a future with you, however that looks. I always wanted more. She rinses a glass, not meeting my eyes. Wanted Tanner to have siblings, but I couldn't imagine doing it alone again. You won't be alone. I step behind her, arms wrapping around her waist. Never again. I'm here. For all of it. The sleepless nights, the diapers, the chaos, all of it. She leans back against me. A bigger house, huh? Big enough for everyone. Yard for the kids to play in. Space for your sewing room. Home office for me since I'll be working remote. I press a kiss to her neck. Whatever we need to make this work. And you're really staying? No more New York? I'm staying. The certainty in my voice surprises even me. Clearwater's home now. You and Tanner are home. That's all I need. She turns in my arms, hands sliding up my chest to link behind my neck. I love you. I love you too. I lean down, capturing her mouth in a kiss that starts soft and quickly deepens. So damn much. Prove it, she whispers against my lips. How? Stay tonight. Tomorrow night. Every night after. Her eyes search mine. Move in with us. For real. No more back and forth. The offer floors me. You sure? Completely. Her smile transforms her face. You're right. We're already a family. Might as well make it official in every way. Yes. I lift her, setting her on the counter. Step between her thighs. Absolutely yes. I'll start moving my stuff tomorrow. Tomorrow's too long. She pulls me closer, legs wrapping around my waist. Start tonight. Bring what you need. The rest can wait. Lizzy Bowman, are you asking me to move in tonight? I'm telling you. Her grin turns wicked. Because I want to wake up next to you. Every morning. Starting tomorrow. Best offer I've had all day. I kiss her again, slow and deep and full of promise. And I'm accepting. We stay like that, wrapped up in each other, until the dishes are forgotten. And the only thing that matters is this moment. This woman. This life we're choosing to build together. Finally, everything's falling into place. And it's better than anything I imagined.